Purpleaki, good to see you, bro. How you doing? Excuse me while I go over to YouTube and load up, or at least pin that pin the link. Hey, Cycling Steve. Hello, Barebones. Just coming out for an evening stroll. I got out of Grizzles. He's down in the Isakia, waiting for the water. uh, he's sulking because he's on the lead after yesterday. When he walked away and he took himself for his own walk, he just proved to me that what I've shown him for 4 years, he ain't interested in. There you go. The link is pinned. Excuse me. For more than a week now, we've had somebody over in the northwest of the UK insisting they want to join panel and have a chat. And I'm all for supporting fellow homeless peoples. I've got a lot of wisdom to share with people that are out on the streets. And until that person makes that move of coming for a discussion, it's one of those things that, like I have no control over, and is holding up things that I'm thinking about or need to think about. With other people being less assertive and more, like blasé, it really does hold life up. So where my head's at this last few days, only I know. One thing I don't like, as many people are aware of, is users, abusers, drunks, and addicts. But yet, I see these people getting the most support in life. The fact that I'm able to work, wanting to work, willing to work, but can't find a fucking job. It's like, what the fuck am I doing? Helping people when I can't help myself. Thinking I can help people when thought is dangerous. Sitting around waiting, thinking I'm helping. I'm actually fading away. Now, 2 weeks ago, I was encouraged, don't go to town, go back down to the river. Go and sit with your things. And your answer will come to you. That was good sound advice. And I ignored it. I refused that advice. Because I'd already imagined being sat down at the river, waiting for an opportunity. When I did get down to the river, it took the people by surprise. So much so that there wasn't any communications until it was dark and I was ready to go with a van load of my things. What do you want that for? That's more important to me. But it's not yours. You're not paying for it. That's mine. That's why it's coming with me. But in actual fact, what I should have done, it just said, you want it? Have it all. I've got no use for it. I've got no wants for anything. All these physical material things, I don't want it. I don't think about it. And I'm not using it. All I've ever wanted since I come to Spain is just fresh air. The fresh foods that it has to offer. I never wanted a pack of dogs. But for 8 years, that's all I've been caring for. Dogs. I haven't cared for myself for 8 years because all I've been caring about is what's best for dogs. When I walked into that hippie community, it was what's best for Captain Jack's mother. I know what's best for Captain Jack. I was guessing what's best for Daisy Jane and her 5 litters of puppies. Or Grizzles and his big family members. Hey, Seagull Rock Squawk. Yo, good evening, King Charles. And Daniel Berry. Good evening. Oh, there goes the free food. Hola.
Tú eres tuyo el dueño de la higuera.
Pardon?
Eres dueño de la higuera. Entonces, ¿por qué coges?
Es the camino.
Pues el camino, pero la higuera no es tuya.
Oh, pardon.
Es una cosa para que tú pases. Eso es para ti.
Gracias.
A la hora de cuidar, nadie viene. A la hora de comer, todo el mundo es dueño.
Pardon. Yo hambre. Getting told off for helping myself to the fig hanging over the trees. I'm only taking one. It's not like I was taking a bucket full. Some people keep telling me I'm lazy. I know I'm lazy. I'm still trying to recover from many years of fatigue and malnutrition. When I see other people going through the malnutrition, dehydration, fatigues, I have pity for them. Because it's not a nice condition to be in. I wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemy. When I think about all the people is leaving war-stricken countries, poverty-stricken countries, and I see on social medias these people are arriving to richer parts of the world, and those richer parts of the world is dominated by poverty because all the riches went far away years ago. I says, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time you start calling your people home. Get your people out of Dubai, get them out of Germany, get them out of Brussels, get them out of Holland, where all the richer money is. Get them home. There's a lot more British in Brussels or in Germany or in Holland or in Thailand exploiting and capitalizing. If there wasn't so many people capitalizing and exploiting, there would be a lot more to go around and share around. I keep listening to these racial remarks towards vulnerable people, mostly trying to better themselves. I keep hearing about this English culture and mentality that seems to think that they have an authority worldwide. And when I see, but hang on a minute, you spent your life being a junkie and an alcoholic. You spent your life bullying. Hang on a minute. What British voice have we got left? But that's all we amount to. It's the voice of the abusers, the voice of the bullies. I mean, you look over YouTube, look all around YouTube. Have a look at the amount of criminals, reformed criminals. They've got their big YouTube pages. I mean, that's what we're encouraging. If you asked me the most famous people of Britain, I'd probably say somebody like Margaret Thatcher. And when we look at the days of Margaret Thatcher, it's very similar to the days that we got now. Did we ever progress from Margaret Thatcher? A lot of people argued with Margaret Thatcher's ways, but now they're falling into that mainstream thought of Margaret Thatcher. I listen to a lot of people complaining about the royals, and yet, what are the royals doing? A lot more than 99.9% of the British peoples. At least they bring in tourism to Britain. When you have a look at the YouTube, in general, there ain't much that's encouraging Britain as, a nice place to visit. It is showing that, it is a place where, like, you come out on the streets with a voice and you're going to be silenced. You come out to the street and fight with the police, and loads of innocent people are going to get involved. Hey, you're not following me. You're leading me. You're taking me where you want to go. And now I'll take you where I want to go. because you ain't got a clue, boy. See? Now you be dragging me behind. But you wanted to sniff that side of the road, so sniff that side of the road. And this is what I'm showing you, peoples. Yeah? My dog is attached to me because he's untrustworthy. He will take himself off and do what the fuck he likes because he was never my dog. He's damaged goods. Not suitable for my lifestyle. But yet I persevere and I keep going. There's my dog. As an example of love and respects that an animal and man have. This is more like the Diablo, the devil. But most people say, oh, he's beautiful. Maybe by looks. But it's about time people stopped judging by the colors of things. Just because it looks attractive. There's a darkness that boils within. And we see that a lot in life. I want to show you a disgusting, if he's still live, I want to show you a disgusting being, okay? And this disgusting being really does need waking the fuck up. This horrible being, disgusting being, I put on my community page yesterday. And here it reads, blocked from my channel, Boss Dog, for abusing innocent folks. But more because he's a horrible being, drug dealer's driver, using disability for an excuse to make money. For 2 years, he's been obsessed with talking about children. First time I blocked him was because he encouraged a drunk and high on drugs father to smash his guitar, to smash his children's guitar. Just as a drunken would, the drunk did. For more than 2 years, this scumbag has stalked and taunted myself and others. Here is the perfect example of a British thug. Help his channel grow, watch him, listen to him, encourage him. He needs the attention, as he can't be trusted delivering drugs no more. Now, when I go over and I check out that channel, you'll say, oh, well, he's a cripple. Oh, bless him. No, ladies and gentlemen, he's a fugazi. He's a cheat. He's a benefit fraud. When he came to this channel, he was all about exploiting his disabled mother and her artwork. When I see the people that are drawn to his chat and his community, there's nothing I can do about it. Apart from remind myself that none of those people would ever be welcome in my little bubble. For example, you got the Cheeky Chops that thinks it's great to sell flavored vape pens. I mean, flavored vape pens, he proud and bragging that he makes thousands on his vape pens. For me, vape is like the Corona, or at least the vaccine. Trial and error. There's not enough studies done. But I can assure you, vapes are a lot more carcinogenic and not so healthy for you, as Cheeky Chops will soon learn. The more Cheeky Chops sucks and puffs on his vape pens, the deeper into the carcinogenic world he goes, the deeper into the impotency he goes. The more he's encouraging asthma and COPDs. You don't have to be a brain surgeon or a scientist to understand or recognize the chemical imbalances that these vapes are creating to the body. We need our lungs. So why are people like Cheeky Chops pushing something that's going to disable generation after generation? People have gone so fat and lazy that they can't even stand up and walk the stairs for why they live in bungalows where they have escalators. The fact that prison encourages and allows vape pens is another reason for why I'd say people like Cheeky Chops, you're working for the devil. If there ever is such a thing of devil, you're creating misery just for the dollar. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, when a reformed criminal says that he's reformed, 9 times out of 10, it's just that they're too lazy and paranoid and too well known to get out and earn in their own ways. Am I a criminal just because I've been to jail? Fighting and defending the community is not quite criminal. Sitting around smoking a weed joint, getting caught with a spliff in your pocket, ain't quite criminal. Smashing somebody in the face because they've attacked you and they've been attacking other people ain't quite criminal. And that's why I don't live in jail, because I'm not quite a criminal. But it is criminal the way I'm living my life. Most definitely is. A strong, able-bodied mind like myself, thrown off to the gutter because I don't do drugs, because I don't steal. Because I'm not a psychiatric case. Now, it's more criminal those that inflict and enforce such rules and laws to say that I'm worthy to disappear under the gutter without a consent or a consideration. I seen recently so much emphasis throughout the UK and the world on a scumbag thug known for machete attacking, known for gang orientated crime. Hey, Kipper Snapper. It's been a while since you was in my chat. How's the Snipper family? Hello, Skeeter. What's happening? Excuse me, I'm having technical issues with the tablet. One thing I know about life is it's fucking beautiful. The more simpler the life, the more beautiful it is. The reason I'm so pissed off and jumpy all over the place today, mostly, is because I see and I pay attention to ugly things that insist on being noticed. Good afternoon, Travis. Good afternoon, homeless and proud. Most of the time when I was homeless in the UK, I was able to find festival work, traveling around the UK. The worst of the jobs was parking attendant. One of the better jobs was litter picking. Walking along the river, there's people with boats there, and the boy's too paranoid to cook his dinner in front of the people on the boats. After living on boats, I can assure you, you dickhead. I cleared Captain out of the road so the car could pass, and then you want to get in the middle of the road. Ego and vanity, Grizzles. Ego and vanity. Signs of the devil. Those cars didn't pull up for you. They're going to their goats. You think everybody's coming to see you, Grizzles. And it's pissing me off, Grizzles. You're greedy and fat. I should fucking eat you. Prepare your skin for the cold winters are coming. I think that's quite funny how I speak to him. I mean, it's quite light in comparison to a lot of the movies that are available out there, or a lot of the books that are available, or even music is available. I mean, playing with his history, like the Japanese Akita history. Their breed is almost extinct during World War II for the fact that their meat was prized for, and their jackets even more so. Well, one soft-souled American decided, no, these dogs, they need rescuing, they need saving, they need restoring. Fair enough. It's very disheartening how soft us humans are, or how tough we can be in times of weakness. I keep making references, like the dogs, they get 20 kilo food at a time. I don't remember the last time I was able to carry 20 kilos of my own food. knowing that I share my food with the dogs. But if I put the food down on ground level, it doesn't matter if it's wrapped up for me or wrapped up for them. They think it's theirs because it's on ground level. I've seen many a people arguing with their dogs because their dogs are helping themselves to things on ground level. For me, I can't. If it's on ground level, it's there for the dogs. That is one of the mistakes the homeless people make, or happy campers make. They'll quite often want to control nature. Very often, people will ignore nature because man's world. Some people, I say, you're lucky there ain't no bears around. Because them bears would take your tent quicker than a cat or a dog would. Just for the smell of a bit of food. Domesticated animals aren't so savage. They'll sniff around, they'll piss around. But if a dog has ever known hunger, or a cat has ever known hunger, they will smell that food within your tent and they will get in and they will devour your food. Or do their best and their very best. Odd. I've just seen somebody walking up, but they seem to have disappeared. I relate to something that I learned from Homeless and Proud today. The wants and needs and of company, people to talk to, people to relate to. That's why I came to the town, where I'm very well known, so I could be around people's. But then I take on the consciousness of the dogs, and the town ain't a very good place for dogs. I'd be a very happy man, very, very happy, just as a man. I'm more than overwhelmed that I have the love and the companionship of Captain Jack. But the anchor of the Grizzlies, he is an anchor in my life. He is a fucking anchor. And every time I give him a little bit of love and respect, the same as I share is with Captain, he abuses it. And that's that's hard to take on. Living in a savage lifestyle, having something fighting and arguing on everything, it's not the way it should be. He's a dog. It's supposed to be man's best friend, not man's fucking enemy. It's supposed to be working together, not working against each other. I go forward and he goes 10 steps back, and that makes me 20 steps further back. Where are the people that made him? They've heard me suffering for the last 4.5 years that I adopted him. Where are the teams of people? I've sat still waiting for those teams of people. I'm one man doing the work of fucking 20 peoples. Just because 6 people fucked up that dog before I even got anywhere near it. I listens to people and says, I can't do it. I can't do it. But like, it is so easy. Just get on and do it. I can see the lives of many people. And it's so fucking easy, the lives that they've got. The surroundings that they've got. So fucking easy. But they make it hard because they're headstrong. It's like myself in my own situation. My life would be made so much easier if I just did what was needed to be done. It's so easy to do what's needed to be done. But every day I'm reminded the world's not the same. We're not living in the same times as when I first come to the streets when life was easy. I put myself in a situation where, I've made life harder for myself because I want to live that life. I don't want to just exist. I'm living. And the more pain that I feel from not being a part of things is more living. Rather than being tranquilized with all the comforts they're expected. I came to YouTube to try and clear my name of bullshit talkers talking shit about my name. And that's on my community page. That's to do with Nick Williams, Arctic Nick Williams, and a Ronan Holden, and many other shit talking fuckers, to say the least. And I've done very good at sharing and showing my truth. Where are their truths? Where are their faces on YouTube now? From as far as I'm aware, Arctic Nick Williams ran away from Spain because he had so many lawsuits against him for fighting with females. I see Ronan Holden has taken off of YouTube because Ronan Holden was bringing in all the pedophiles and glorifying all the rehabilitated criminals, familiarizing normal people with complete scumbags is why Ronan Holden was taken from YouTube. I've seen many people like Ronan Holden closing their channels, having their channels blocked and taken down for their bullying tactics, for their misinformation tactics, for their shit talking behavior. But those people start up a new channel. That should be criminal. And this is a message that Fitness After 60 was sharing nearly a year ago. There's a lot that I don't agree with Fitness After 60. There's a lot I don't agree with a lot of people's. But like fitness after 60, many people have got something that I agree with. So who's live right now then? Change me a pattern of thought. CB audits. Oh dear. Come up on my channel. Come up on my panel, it keeps saying. Every time I'm in its chat. But every time I'm in its chat, it's talking bullshit. And defers or ignores a message that I'm sharing. So why would I want to join that panel? I'm not a celebrity, and you're not going to make yourself a celebrity by having communications with me either. Looking for your 15-minute fame is all very well, but the way he's going about it, there's more people playing that individual than that individual will be making friends. So nearly he's halfway through the second half of the summer. Last week's of August now. Oh yeah, here's somebody else that gets me back up. Ian Gun Paddy, reformed criminal, given a large voice from a criminal's perspective. Another Decca Eggy, another Danny Christie, another Darren G. I'm sorry, but that shouldn't be encouraged. Can't hang around with your criminal friends anymore. I'm lucky. I never had any friends. I was always the outcasted. I was always singled off. I was always the one trying to make friends. I'm not a bad guy. Just don't fuck me over. Friends I've made since I've been on my own, on the streets. I certainly don't make friends when I've got an apartment or a house. I've only got people that, I don't know. Where did that person go? I'm curious. Now that would be peculiar. There ain't nowhere to go up there. They've just disappeared. Maybe there's a tunnel in the ground. That is so weird. Never seen anybody disappear like that before. Looks like somebody's thrown out a TV. That looks like a TV. I could be wrong. No, it is a TV. Look. A big, fat, old school TV. I seen on some YouTube videos that these screens, they can serve as a massive magnifying glass. Yeah, they make a killer burning lens. My favorite rock for now. A very depressive life today, I admit. A very depressive life. That's what it feels like when there's things that you know you should have done, but you haven't got it done. Like smashing Boss Dog in the face 2 years ago when he dishonored and disgraced me and my name. I should have done it there and then. For him to come back for 2 years, stalking and doing what he does for 2 years. How many other people has he done it to? Come here. Come on. That's better. But we've seen what a crybaby snitch rat bastard he is. And so I'd only just be getting out of jail now if I did give him a smack 2 years ago. Best thing for that fella is I grab him when I've ballyclavered up and take him from the back of the legs. He threatened to take my eyes last night if we ever had a confrontation. If we ever got into a bust up, he threatened to take my eyes out. And the only reason he threatened to take my eyes out is because he's jealous. that I see the world as beautifully as I do. And he can never walk to the beautiful things that I see and experience. Let alone talk about them. I'm overly tired this past few days. I don't seem to be doing much apart from sleeping, which isn't very healthy, very depressive. Excuse me while people are passing. Tu tens cabras aqui. Tem trabaca. Any tobacco? Possible to vende leche?
No tengo leche ahora.
No, no, no.
Ahora toda preñada.
Ah, sí. Muy bien, muy bien. Is a trabajo?
¿Eh?
Is a, pardon, in English, work? No work? Okay. I asked for work with the goats. I can't get that pronunciation correct. Trabaja. It means work. Well, finally, I've met them. So meeting them is one thing. Ay, ay, ay. Two fucking weeks I've been here now. And it's depressing me. Big time. The town's just 20-minute walk away. Life should be easier. But I don't know. Maybe I just bring all my stuff down to the dustbins and just start walking. I packed my things up today. Most of it. And a big part of me says, just throw it all away, Steve, and start walking. You know, why bother stick around trying to sell it? You know, it'd take too long. You want to get out of here, just get the fuck out of here. That's what I keep thinking and telling myself. But there's a little bit of me that says, no, hang on a minute. Just hang on a minute. Something will happen in a minute. Any moment. But those moments pass and nothing happens. I know at the end of the summer when people comes back, they'll say, oh, I wish I'd known. Oh, I wish I'd known you were available. Oh, I had this going and I had that going. I could have used you. You could have been. Same as if I walk away. I'll get those messages. Oh, we got this, we got that, and we're ready, and we're doing, and yeah. I don't know. I'm starting. I don't know. It's easier not knowing. And that's one of the things, knowing so much about this town. hell of a lot of transport coming up and down that road. Never used to be. The road behind me used to be so quiet. And only 3 cars that I could think of used to use that road. Now I've seen about 15 in the 4 years that I've been away from there. Not used it. Reason I keep pointing in that direction is because that's the direction I'd be walking, I think. Straight down to the beach. Come out with Salobreña, Almaneca, Motril. $21.21. Wow, cool. You've just uploaded. Happy days. Oh, that was nice. I got waved to. I wonder who she was waving at me. To be honest with you, homeless and proud, today I am so fucking depressed. Really fucking depressed. That's how I am today. As you can tell by the chat, it hasn't been moving because I'm too depressing today. Too depressing to interact with. That's what life gets like. And that's how people are towards depressed peoples. You know, we hold the depression and it's very visible. It's a force worse than any atom bombs. Is depression. And that's why it's easier to just sit alone and do my own thing. But then by doing my own thing and sitting alone, it just gets more depressive. Because I see the things that I want to be doing, the things I could be doing, but I'm doing none of it. Just sitting depressed, feeling sorry for other people mostly. Why don't that person let me help them? Why don't that person let me just, like create and be? You know, why does that person want to, like fill me up with their bullshit? Everybody else is bullshit when I got my own bullshit. Ignoring one's own bullshit by taking on other people's bullshit has always been a healthy option for me. But then there's so many people that I've helped in my times. It's just like I can't even appreciate myself for helping wrong people. For Blackie, bro. I've not seen that woman since, to be honest with you. No. But then I don't go looking. It was very nice to talk briefly with a woman. going to dump in the gardens there. That's a bit naughty, isn't it? Dumping gardens on the side of the road. But if that's the practice around here, then we'll all be doing it. Hold up. Well, they got corn growing there. Is that a lemon tree? Looks like lemons. Lemons in the summer. Sounds like somebody filling up their swimming pool. Getting ready for the weekend, I guess. Well, Paul, if I said it's 30 Celsius, it's probably warmer. I'm going to take a walk this way just because I want to. It's not a closed road. Hopefully there's signal. Looks like it's a olive farm. Oh look, they're growing avocados. Look at the size of that pipe. Wow. Avocados all up there, all over there. But they're not in season. Yum, yum. Fresh apples. Hey, Miss Magpie. I think Homeless and Proud was just asking where you're at this evening. New moon. Alright. That'll make me happy. The moon is just there. But you can't see it because it's too bright. The land's too bright. Finally, we have somebody coming to the back chat. Here comes Mighty Righteous. Bear with me while I press the buttons that allows you on. On my
Press the
tablet,
button.
I got to click on you, and then the menu comes up, and then I got to click on that, and then click away the menu,
Click it with the quickness.
and you should be here now.
I think I'm here, man.
Yeah,
I'm not all here, but I'm here.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good to hear your voice. Always happy as usual.
Oh, same. Yeah, even when I'm not happy, still got a positive outlook, man.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
Good
sun
stuff.
going down.
Aye. Yeah, not so much of a view of the sunset, but you know, we get we get a
That's
bit.
my favorite time of day. Dusk and dawn. It's the twilight period.
Yep. So I've just stumbled on this brand new avocado forest. Well, there must be 200 trees in there in that little patch.
You got to mark that down on your map. Come back when the season.
Yeah, in about 5 years' time when them trees are productive, yeah. Yep.
I got one
They're
small
going to
tree in my
consume a lot of
backyard.
water.
They do, yeah. Avocados take a lot of water.
Mm. Yep.
That's green gold.
when I think like the woman who's let me stay in her caravan, she's upset me by telling me that she's only allowed water once a fortnight. I don't know of any plants that will justify being water every fortnight. So somewhere along the line there, yeah, either she lying or the people that are controlling the water are lying to her. Yeah.
No, she would try to say she need the water more than one fortnight.
No, she was saying she's only got watering access once a fortnight, once every 2 weeks.
Homeless and proud. Booyaka. Miss Magpie. Super do. Super, super, super. Hiya.
Yeah. So when I see people like this with trees like that, but yet the trees are already existing, don't have more rights. You know, like these new forestries have more rights because it's fresh money. You know, it's like it don't make sense. We need to be managing what's already there. My opinion.
It's all backwards, man. It
Mm-hmm.
ain't right.
All right. All right. So what you been up to the past few days?
Oh, dude, I've been fucking off to my maximum potential.
Okay.
I'm good at it.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Just
Oh,
enjoying
that
some
moon.
time to see the moon. Oh, yeah. Purple Lucky. I'm in California, eh? Yeah, Southern California. Beautiful, sunny California. Ain't been out much today.
I
Been on the
haven't.
computer.
I've been sleeping all day. Well, that's all I can seem to do when the depression kicks in. Just sleep. I've
It's
been
tough,
feeling
yeah.
it coming on for a few days, maybe even a few weeks. But yeah, the last couple of days really hit me hard. I think.
That's odd. Same here, man. What's up with that? I shake it off somehow, man.
Yep, I know. The only way I'm
Keep
used
it.
to shaking it off is just by just picking up and walking away.
Yeah, I'm not good at picking up and walking away. I'm not good at it. Yeah, homeless and proud. It just take a little time, man. Shake it off. I don't know. Sometimes you get to thinking wrong, you know, feeling down, and happen to all of us, man. Want to get back to smiling and having a good time. I don't know how come. I don't know what I'm seeing. It looked like light on the hill, but maybe it's
Well,
just light peeking through the bush.
that's the sunset. That's in the sunset direction, and I'm currently looking at the moon. Yeah. Oh fuck! Tablet's playing up again. I might have to switch over to my mobile.
Oh well,
I'm not
I'm
even
here.
pressing anything, but it looks like my phone's, or it looks like my tablet's jumping all over the place.
Yeah, I'll hold you down, man. Figure your stuff out. Miss E, welcome, man. Kim, how you doing there? Hello from California. Steve will be back momentarily. Hello, Kim. Kim, where are you at? I'm in California. Here, let me go into the chat on another side. There we go. Booyaka. You're in Canada, New Brunswick? Kim, I've been watching, you might not be near, but the Chilcotin River, where they had the landslide to block the river. I've been watching that closely. No homeless and proud. I'm not homeless at the moment. But we've all been there, man. Oh, Kim, huh? Wow. Well, I hope it's not going to affect you like it's affecting a lot of people. It's changing the landscape. That flood. Yeah. I've been following a few people that are out there filming it live, but I don't understand the footage I've been seeing. Kind of looks potato, man. What's up with that? It's not affecting you where you live. Good, good. Yeah, I do care, Kim. I've been a part of quite a few natural disaster. You know, fire, flood, hurricane. You know, it's tough when your stuff gets wiped out. You got to start again. We got fires here close to me, burning down people's house and stuff. Yeah, Kim, I'm glad you don't have to go through that either. Miss Magpie. Booyaka, booyah.
Hey, Mr. E. Hey, Kim. Well, if you look in the direction where my finger going, you might just be able to see the moon. Yeah, just there. You see that now? That's the moon. It's a new moon.
New moon. Oh, you, Kim, you had a heavy downpour? But today is nice and sunny.
Yeah, that was some heavy rain Kim experienced yesterday, wasn't it?
I was talking to
Don't
Kim
know if
while you were
anybody
gone.
watched the shorts. Right.
Pretty near Kim, they got this river called the Chilcotin River. I can't say it right. But they had a landslide block the river, and then it started building up. And then last night for me, it started to crest. It broke over the top, and now it's flooding downstream.
Oh,
Pretty
wow.
big deal, man. Yeah, big deal.
I hope Kim's up out of the way. You're not too
Yeah, that's
close
what
to the
Kim.
river, are you, Kim?
No, not that close. Yeah, she was saying. Yeah.
Well,
I appreciate that, Kim. Yeah, the fires are displacing a lot of people. It's sad to see on the news people's houses just, going up in smoke. I remember when my house burned down and my neighbors, and it's just a tough thing, man. Sometimes you can't get what you need out of the house before you gotta leave. Important paper and some clothes and thing. It's tough when nature take all your thing from you, but you just gotta start again. Yeah, lots of fire here. Lots of fires. Yeah, the air quality right now ain't looking too good. Yeah, homeless and proud. Right on, man. What's my YouTube? My YouTube ain't nothing really, homeless. I got a few thing on there still. Here, I'll just post in the comment. You check it out if you want. I got a cool Jeep. I posted a video. Sometimes I post videos. They only stay up for like an hour, and then I take them down.
that's good gameplay.
Yeah. Kim, are you saying stuff and taking it back again? What's up with that? Message retracted. Sorry. Oh, you're subbed? Thank you, Kim. Here, let me look at your channel real quick and make sure. I'm subscribed to you, Kim. Look, let me go into your community and just send you some love. There you go. I sent you some love in your community, Kim. I've been subbed to you. Homeless and proud. I've been subbed to you too, man. Send you a booyaka. Homeless. Yeah, man. I must scroll up for a minute because Miss E. I'm gonna check you out. Look, I'm gonna
Mr. E
subscribe to you,
is a
Mister.
British Urbex.
Mister.
Very good channel.
Underground. Squat Brave. Cartel. Oh hell yeah. Boom, Mr. E. Done sub. Nice. Grateful for the friendship, man. That's what I live for. Mr. E, I gotta check you out again. Hold on a second. Bulgaria. You're gonna travel to Bulgaria? Oh, that was 2 months ago. You've probably already been there. What? Oh, wow, Mr. E. Wait a minute, Policescape? I can't click on it right now or I'll kick myself off. I'm a sucker for the police ones. How come the police running though? Hold on a second. Fully connected, Mr. E. Wow. Oh, dude, you like to take pictures of graffiti too, man. That's one of my favorite things. I like to take pictures of graffiti at night. Because the backlight like adds to it. Oh, you got a lot of art. What? Oh, dude, yes.
Brilliant.
I like that shit.
That's made me smile. Thank you for coming in, Chat Mystery. And thanks for checking out the Urbexen channel. Mighty.
Yeah. Gotta watch your channel, Mystery, after their stream. Yeah. You guys definitely need to check out Mr. E's stuff, man.
Exactly, yeah. Yep. This is one of my points. It's very upsetting to see such an enthusiastic adventurer not climbing the YouTube circles. I mean, for me, that's what Mr. E be sharing. That's content. Yeah. He's not a criminal. He's not, like, you're not one of them bad peoples. So why don't his channel grow? Yeah. Why don't channels like that grow?
But he films the police a bit too, yeah. Accountability. Purple Aki, you only got 48 subscribers. I'm gonna give you 49, man. I know you don't have any content, but still, that's fine. I used to roll like that. Fully connected, Purple Aki. You've been here for a good while too, since 2021. Nice.
Yeah, and he's been involved with this channel since then as well. I think since it started, he's been coming to this channel.
Appreciate you too, Purple Aki, man. Sometimes people ain't got no content on their channel and people are like, oh, so what's up with that? Man, sometimes people don't know, Like me, I got a few things, but it's just old stuff. I unlisted a lot on my thing. Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. I posted a video 3 days ago and then I put it on a private link. I'm going to drop it. Homeless and proud. You're right, man. This is a good community Steve got going on here. That's why I'm here, man. You got some good people that come through here, and still we got a few troll, but that's common. But Steve, he can deal with it. Steve know how to smash the troll. Smashy troll. Steve loves the trolls. I love the trolls too, man. I like to give them rope. I like to run out the leash. Oh, dude, Steve, remember fucking Gonzalez? Hold on a second. I just got a message. All right. Whoa. Miguel Gonzalez. Remember that fucker? I found him someplace else. I found him doing the same thing. I had to alert the community. They're like, yeah. Homeless and proud, you just watch it? Yeah, man. Stupid piggies. Flashing their lights at me. It was funny, homeless. There's this place, me and my boys, we call it the pig pen. And we found it about a year ago, and it's where they got to go in one way, and they fill up with gas and check their car, and then they go back out. And I like to hang out where they have to exit. And I put myself right where the gate got to open all the way before they could squeeze around me, man. And I just there to test their attitude, man. And that night, man, I think there were like 7 of them drove by me and they didn't even pay no attention to me. And I was like, wow, this is a big pass, man. Big pass. They're doing good. And then this one came along and put me on spotlight. Stupid little piggy. You don't know I got my own light. It's been a long time since I lost a flashlight war. Oh, what just happened? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, homeless. That was a light video, a light one. That was light. Yeah. Appreciate that. Purple Lucky, where you at? Purple, where you at, man? You don't have to say. I'm not looking for information. Just talking. Some people don't like to say where they're from, and I can understand. I used to be the same way. I like to protect my identity, but at the same time, I live right here. If you feel like you want to come visit me, it may or may not be a good idea. I hope you have good intentions. You're in the UK? Oh man, Riot Central. Yeah, I've been in a few riot in prison and on the street. Man. Yeah, that's not how you make a difference, though. You don't go around wrecking other people's stuff because you're mad. The pen is mightier than the sword and the rock. I know what you mean. A lot of us are not happy. We're not happy, you know. But we got to learn how to deal with it differently. Make a positive difference instead of perpetrating the problem. True story, homeless and proud. True story, man. Miss Magpie! Hiya! Hiya, man. Miss Magpie. Oh, I'm so happy I met you. I think I met Miss Magpie in the middle of people beating her up. And then she stood up for herself and smashed them down. And I was like, oh, that was righteous. Righteous! Why, y'all? Oi! Man. Yeah, I went live, I think, Friday night. Had a good time. I was at a car show, man, and somebody rear-ended a hot rod, an old classic car, man. That was sad. Why I'm on? Why I'm on? Why I'm on? I used to live in the Caribbean for a long time. I used to live in St. Thomas for like 13 years. So that's where my accent come from a little bit. Sometimes that's the best time to meet people, Miss Magpie, in the middle of the heat in the kitchen. You find out who people really are, you know. Miss Magpie, strong and independent. You held yourself well, Miss Magpie. You held yourself well. Riot Central, Protest Central. Yeah, homeless, I watched that video where that started, man. The police came out and started bullying everybody, and everybody was like, no, not today. You picked the wrong block. Or the right one. Man, it's like 87 out here today, man. I hold up here in the shade. Yeah, man, not good. All over the UK now, right, my boy? Yeah. Yeah. Bro? Oh, I thought you said my boy. My boy. Yeah, people are not happy, man, and the police and the government promoting the line of division, the hate. You know, you can't fall into it. You got to keep it smiling and make a difference some other way. Homeless, you ever see a one-man protest? That's me, man. I'm usually out there cruising around looking for the park ranger or the police messing with homeless people, man, telling people, pushing people around, telling them they got to keep moving and stuff when they don't have to, you know? Man, you're right, Miss Magpie. You let yourself down. I'm glad you realize that. The funny thing about anger, it's a form of self-punishment. When you get mad at something somebody else said or did, why are we punishing ourselves? Gotta shake the hate. Shake it off.
Well, there's a lot to be said for that. And I brought up that topic earlier. Tolerating and allowing people to do from one to another is not good. Yeah, and this is where I self punish myself because I've recognized a couple of people that I could have put a full stop to so they wouldn't be bullying or terrorizing other people's lives. But instead, years go by and years go rolling on, and they're still doing the same, bullying and antagonizing people's just for the sick satisfaction.
Oh, it's tough when you let that go on for a while and then finally you got to do something about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem with the digital world. Is there's what all you can do about these cyber bullies, these trolls. There's nothing you can do apart from feed into their games. You know.
I'm pretty good at ignoring them.
Ignore them, and they go on to other people's. That's not very manly. I mean, like, you know, like if we're all to be kings and you know, like gods within ourselves, you know, I mean, like, it's an extreme cowardly thing to do is just ignore it and let it happen to other people's. Just my opinions.
It's tough because you're not everybody's daddy, but at the same time, man, you watching this thing go on, gotta put a
Yeah.
stop to it.
Yeah. You know, I've noticed anybody that I've said is a bad character on YouTube, I've seen their seen their publicity grow. You know, if I say somebody's a good person, I don't see the progress of their channels.
A lot of times you can tell by their channel, but then you can't take that at face value because some of us, like Purple don't post anything, you know. And sometimes people question it.
But it's the way Purple Aki interacts, though. Do you get me? Yeah, it's like
Uh huh.
Purple Aki's an interactor. He's not so much as a content maker. He's a reactor. He reacts, and the way he reacts, I don't see any issues with the comments and stuff. A very encouraging individual, you know, like very straight up. I mean, okay, fair enough. The title is a little bit playful, but that is rule number one on YouTube. Don't give away your privacy. Don't give away your private informations.
Oh, hey, you get my email or no?
I got your emails. Yeah. I was
Okay, good.
reading that stuff. Yeah,
Good. All right, all
yeah,
right.
yeah. Old newspapers, that isn't it?
Yeah, I'm surprised I still had access to them thing, man.
Yeah. And you're certainly
Yeah.
looking younger. And yeah, I can see it's you for sure. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, that's me, man.
Interesting.
didn't want to be coming up here telling my story and then not have backup.
Mm-hmm. That's understood. Understandable. I think I've just spotted the person that disappeared an hour or two ago. I've just come out of the bushes with a torch on. And a friend.
Yeah, I don't like how they wrote up the one when I escaped, but it is what it is. And people have a way with words, man.
Buenas noches.
Sorry about that. I think I ate something that didn't agree with me.
Oh dear. You swallowing mosquitoes?
Wow. Mm. Being nice is not a problem, homeless. I know sometimes people like to take advantage of kindness, but it doesn't stop me from being a nice person, man. Oh, man. Homeless are proud of you, just joking. Miss Bagpie, what did you say 3 hours ago? I'm kind of an absent friend, like I would love you with my whole heart and go out of my way to give you any help you need. But I tend to live in my own world and suck at keeping up communication. And I'm really sorry to anyone who takes that personally. I suck at communication too, Miss Magpie. Ham and salami Sammy's while homeless? Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm down for that. Miss Magpie says it's never wise to seek or wish for another's misfortune. If malice or envy were tangible and had a shape, it would be the shape of a boomerang. That's right. She says, I don't wish bad on anyone. Rotten fruits fall all on their own.
Well said. Well said, Mr. Magpie.
Miss Magpie, I'm on her community. She says, I've never regretted burning my bridges. I only regretted that some people weren't on the bridge while I was burning it.
Yeah.
Miss Magpie, if you're going to burn a bridge, make sure you're standing on it while it's burning so they know you're serious. Yes, Miss Magpie, it's easy to get subs when you're fighting a negative and spreading hate. I don't know why, but the majority of the people like that. I don't know why everybody's so ready to get down and throw punches, man. Sorry about that. Oh, there we go.
Sniff it up, bro. Sniff it up. And then if need be, spit it out.
Oh, no. Wow. Miss Magpie. Two blonde chicks in bikinis sitting on a blow up unicorn. Yeah, buddy. Yes, Miss Magpie.
Well, coincidentally, it's 22 minutes past 10 here in Spain. And last time I looked at the phone, it was 21:21. So now it's 22:22. Well, if you ask me to look at the clock every hour, I'd probably be looking at it every 2 or 3 minutes.
Mm. All right, there we go.
That's better. I was just
I had to
about
take
to
a
ask
call.
if there's an issue with the sounds.
Yeah, I had to take a call. Sometimes you'll see something like that happen every once in a while, and just have patience.
Aye, I got patience. I
That
should
you
create
do.
more patience.
That you do. I have a great amount of patience, and then sometimes I don't.
Yeah, I knows that one. The dogs are howling behind me. Sounds like they've been left home for the night.
Well, that's a good one, Miss Magpie. Remember, people want to see you do good, but not better than them. Oh, I don't know why. All right, I gotta dip out and make another phone call, but I'll have to come back for that. This one's gonna take me a minute.
Okay, my righteous. Thanks for joining. I
Yeah, man.
apologize for not being so talkative.
No apologies. That's what we're both here for, man. Keep each other out of that hole, you know?
Thank you.
Bring each other up. Yeah, give each other strength instead of beating each other down, you know? All right, my friend, let me do this. I'll be back. Be back.
All right. Boyaka.
Boyaka!
Wow, those dogs sound like savages behind the other side of that fence. And it sounds like there is at least 4 or 5 dogs behind that fence. Oh dear. thing with this panel, Paul, if you haven't figured it out already, if you want to join, you join. I mean, a couple of times I've thought about tagging you because you said you're coming to the panel. So if you see the link pinned and you ever feel like having that chat, then hit the link, is all I can say.
Yo, you right, man?
Hello.
Hello, man.
Welcome.
Welcome. How you doing?
Same old.
Where can I see the chat on this? Can I see the chat?
Press comments. You got top of the screen. It says private or comments. Press comments.
Ah, right. Yeah, I can see it now. So how you doing? Anyway, you said you were depressed and stuff like that.
Yes. It is a very depressing day from where I'm standing, where I'm looking. Yep.
Man, I had it on the weekend, last weekend. I felt like shit, to be honest with you. I don't know, I didn't sleep very well and stuff like that, and the weather was crap as well, and it just get you down, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Oh,
obviously, you don't have the problem with the weather and stuff like that, do you? So,
no.
yeah, it was shit.
No. It used to get me down when I lived in the UK.
Yeah, I can
The
imagine.
weather. No. So, what's your plans then, Paul? Are you trying to get to Southeast Asia or something? Are you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, eventually I'd like to. Yeah, I've always wanted to go to like. Can you actually hear me? Yeah, because this thing's saying it's got a fault on it or something or an error. Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you.
Can like the stream hear me and stuff?
If I can hear you, I'm sure the listeners can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So I've always wanted to go to the Philippines for I don't know 10 years now. Because I used to watch a guy years and years ago. Was backpacking around there, and it was amazing. So it's always been like in my heart to want to go there and stuff like that. And but obviously the whole of Asia there, I'd love to go to. Watch a lot of people on YouTube that travel around there and stuff like that. So I'd like to go there. But after speaking to you and stuff like that, and where I got made homeless from, the person there in Spain a lot. So ironically, I bumped into you through a recommendation from Aki, and you told like your story and stuff there and things like that, and I know the weather's fantastic there, and it's just I want to get out of this country basically because it's basically gone to the dogs, hasn't it? Basically, you knew that a long time ago. I said that in a video, I think, and there's just nothing left here for me, mate. That's all it is, and it's cold, damp, and wet. I have asthma as well, so that doesn't help with chest problems and stuff, does it? So I talk a lot. I'm sorry, mate.
No, that's what his channel's for, bro. People talk.
Yeah.
It gives us better opportunities of understanding what's going on and what's needed, how we can help you.
Yeah.
Most people on YouTube are looking for help. Yeah, most people, whether it's just social or whether it's clarification of something they got going on in life, like we can all relate to somebody. And that's the thing with social media, is that nobody should feel isolated.
Yeah, which you can do, can't you, from being homeless and stuff like that.
Exactly. When I read through your messages and the amount of people that keep plaguing you about, like family and jobs, it's like I've been through there for two and a half years almost. So I know exactly how straining those simple pointers that, other people take for granted.
Listen, when people say, haven't you got family to stay with? No, I haven't. It's just that I want to keep my channel positive and stuff like that about it, because it's become a huge part of my life, like keeping me going basically. Make the videos every day, rather than just sit there depressed and doing nothing. And I said that in the video today. I think that I want to keep active and just not sitting around doing nothing in a because I am sat literally in a field in the countryside. So if I don't go and walk somewhere or do something, I'll just stay there, procrastinate, do nothing, and get depressed and down. And I don't want to do that because I was always active in my life, and I'm not gonna let this thing beat me. I'm not gonna let it do it. Which is why I keep getting the books out of the library and join the library and stuff like that to look at travel books and stuff like that. Because, like you said, I'm sure you said in one of your things, you just went to Spain with the money to get there, didn't you?
I came with about 2K.
Right. Which is exactly what I thought the other day. If I can, and I've said in my video that I think I can get a job. It will be in the next few weeks, and I think I can do it. while I'm homeless, because it's not far from here, and as long as I can turn up looking fairly respectable, I can do the job, save the money up, and do exactly what you've done. Get a couple of grand and go. Where that'll be, I don't know. Probably Spain. I'll talk to you because it's cheap to get there.
It's cheap to get here, but it's not so cheap to live here anymore.
No, it was though, wasn't it?
Huh? It was, yeah. But you'll find that in the Far East as well. You know, when you get to the Far East, you know, it used to be a cheap place. But,
Yeah, it did.
and they're making the value of the place more expensive. Life has got more expensive there.
Yeah,
And so people like us, we will suffer when we go to those places that used to be. You know, expecting what it was, and it isn't.
Yeah. But this is why I kind of, I've always looked at Southeast Asia and, Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, places like that, because you can still go there really cheap. The main thing with it is the accommodation and the food is still super cheap compared to what it is in this country. This country is an absolute rip-off, we know anyway, but and I don't know, it's just but after seeing your videos and stuff that wouldn't say anything, it's the climate, mate, more than anything, because I've said this in videos and stuff, but, if it rains one day, it puts you in a real down mood because you can't really do anything. When you're living outside all the time, you're stuck in the tent. It's pouring down outside, so if you even to get out to go for a pee is a pain in the ass. You get soaking wet, and then you get back in the tent, and the tent soaking wet again. Then you're trying to cook something. I've got a little gas stove. I don't want to cook something in a sealed up tent because you're going to die from it. So I've got to get outside. It's always soaking wet, and I don't want to burn on it or something like that. But it's just everything, isn't it, mate? Whereas where you are, it's sunny for 300 days a year, isn't
it? Yeah. And when it does
exactly.
rain, it's quickly dry again.
Exactly, yeah. But in this country,
the issue that you find there, though, is that the rain just comes from nowhere, and then it changes the whole environment. You know.
Yeah. Mrs. Magpie, how will I manage a language barrier? I've started learning Tagalog, which is Philippine language, and I've also learned a bit of language. Well, I started learning Spanish as well. I started learning Spanish months and months ago. So holla. Yeah, that's not all I can say, but yeah. But the language barrier is not a problem because most even Southeast Asian countries speak English as one of the main languages.
I don't take that for granted. Don't be taking that for granted. They advertise that they speak, and they encourage the English language. But the reality is, a lot of these countries are rebellious to the English language. And so, by us coming to these countries with that level of ignorance, hey man, they're forced to speak our language. These people will not, out of respect for themselves, they will not speak the English language.
Steve, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Have you learned Spanish while you've been there?
I'm learning. I'm not reading. I'm not watching movies or listening to music to encourage, but I am learning the Spanish. And the difficulties I've had is I'm not very patient, or I've explored a lot of Spain, and so the language changes throughout different parts of Spain.
Oh yeah, of course it does. Yeah. but it does with Southeast Asia and stuff like that. I mean, there's not thousands, but there's hundreds of languages there. But
Yeah.
But yeah, I did start learning Spanish when I was with the crazy landlady, alcoholic idiot I was with, which made me homeless.
Mm.
If you look back on my my oldest videos, that's why I was homeless.
Yeah, I've gone through your videos because I was curious. I was trying to identify who put you onto my channel. Yep.
Yeah, go on. Sorry,
So I've seen that about the crazy drunken lady.
Yeah.
Yep. That was a lucky escape.
Yeah, I couldn't live with it, Steve. I honestly couldn't live with it. It was, I felt like you were going to wake up in the morning with a knife stuck in your back. That's what it was like. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And,
yeah. I
a bit being in a homeless hostel. I mean, but yeah, I couldn't deal with it. She was an absolute nightmare. She was, well, you've seen on the videos. I don't need to go into it now, do I? But
yeah, it's not healthy to be around people like that. Like, unfortunately, we don't know until it's too late. Like, I've known this woman that's got me in her caravan. I've known her for 8 years. And there's things that I'm learning in the last 2 weeks that, I should never fucking even have had any contact with the individual.
Yeah.
People like me and people like that is just like contradictory. And so naturally, this is, there's going to be issues.
That's the trouble with it, though, isn't it? There is issues. When I stayed with her, she was horrendous. We got on really well together at the start. She said, we like the same things and all this sort and that lot. And then all of a sudden, we had a drink the first night, which was, I'd moved in and stuff like that. So get a few drinks and stuff like that. And I was like, I'd all the food and stuff because I just moved in and, was happy and stuff like that. And she couldn't even get her ass out of bed the first night. So I just slept on the sofa. And then the next day she actually came upstairs. I've sold this whole video stuff. And then she just drank for 36 hours, basically. And then I went to bed and stuff like that. And then she got up and she's drinking red wine at 6 o'clock in the morning. And it's like, oh, no. And this went on every single day for a month and a half till I just couldn't take it. He called the police. He did everything. It was just a nightmare. So it was like, give me my stuff back. I'm fucking out of there. And that was it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there ain't no bells ringing until you understand and see somebody in their own environments.
Yeah.
And then it's too late.
She's going to kill herself, mate. She's still like that now. I know she's still like that now. Someone texted me and told me she's still like that now.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Paul, yeah, I mean, these people, they survive off people like us. Do you get me? And that's the sick thing. Yeah, like their sickness is a disability, and like we're health and fit. So there's no reason why, But there'll be somebody else. There'll be somebody else in a couple of weeks in that position. Same as my position. I walk away from where I'm at now. There'll be somebody else in there in a couple of weeks.
There will be, yeah. That's the thing.
But that's the final joke. That's the joke, though. Do you get me? That's the joke of life. I mean, we're constantly learning these things. But there ain't there ain't nowhere to put that information.
No, I know there isn't.
For our own heads.
Which is why I want to set up the YouTube channel to kind of document it. The first time I was homeless after leaving there, which is why I set those like when I set the YouTube up and did those like just random videos telling what it was like with her. I wanted to document it somewhere. Like you just said, so at least some people may interact with it and things like that. And people did. I got a lot of views on those, more views than I got my vlogs to be now. But
I've seen that, yeah. 2,500 views on most of your content.
Yeah, I know. But it's on like 30k views now. So the thing though, Dave, it's not so much like views and stuff like that. I want to keep going for my own like mental health. You know what I mean? I want to keep going because it's keeping me going. You know, in this time that I'm homeless and stuff like that. To try me, you know, because some of the comments and the support and stuff I've got off it are amazing, and I could never have ever thought that people would have done it because I never did it when I first put those videos up. I never thought people would react to it like that. And you know, I've not a big channel or anything like that, but it's just nice, you know, to interact with people like yourself now. I would never have thought to you if this hadn't happened to me. So maybe it's like fate. I don't know. Do you believe in fate? I don't know. Maybe I do now, but I don't know.
In modern times, it's a very strange situation to find yourself in. Same as myself, you know. It's like there's a lot of inhumane things that we encounter, and you know, like in 2024, is bullshit. You get me? Especially when we got the comparisons, you know, like like I said, I've had somebody that clearly was not of English heritage telling me that I've got no ties and no rights.
I remember you saying that, yeah. In Bristol, was it? Remember you saying that? Yeah. And you've lived in the country.
That's so confusing.
I don't blame you for leaving the country. I want to, and it's a shame really because you know this is the country we were born in, and it's not anything racist or anything like that. It's just the country. It has gone to the dogs, and the trouble with it is everything is such a rip-off in this country now. You can't live a normal happy life in this country. Everything is so expensive. Look at all the crap over COVID and that lot. Energy bills, all this crap. You know, there's people going to food banks, got like 4 kids, and it's either go to the food bank and pay your money there or put the electricity on. Do you remember that?
Say again. Do I remember what?
In this country, like the energy crisis and stuff like, it wasn't a crisis. It's just they put the prices up from COVID. So there was families, you know, 2-3 kids over, and they had to either put the electricity on or buy food for the children. So what did they do? And the government didn't give a crap about it.
Yeah. Do you know that energy saving and all that whatnot? Yeah, that was all. that was all to recognise. You know, like who's got power, who's dependent. Yeah, most of all dependent.
Are you cooking or something, Steve?
No, I'm not cooking. Have another guess.
Sound like you're making food or something.
Cool, I wish. I've been eating peanut butter and fucking bananas for the last fucking 4 days. If I had facilities for cooking, I'd be well happy.
I've got a little camping stove with one gas bottle left. I did have 5. I've used them all now, but so I've just been like toasting sandwiches up and stuff like that. But you said it right. I asked in my video today that like what's the really high calorie bit of food you can get super cheap and you know, cook without a lot of cooking facilities. And so I've asked that. So we'll see what the comments are. But that's the first thing I said. I remember you saying it, peanut butter.
Yep, it's one of those energy things, you know, like that peanut butter. Yep.
Right, mate.
But it's not a comfort food that I'm used to.
Well, remember you sent me a comment, I think today, saying that, you know, if you're going to be out and stuff like that, you need to get the calories in, which is
I
obviously,
did say you need a better diet. You need to be eating better than you are.
yeah, I absolutely do. It's,
I know you do. I can see it. You know, like I've lived it for since I was 15 years of age. I've been, you know, like living this outdoor lifestyle. But I've never had it as extreme as I've got it here in Spain. And yet, the abundance of fresh food and the abundance of open space with great opportunities is like there's too much for one person. You know, far too much for one person to be going around doing. And like the worst thing you can be doing in situations like mine is adopting animals. You know. Yeah, the soft heart and soft mind in us, yeah, you know, like the animals weaken us. We give priority to the animals and forget about ourselves, and then it's like, yeah, then what? You know, and then there's that whole mental issue of, you know, like the people that are attracted to the animals, they couldn't give a fuck about you, you know. Yeah, I mean, like most people greet me because of me dogs. They'll come over with treats for the dogs, but they ain't interested in me. They ain't got no treats for me, you know. But I'm the one making sure that my dogs look as good as they do. You get me? So I'm the one taking care of my dogs and going without, so that my dogs have got. Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. You know, like I was nearly ready just to fuck everything off and just walk off down to the beach. But yeah, when I reached out to people's, you know, there was opportunities like this caravan, for example. And then there's all that sort of comfortable, you know, like, yeah, get comfy, rest for a couple of weeks, you know, maybe a couple of months. I haven't rested since I've been there. I haven't rested. No. I don't heal, you know, and I'm not healing because I'm constantly doing, you know, and like the support that I've had, you know, he's gone in the wrong direction. Again, I cared for the dogs. I made sure the dogs have got their tick and flea treatment. Make sure that they got their worming tablets. Make sure that they got food. Yeah, I haven't got for myself. You get me? Yeah, and people were sending me money so I could buy a mobile phone. You know, so I can stay in communications. Huh? It's like, fuck, man, I keep fucking myself up.
There's no way I couldn't look after a dog now on my own. No, there's no way, because there wouldn't be enough food. There wouldn't be enough food. So I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it, mate. Because you know,
I tell you, I've been doing it for 8 years. I've been doing this shit for 8 years. Yeah, I used to fucking sit in that hippie community with my black fella's mother. Yeah, and she'd give me puppies after puppies. Do you get me? Yeah, because people are so fucking ignorant. They let their they let their dogs run around free, and they don't even consider. Steve's bitch. Steve's female bitch is on a chain and staying at home, and he said she's in season, keep your dogs away. But they bring their dogs and their children, and they start laughing and says, it's sex education for the children. We're like, what kind of sick fucks are you? I've been tied down for the last 3 or 4 fucking years looking after puppies after puppy after puppy. You know, like, he's sick. I need to get away from this fucking lifestyle. Yeah.
Well, that's why I don't think I couldn't have a dog. I mean, I love a dog, but I just don't think I could do it because I just couldn't.
In your lifestyle, mate, they're a waste of time. They're a waste of time. In your lifestyle, there's a waste of time. In 2024, there are too many rules and regulations, you know, like for animals now. Yeah, the animals have got more rights than we do. You know. They got more fucking rights, yeah? If I wanted to go and get a couple of goats now to be self-sufficient, they got to be more up-to-date with the vets than the dogs are.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. I know people spending like $2,000 on a dog to keep it like vaccinated and all this bullshit. And it's like, what the fuck is that about?
I've heard about people paying $2 grand for a fucking dog. I mean, slavery's out of the fucking question. Do you get me? Yeah, and it's very extremely illegal and frowned upon in most circles of life. But people will justify paying $2 grand for a fucking dog. You know, and that's just because he's got a breed. Yeah.
But that's why
Mm.
people are robbing dogs and stuff like that, you know, our backyards and stuff like that, because they
Yeah.
can get like, you know, £1,000 for them.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so they rob someone else's dog and then just get £1,000 for it because it's like a breed or something. But I get all the time, Steve, right? I get all the time where I am, because I'm in a sort of like, I don't know where I am, but there's dogs coming all the way up and down. And I don't know whether they can smell food, but I always like wrap it up in bags and put it in the tent, seal the tent up. And every
Mm.
single day, some dog comes up here and it pisses me off so much. The owners don't
Yeah.
come up, just dogs. And I'm like, shoo, get the fuck out of there. And it goes.
Mm.
But every day, and it's just annoying me. Do you know what I mean?
Mm,
And
of course
I
you will do. Yeah.
that's the thing that annoys me the most. And
Yeah.
there's only one time, great big like pit bull dog came down, and it wouldn't leave. And I was going to hit it, not hit it, but I was trying to shoo it away and stuff. But I thought, if I
Mm.
do it anymore, it's going to bite my hand off because it was massive.
Mm.
And the owner actually came
Mm.
down, put the lead on it, and drag it back up the hill. And I was thinking, if
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sat in the and you know I've got food in there with me, it bursts in. What's going to happen? But the guy was dead apologetic and stuff like that about it. I didn't know you were down here, mate, and stuff like that. I'm thinking, right, there's another person that knows I'm here. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah.
never been back. Don't get me wrong, he's never been back. And I've never really been hassled here, apart from dogs. Because I don't know, you
Yeah.
can smell the food. I don't know what it is, but
Well, for survival, yeah, we're told, you know, like living on ground level, yeah, we are animal fodder, and they're, you know, like our tents and stuff like that. They're territories animals are will associate with. Yeah,
yeah,
I've seen so many people's like living in tents, and the
yeah.
animals will make fucking shit of their tents just because there's food inside there. It might not even
Yeah.
be food that they can access or eat. You get me? Yeah, but they're gonna access it and they're gonna rip up the tent. You know, I've seen it loads of
That,
times.
that's what I've been thinking. That's literally what I've been thinking. Because, like I say, I always be careful with it. I don't leave anything outside the tent. Nothing. Um,
Mm,
I sit up in bags. I've got a dry bag, put the food in, and which I had from years ago. Seal the tent up, and obviously I go away from the tent. I go walking. I go, you know, the town and stuff like that, get food and stuff like that. But every single day you come back and you've got that dread that you know when you come back and like, is the tent going to still be all right?
yeah,
Unfortunately, it has been. It has been every single time. But you know, when you get that dread, one time I'll come back and it'll be trashed. It'll be trashed by.
yeah,
It'll either be trashed by someone or it'll be trashed by a dog trying to get in for food.
yep,
And if that
yep.
happens, mate, I
That's what
don't know what's
happens
going to happen.
as soon as the council finds out where you are. Yeah, like they're more than likely set fire to your tent. You get me? Yeah, that's what's happened to me down in Devon and around the place. Yeah. The
Yeah, but
council, the motorway, fucking maintenance peoples, they're the ones that'll fucking remove me without, yeah, without communicating first. For one reasons why I don't set camp, you know, like generally, you know, I'd much rather carry everything that I got.
would you
Mm.
would you
That
would
means I
you
don't.
like suggest doing that? Would you suggest like moving all the time? Because someone else told me don't stay in a spot more than a week or two because people get to know like seeing you there all the time. So
I've
move
said
on.
that in your. I've said that into your. I've put that into your comments as well. I think
Yeah,
today about you know, familiarity. People will get familiar. You know, people share concerns. You know,
yeah.
and yeah, you'll find people who send you fucking pizza deliveries in the middle of fucking nowhere just because they're taking a piss. Do you get me? Yeah. Mm. And yet,
Because
people will
I've been
get to know that somebody's camping out there, and they do go looking for camps.
because I've
Yeah.
been in the same now for probably 4 weeks maybe in this
Mm.
tent. And this is why I keep saying in videos I'm going to move. And I found a few spots, but they're just not as good, if you know what I mean. And they're still slightly, you know, public and stuff like that. So it's like, why should I move? but
Mhm.
I don't really know. But like I say, I am like conscious that if one day I will get back and the tent will be trashed. I am conscious of that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't really want to do that. But I can't really
Personally,
carry on.
one thing I used to do, yeah, when I was in Bristol and I was up in Clifton, up Clifton Downs, I used to pack my things up and I used to hide them in trees, yeah, halfway between where I was going and where I'd be coming back to. And that way, very few people these days are looking up what's in trees. Do you get me, yeah? So there's an amount of safety up in trees. And there's very few animals that will be getting up the tree, especially if you're changing trees every day. Yeah, and you put your fucking food up and hanging from from a branch.
Yeah.
Very few
That's
animals will get that.
very good idea, that you? Not thought about that.
Mm,
To be honest with you. That's a superb idea. But
mm,
I was stashing food in a different place from the tent.
mm,
Never had any animals. Now I've kept it in a tent. I've got dogs coming up here all the time. So
mm,
maybe do that.
mm.
Yeah, it's just something.
Living with my dogs, yeah, my Captain Jack will steal nothing from me. Yeah, he will sit and he will watch it. He will not steal it until it is given to him. Yeah, but like Grizzles, yeah, he thinks people are only got food. That's all he associates with people with. And this is
Yeah.
where, like walking with a dog like himself, is very, like, for me, he's adopted. Yeah. I adopted him when he was a year and a half old. He was, he'd been cared for by 4 or 5 other people before that. And that's including his owners. And mate, yeah, if you was ever here, yeah, I'd show you how the fucker was living. Do you get me? Where he's living and how he's living. So in comparison to how he's living now, yeah, I mean he is living it up now. Yeah, really. Yeah, like he's never had like with me. He never had life anywhere near as good. Yeah, until he met me, right?
Yeah.
And but other people don't recognize that. Yeah, other people who think, oh, like he's on the chain, oh, he should be freed. Like what have we got him tied to the caravan for? And this is what's been said by a woman that screams at her dogs from morning, night, and fucking every fucking opportunity she got of screaming at her dogs. Yeah, she telling me that I'm doing things wrong with my dog. You get me? And
Yeah.
but people are fucked up and weird, yeah. And the truth is like Grizzles is nice to her because he wants her food. He's going into her place, taking her food, taking her dog bones and all that whatnot. So he's fucking proper like, hey, do you get me? Yeah, And then he
That's all
goes
they're
off
looking
to the
for.
neighbors
Food.
doing theirs. And what?
Yeah. That's all they're looking for. Food, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Once the dog is gone, once the dog is grown up or a cat is grown up hungry, yeah, they'll always have that mentality. All they got is to look forward to is food.
Yeah.
And that's what his Grizzles has had for a year and a half before he met me. He had fucking competition for food. And so that's made him hungry in mind. Anybody that he meets says, oh, you got food for me? Oh, you got food for me? You know? I could never leave him outside the shop. You get me? Yeah, he'd be wandering off with the first person. So that means I could never tie him to Captain Jack and leave him outside the shop because that means like I'd lose both dogs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. He's really got a crackhead, smackhead, junkie mentality. This Grizzles have, and it's really difficult. This lifestyle is very, very difficult. Mm.
I mean, fair play to you. You've got 2 dogs and you're keeping them alive and all that, but I don't think I could do it. I honestly don't think I've got enough food.
I can honestly tell you, Paul. I can honestly tell you, I am at my wit's end. I don't know what else to do. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. Yeah, I can carry my Captain Jack, but I cannot carry Grizzles, and I need to get rid of Grizzles. But like to put him onto other people where he's going to be treating them the same as he's treated me, I cannot justify it. But I cannot justify taking him to the vets either. To have him put down. But that is the most safest, most respectful thing to do. Yeah. But I can't do it. Yeah.
No. I wouldn't be able to do it, mate. I wouldn't be able to do it. But Are you eating all right though? You
I might fuck, mate. I might fuck. Yeah,
what do you eat in a
really.
day? Like,
I
hey,
have
I'll
not
tell
been
you what I
eating
eat.
properly for ever since I started caring for this fat fuck. Seriously, I have never sat down for more than a day or two and like relaxed, yeah, without having the fucking stresses of having to carry and exhaust myself, yeah. I get rich for one day, I'm happy for one day. Tomorrow, oh fuck. The next day, fuck, 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 fuck. And it's all because I'm caring for another person's dog. Yeah, me and me Captain Jack, we're rich. Yeah, we can just walk and do whatever. Do you get me? Yeah, but what I'm caring for somebody else's thing that is more greedy than anything else that I've known, apart from Taxman, is like fuck, man. You know, it's like whoa. I've not been eating properly for fucking years, and this is where I'm crying out. Yeah, I am crying out. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck to do. Yeah, I'm not a dog eater. You know, I've been accused of being a dog eater. I'm not a murderer. I'm not a kidnapper. I'm not even a fucking thief. But all these things that I've been accused of being, you know, it's like, fuck, man. I wish I was a fucking thief. I wish I was a murderer. I'd be rich as fuck by now. Just one act. Just one simple fucking thing, and I'd be a fucking minted because I'd do it wisely. You know, I wouldn't be doing it for attention seeking.
Yeah, you are a caring person, really deep down, aren't you? Because you won't let that dog go, will you?
I don't know how to let him go. Yeah, if I have to, you know, then I have to. Yeah, and it's getting to that point where I have to. Yeah, I have to keep my head above water. I have to look after my dog, not other people's fucking dogs.
Can you not take the dog back to where he came from?
The people are in the UK, mate. They abandoned him and 30 other dogs in fucking in 2019.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough.
I sat on his mountain. I sat on his mountain looking after him and his fucking family after rehoming most of his family members. 26 of his family I rehomed, and I cared for him and 4 others. His mother and his father and a brother and a half-brother. I cared for them for fucking 3 years. I went without water because I was carrying them water. Their water was more important than me.
Yeah, no, I understand that, yeah.
I had fuck all for 3 years living up on that mountain. Absolutely fuck all. But I was making sure they had 120 kilos of food every month. I made sure they had fucking 20 liters of water each every day. This is it, mate. Yeah, I've been saying, yeah. You see that joke Mrs. Magpie says about people offering fights and on this YouTube. This is how people's channels will grow, yeah, and they take 6 months training, yeah. I've asked for 6 months, 6 months so I can get strong, yeah, physically, eat properly, not having stress about anything. I'm not wanting to smash somebody's head in. I'm not looking to doorstep anybody's. I'm not looking to fucking take anything from anybody else, yeah, and I'm not seeking for social benefits or anything. Yeah, I've asked for an environment where I can relax and make garden. 6 months and make strong, and within that 6 months, I'll be fucking strong.
Yeah, I know. The simple thing, it's just having a hot meal at night and shit like that, and not having to sit out like it's 10:15. Obviously, it's 11:15 at you now. 12:15 now at you.
Yeah.
And I'm sat in a fucking field with a coat on, fucking freezing cold, basically. Obviously, I'm in England, you're in Spain, so you're probably fucking boiling hot. But it's the simple things like, I'd love a bit of like spaghetti bolognese now with a bit of garlic bread, stuff like that. And it's like,
right then, can I tell you, son? Yeah, if you arrived here tomorrow, yeah, I'd show you, yeah, that 2 people can make a fucking life, yeah. That's what I'd show you. I'd be able to run circles around this fucking town. I'd have a job for both of us within a few days, and happy days. But walking around with 2 fucking dogs, and people are only wanting to talk about the dogs, it's like, fucking hell, man, what the fuck? I don't even have the strength to go and collect the rest of my things. I don't even have what it takes to pay somebody to go and collect my things. You know, I
That's
had
the thing,
somebody
though, man.
saying there a few days ago, yeah. They said, for 3 days I've sat waiting. 3 days I'm sat there waiting. What time is this person coming around? What time, like, is suitable for this person? And it's
But
like, what the
you're
fuck?
relying on it, though, aren't you? You're relying on it, though, aren't you? And that's the thing that people don't realise. That if someone says something, I can bring this to you, or I'll get you this little bit of food, and then it doesn't happen for 2 days. You're fucked, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? It's stuff like that. The only reason I'm getting by, mate, is the food bank in this country. That's the only reason. That's the only
Yeah.
reason. If that food bank didn't happen in this town where I am, I don't know what I'd be eating. Fucking grass or something like that. Not grass as in like that, but fucking blueberry.
Well,
Not blueberry.
like I said to you, the supermarkets, no matter what country you're in, the supermarkets and the food markets, none of them will refuse you food. You can even go to bars and restaurants and ask for food as a homeless person. You might get refused in one, but you go to the next and you go to the next until you get served. Do you get me? Yeah, and that's how I'm happy to live in Spain. Yeah, I'm not, I'm not a thief. I'm not going out fucking robbing. I'm not a beggar. I'm not sitting there waiting for fucking somebody's handout. And I'm certainly not going in dustbins eating fucking rubbish. So I'm happy munching a few grapes and a few figs and stuff. Do you get me? Yeah, but it's food. It's food, but it's not real food.
Go on, sorry. If you think I went round supermarkets and asked them for food, you think any of them would give me it?
You should try. You should try. Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, I've done it, and it's a lot more. It's a lot more humble and respectful. Asking rather than shoplifting. Yeah, for all those
true.
people shoplifting, that's disgusting behavior. And I've always said it. I've never had a conscience to shoplift. But you'll be surprised. You will be surprised the amount of support you will get from people with cafes, bars, restaurants, fucking supermarkets. You will be surprised. Yeah, they appreciate people asking. They've always got stuff in the back shelves that they're going throwing away. They don't want to throw. That's where the food banks get their food from. I taught a lot of people in Bristol how to survive, yeah, and I taught a lot of people in the shops how to be respectful towards, their throwaway food. Put on fucking shelves. Don't be putting it in bins. Put on shelves. Phone us up. Tell us you're putting what hour, and we'll be there.
I said this in the video, mate. The food waste in the UK is absolutely disgusting. You can look it up online. It's disgraceful. I think the average family throws away about 20% of what they buy. It's disgusting, mate.
Yeah.
Disgusting because there's people that need that food, which obviously why the food bank is set up and stuff like that. Because there's stuff in there. A lot of the dates are okay, and some of it's like really close to the date. But I mean, I'd eat something that's out of date for 2 days. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, for sure.
People throw that away. And it's like it's perfectly fine. But I do think the supermarket too. Go on.
No.
I do think the supermarkets, all this best before date shit, people look at that and they just throw it away, and it's like it's perfectly fine for like a week after the best before date because the clues in the tile is a best before, so it's going to be good at this time, but it might be a bit worse after this time, but you can still eat it.
Yeah.
I've been eating a loaf of bread there I got from the food bank last week. It's perfectly normal. It's fine. Toast it up on the little stove I've got. There's nothing wrong with it. But people have thrown it in the bin. The food waste thing annoys the crap out of me, Steve. Seriously, it annoys the crap out of me because people like us and stuff like that need the food, and I could get a loaf of bread 5 days out of date. I'd still eat it. There's nothing wrong with it. Literally. But I don't know.
Well, you're lucky you've got teeth for eating stale bread. I don't have the teeth for it.
No, I haven't really, mate. be honest with you, but just break it apart and eat it like, you know, one bite at a time. It don't matter, mate.
Yep. It is one of the things as well that I've learned, you know, like our lifestyle, being out on, yeah, you know, like bread and pasta are the worst things you can be eating. It just makes us sleepy and, yeah, makes us sleepy and brain dead. You know, you need to be eating meat and vegetables, you know,
Yeah,
fruits. You need to be eating the real
yeah,
food. And this is what I says about why I buy biscuit rather than I buy the cheapest of biscuits rather than buying bread. You know, it goes with pate, it goes
yeah,
with cheese, you know, the jams, it goes with everything. Do you get me? Yeah. Mm.
yeah, totally. But
And it's
like
got
I say,
fat and it's got sugars in it. So those things
well,
keep you going much more than just plain old bread.
I said on my video tonight that, like you said, I think you recommended it, peanut butter and stuff like that. Hugely high.
Hmm.
I want something like high in calories, super cheap.
Mm.
You know, that can get you through the day and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
but
And
I,
that's
you
why I
know, I
eat a lot
said
of crisps. That's why I eat a lot of crisps. Yeah, because like crisps has got calories, it's got quick energy, you know, and it's that quick energy that we're needing. You know, it's one thing eating legumes and sitting around and letting it digest. You know, like you don't get no energy from that, really. Yeah, it's just a stomach filler. But like that fatty, you know, like protein and carbohydrates. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, calories is, you know, it keeps you going. Mm.
yeah, peanut
And you're
butter's probably
ready.
the best. I'm gonna have to
Mm.
get some peanut butter and stuff like that. But I was eating,
Always look at
obviously,
the
I've been,
ingredients. You don't want no sun packed peanut butter because that's got like about 20 or 30 ingredients. You know, you want just raw peanut butter,
what's some
100%
nice
peanut.
palm oil in it and stuff like that.
You don't want no palm oil. Yeah, that's
You know
no
what?
good for you.
You know what, Steve? I went to Aldi today. I know because you said peanut butter, and I went in there, looked at the peanut butter, and the cheapest one I could find, which was the Aldi stuff, in a little jar. And you know what? It said on there, no palm oil, and that was the cheapest one. I think it was £1.5p. I said it
Mm.
in the video before, and I was
For how
like,
many grams?
I don't know how much. It's the smallest jar you could buy, basically.
Mm. I pay about €3.50 for less than half a kilo of peanut butter, which is expensive. Like I remember back in Ireland, I used to pay about £2 2 punt for £2 for a kilo of
Yeah,
peanut butter.
I think it was about
That was going back 20 years.
it would have literally been probably like about 200 grams. I don't. If anyone in the comments can say what it is, I don't know. But
Mm.
it was the smallest jar they did, but it's peanut butter in the end. And I remember
Yeah.
you mentioning it, and I thought I'm going to look at the price of it, and it was only like £1 basically. There's like
Mm.
yeah, I could get that because it's hugely high in calories in it, and it's
Mm.
high in protein and stuff as well,
Mm.
which is
Yeah.
good. But yeah, I
Yeah,
asked in the video.
for proteins,
Protein.
one thing that I don't know if you consume pig, but like one thing I've learned since being in Spain is pig fat is one of the best. Yeah, one of the best for having proteins. Uh,
Steve, I'll eat anything literally. There's no food
mm,
I don't. The only thing I don't like, and you'll laugh, is olives. I don't like
mm,
them, but I would eat
mm.
them now. And
Yeah, but
that's
you've been
about
eating
it.
olives in England. You wait until you get to Spain and you see olives here. Yeah, you know, like I'll have you surprised. Yeah, olives in England are horrible. Same as in Ireland, absolutely disgusting. Yeah,
Olives are
but
one
since
for
I've
the
been in
chap.
Spain, olives are yummy. Mm.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you, mate. I completely agree with you. But
Mhm.
yeah, every
And
morning I just go on.
one thing I've got there is about 20 kilos of salted and sun dried olives. Yeah. Now those like for me it's like boring food. Yeah, but it's fucking good quality. You know, like yeah. And the problem with that is like you're getting the good quality in small doses, but then the greed, you know, the hunger, you know, the wanting to be satisfied
Yeah.
comes into play. Yeah, and so I'll eat fucking too many olives. I'll eat too many figs, and then my guts will say, You know, like happy days. You know, like yeah, but
Yeah.
uh,
Mate, every day I've been getting up, and I made it a ritual now. Get up and did it on one of my videos. We walked down there, and there's a lane here. It's like about half a mile, something like that. There's blackberry
mhm,
bushes all the way down it. They're absolutely
mhm.
full now of blackberries. I've just been walking down there and like eating half kilo in the morning of them, and just amazing. They are amazing.
Mhm.
You know, just for
Yep.
breakfast, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There
I do.
must
Yeah.
be some nutrients in them. And then coming back, making a little bit of like stale toast bread, if you know what I mean, on the stove and stuff. And then obviously I've got to go to town and charge phone up and stuff like that. But yeah, there's loads of stuff. There's 2 apple trees I found as well here. At like
Mhm.
um, one sec, hang on.
If you've got your gas burner, yeah, surely you'd be able to make chapatis. You know, pan bread.
I could do, but you know what? I've not got. It's an actual pan. I've been using
Right. Yeah.
I had chili and beans one night, washed it out, and I've been using the can. You know, the can you buy from the shop. I've been using
Yeah.
that to
Yeah.
cook it. So yeah, I need a like little like a I don't know what they call them, like billy pot or something like that, or a frying pan kind of thing.
Yep.
But yeah, I've just been using an old can to boil stuff up in and stuff like that.
I don't know what your views on recycling are, but like you know, like here in Spain, a lot of people survive from recycling, and so you know, like there's always pots and pans, you know, especially this time of year, like tourists coming and going, house sales and buys and all this whatnot, you know, like yeah,
Yeah.
people leaving. There's always quality stuff to be recycling. With a bicycle, you get around the place, and you know, like you every day you'd find saucepans, you know, in
I don't
built up
know.
areas.
I'm in quite a small town, so I don't even know where to get that from.
Mm.
Seriously,
And
man.
charity
I don't know.
shop. You got any charity shops?
There is charity shops, yeah, but they charge for it.
Mm.
You know,
But you
everything
go
there.
to them and you say, "Hey, excuse me, here's my YouTube channel. I'm homeless. Yeah, please. Yeah, have you got anything that I can use? Please. Yeah, I'm homeless. I am charity. I'm not an organized charity like you guys. Yeah, I'm a charity
Yeah.
case. So please, yeah. And you know,
Yeah, I
like,
see
yeah,
that.
if you're doing a YouTube channel and you go and interact with these things, and then you come outside and you give a report, you get me? Oxfam refused me. Yeah,
Right, yeah.
Oxfam refused me. Greenpeace refused me. This
It's
will put an
crazy.
emphasis on the reality of what charity is. Yeah, you know, it don't matter if you're a charity case or not. Do you get me? You know, and
Yeah.
go to the
But it's
charities and ask them.
not really charity if they're charging like £5 for something, is it?
Mm? That's hardly charity when you're a charitable individual and when you're in need. Yeah. You know, I've experienced it in Spain where you have to be a member. You have to be a residential
Really?
member of charity to receive charitable food. Uh,
How does that work? You got to remember.
exactly. Exactly. This is what I argue with them. Here, I'm here today and gone tomorrow. Yeah. You telling me I got to stick around for a week before I can become a member? I'd be hungry within a week. I'd be driven to crime and depression within a week.
How
Hmm?
does that work? That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous.
That's the reality, though.
I know, but it's
Hmm?
the whole fucking world is gone fucking crazy, ain't it, with shit like that? You know,
Which is
charity
one of the
used to
reasons
be.
I left UK. One of the
A
reasons I left
charity.
UK was
Well,
the fact that I was aware that there was so much skullduggery and conning and cheating, and there's so much fucking
yeah.
greed. Yeah, people like me out on the streets, we don't get a looking. Yeah, you got all the people with their apartments. You've even got the people with their apartments going to church before it gets passed out to homeless people. They've got first dibs. It's not
Yeah,
even for
I've
them; it's
seen
for the
that.
fucking homeless people. For fuck's sake,
You know
Yeah?
what? I've
What are you
seen that,
doing
mate.
catering for
I've
people
seen
with
that.
addresses? Hmm?
They all go into the pot and then they take the bit out of it and then they give the crap to the supposed homeless people. It's like,
Hmm?
fuck
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
I've been to homeless centres in Bristol and I will not get a look in because I'm homeless. Yeah? It's like, what the fuck? Yeah? I'm homeless, genuinely homeless. Yeah? And what? You know? Hmm?
Mrs. Magpie in a comment, most charity shops will explain if you are homeless and will help you. I will go and try this tomorrow, and you know what? I will make a video about it, and I'll let them see what I'm doing. I'll show them my YouTube, and I will video them if they can. I doubt they'll let me video them, but yeah, I will do that tomorrow, and we'll put it on the video tomorrow. So
Do you know,
when
I
does
can
that work?
honestly say, when I knew I was coming to Spain, yeah, there was one person that helped me, and that was the person in the that I'd go and see for me inhalers and me steroid tablets, yeah, me fucking breathing. Can't remember fucking her name
I've
now,
got asthma, mate.
but
I've got asthma.
yeah, she was the only one that helped me. Yeah, when I said to her, "Here, listen, yeah, I'm just back from Spain, and I didn't need me inhalers. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why you don't give me a free ticket to go to Spain?" She says, "That like that's not our business." Yeah, like, but you are right. The change of climate will help your asthma, and going to sunny Spain will help your asthma, and it did. Like for 10 years now, I haven't touched an inhaler. I haven't even thought about touching inhalers. Yeah. And because I don't touch the inhalers, the steroid tablets went out the window. They went in the bin somewhere. And yeah, I've been fucking sound for 10 years.
You know what, mate? My dad has got a lot. Bless him, he's gone now, but he had a lot of problems with his chest and stuff like that. And the doctor said to him, he's seen his doctor for like 20 years, and he said, just move countries. If you move to Spain or anywhere down from there, you won't have the chest problems.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously my dad didn't and died, but that's what I mean. That's what pisses me off. Like, I'm sat now in this field, like where my tent is and stuff like that, in a bloody hoodie, coat, t-shirt, everything, and it's damp. It's damp. The grass is
All day,
damp.
every day. All day, every day, you'll be damp in the UK and in Ireland, and that's Wales and Scotland, and that's what I experienced. Yeah, not only was a deckhand fisherman, working on fishing boats, surrounded by damp and diesel, but then a farming experience as well. And it's like that stuff gets into you, and there's no coming back from it. Do you get me? Yeah, until you get out of it. Yeah.
It's every day you wake up, the tent has got a conversation on it. Everything's damp. You touch it, your clothes are wet. It's just like, this is not doing me any good. You know it's not doing you any good, don't you? When you wake up in that. But I mean, it's kept the rain off. Don't get me wrong, but as soon as you touch the inside of the tent, it's soaking wet. It's like, what the?
Yeah. And that's where you're better off without a tent. Yeah, you're better off with cardboard, carton, on top of pallets. Yeah, get 3 pallets. Yeah, put your cardboard boxes on top of your pallets and have a tarpaulin. Yeah, and wrap around a couple of trees with your tarpaulin. Shape it with a few sticks and a bit of string. Yeah, and I swear down now, yeah, that tarpaulin will be so much better for you than living in a fucking tent. That's how I progressed in the UK.
I want tarp because it's more stealthy. People don't see you anyway. I said this to a guy that I want a tarp. He tarp camp everywhere, and it's just so much fucking better. If you can get off the ground, you need to get off the ground. That's the thing with it.
That's what I said. Got a few pallets.
I know.
Yeah, bits of cardboard, Here in Spain, it's fucking fantastic. Every pile of bins, yeah, there's stacks of cardboard. You get me? Yeah, every day of the week, there's fresh carton. So like so long as like you're respectful, like you put the rubbish back with the rubbish when you're finished with it, when
Yeah.
you're moving on. Like for me, I've had no hassles. The only time I've had hassles is when I settle with other people.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, in
When I
Spain,
take on
the
other people's
climate,
things.
yeah, the climate's so much better, man. The climate's so much better. It's just not. You've lived in UK, Ireland, whatever, and it's just damp all the time, isn't it? It's not. It's
Yeah.
raining all the time. It's just the ground is damp all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
And
It warms up and it heats up, and there's humidity, there's moisture,
yeah,
and it's just damp all the time. Yeah,
yeah,
2 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning it starts. By 4 o'clock in the morning, it's falling. Yeah, and is rising from any bit of warmth. You're sucking it up. You're sucking it up from the ground. Hmm?
yeah. I know.
Hmm?
But it's not good for
The best
people with
thing I
chest
suggest
wounds.
you, if you've got no ties, yeah, if you ain't got no positive future, like in the UK, go
Mm,
wandering in the sunshine, yeah. If you've got 50 quid in your pocket, half of that will be your flight. Half of that, then what's remaining, that'll be your survival mode. You get me, yeah? And then from then on, you're just living.
true.
When I went to the streets in Spain, yeah, my first year in Spain, I was renting a big orchard, yeah, big
Yeah,
lands. I was doing gardening, I was doing tree work, yeah. I had me a student for listening English. Do you get me? Yeah, I had incomes, I had stability, but finding a big dog made me homeless. Yeah, the landlord
right.
didn't want that dog on the land. Yeah, so for me, going homeless with less, like I think I had less than 200 quid in my pocket at the time. Yeah.
Yeah,
Man, I've survived fucking 9 years without fuck all. Yeah.
yeah. I
I have
need to do it
survived
now.
9 years with fuck all. Understanding that, yeah. So if I was to give anybody sound advice, like your life and health is deteriorating. You've got dreams, gamble.
Yeah,
If you've got social benefits, use your social benefit this week to get a ticket. Next week, you use that for getting your fucking ass out of there. You know?
yeah.
Mm?
You're fucking right. Mate. Yeah, you're fucking
Yeah.
right.
Prolonging it, you're only deteriorating. Yeah.
It is that though. It is that because I have noticed myself deteriorating. I've lost weight and shit like that,
Mm?
and,
Mm?
which really pisses me off, to be honest with you. And sleeping on the ground all the time, the fucking joints are aching and shit like that, and
Mm?
it pisses me off. I do all this walking and stuff like that for the videos and that lot, but which I'll always do because I always want to do it. And if it kills me, I'll still fucking do it. I'm telling you. But yeah, I fully understand what you're saying there because it is just. I mean, a flight to Spain's what 17 quid or something.
Depends on time of year. You speak with King Charles, yeah, and he's like he'll tell you he'll go up to 500 quid different times a year. You'll
Yeah,
get them the lucky ones for 15 quid, 17 quid, whatever, 20 quid, yeah. And then other airlines you'll just pay the tax for the flight tax and for your luggage. But it's like, yeah, if you're lucky, fucking, like shopping all day, looking out all day for your flights, like you'll find one in a week or in 2 weeks' time, and it's 17 euros. Book it, pay for it and get it paid. And then you got those, you got that deadline. Do you get me? Yeah. And even if you miss that flight, 20 quid ain't so much to be losing. Yeah, is when you're
yeah, you
losing fucking 2, 3, 400 quid. Do you get me? That's when it's a fucking recognizable loss. Yeah.
man. I looked on Ryanair the other day, and it was 17 quid to go to Murcia.
Murcia.
Oh,
Wow.
I was like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Why
I
didn't
didn't
Murcia?
even know Murcia had their airport running at the moment.
Yeah,
There's been a few.
it's back up now, I think. That's
Mm.
where the that alcoholic weirdo landlady had her apartment in Murcia. I think it's back up now. Or otherwise it'd be Alicante.
I think Alicante is the cheapest of airport. Yeah, Alicante and Malaga. They're the two biggest and busiest, I think.
Have you ever been to like Benidorm round there?
Yeah, I got up as far as Benidorm, and I came back with invitation for 5 nights in the hotel in Alicante. I've walked all along that coast, from Benidorm down to Seville, down to Cadiz, and then inland to Seville. Yeah. So I've done. I started in Murcia. I walked up to Alicante, and into Benidorm, into Elche, back to Alicante, back to Murcia, down to Lorca, Aguiles, Almeria, Granada, Jaén, Granada, Motril, Malaga, Tarifa, Cadiz, Seville, and back to Malaga, walking.
Fucking hell, man.
I was hanging around in Nerca. I was hanging around in a beach town called Nerca, and I was looking after a fellow with 7 types of cancer. He went back to Norway and died a month later. By that time, I'd left Nerca with a lady that was getting battered by her boyfriend. Walked into the hippie community. Somewhere I was avoiding those hippie communities because I know the standards and I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
And I've been in that environment ever since.
Why? What are they? What are they?
What, hippie communities?
Yeah.
Well, put it this way. The one I was in Orkiva, just up the road from where I'm at now, it's called Beneficio. Okay, Beneficio. It's world known for being an alternative hippie community. You know, like there's no standards. Anybody can walk in and out of that place any time of day. The thing is, like, they advertise as this is a self-medicating herbalist environment, no alcohol, no violence. But yeah, even the chief there, the main fellas there, the main people there, they all drink, they all take drugs. They was all capitalizing on bullshit, and it's fucking hypocrite, disgusting environment. Knowing that it's been going for 45 years plus. Is when they bought the land initially. People from Wales and Germany, they bought land there. Now it's extended into a massive community. None of it is sustainable. None of it. None of them can show 40 years worth of sustainability in that environment. And apart from the bullshit that goes on, I have one example of an individual. I am one example of an individual that made a garden that was sustainable for 40 people. I could feed 40 people every day during harvest season from my little garden that I had there. And the people that were passing, they'd bring pizza, they'd bring cakes, they'd bring coffee. Some people would just bring a bit of weed. Do you get me? Yeah. Some people would just be passing, and I recognize that they're hungry. Do you get me? Yeah. You're working for the people of the community. Get some fucking food in you. Yeah. Maintain your strength. And like, I'm a rarity. Yeah. I started with nothing. Yeah, I'm not living with a fucking inheritance or social benefits or business. But a lot of those people established there are. That's one example of a hippie community. I know of another community of down in Las Negras, Almeria, San Pedro it's called, and that place is more punk. Yeah? But like where you got punk or hippies, it's just criminal. It's tourist attractions for people that want to get like those environments. Free party or festival without being fenced in. That's basically what I see.
I did look up that. I think he's mentioned it on another live stream. I did look it up, and I mean, it looks fantastic, doesn't it? When you look at it online, but yeah, speaking to you like someone that's actually done it and stuff, it's maybe not that great. I
can bet you. If you make it here, yeah, I will show you exactly what it's like, yeah. And I'd make a suggestion: don't sit so close to me, because these people don't fucking like me, yeah. And they will see you with me, and they will judge you the same as they judged me, yeah, or the way they treat me. Yeah, but I'd love to have somebody here, and we would audit those motherfuckers. Yeah.
Yeah.
And put the truth out there about what it's real like.
Mrs. Magpie in the comments, people's kitchen. People's Kitchen give free hot meals, sleeping bags, warm clothes to homeless and vulnerable people. Do they really? Just put in a postcode. So thank you for that. I might look it up.
Most churches will have, collections for homeless and vulnerable people. So, even going to
Right.
the churches or
I've
nunneries
thought
or, like where the priest lives.
I've thought this before, right? You go into a church, they're always well, they're supposed to be always open and help people. But how do you approach that? I'm homeless. Can you give me some money? Or can you give me some food? Or what?
I've
How do
never
you
done a
approach going
church.
into
I've
a church?
never gone to churches asking them for help.
Yeah,
Yeah, my
I'm not
father told
religious
me
or
that
anything. Yeah.
he was a practicing Muslim. Like I've always avoided religion and religious places. But I can promise
Same,
you, people make a tidy living, a comfortable living going from church to church, as they pattern around the place.
really. But how do you
Really.
approach
I've
that, Steve? How do you
How do
approach it?
you approach? Same as I approach the bar or a shop. Like, yo, I'm passing through. I'm hungry. I'm not a tramp. Yeah, I'm just homeless. I need to eat. Have you got any food that you can give me, please? Next time I'm passing, I'll reimburse you.
You think you just do that, yeah?
Yeah.
Because there's a couple of churches, yeah, but I'm always like, because like you said, I'm not particularly religious or anything like that. I was brought up like Church of England, probably, and but I've never followed a faith or anything like that. So can I just walk into a church and say, I'm homeless,
Yeah.
I need, I need food, I need a place to live? Will they help you?
Of course you can. Of course, they're
Will they help you?
obliged to help you. And if they don't help you, broadcast them as being frauds and fakes.
Right? Okay. Well, I'll do that tomorrow as well.
I tell you something else. I tell you something else. If you've got any mosques or any Sikhs or Hindu places of religion, they will help you. They are guaranteed to help you if you just so much as ask. They have a policy in their religion they cannot refuse.
Man, ugh, yeah. I'm so glad to talk to you, man. Seriously. Yeah. We need to I am coming to Spain, mate. I am coming to Spain, so you're gonna have to deal with me for a few weeks.
Well, listen, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be here by the time you get here, yeah? My
Shut your
health and my
fucking
mental health and my fucking, the spirit that I've
mouth.
got is telling me, Steve, like, fucking hell, what are you sitting waiting for? I've
Where are
got
you gonna
things
go?
here, I've got,
Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go?
I haven't a
Tell
fucking
me
clue. I
now.
haven't got a fucking clue.
Yeah, exactly. So you better be there. Meet me at the airport, mate. I'll tell you that.
It's coming to the end of the summer now, where it's nice, like dogs will have freedom on the beach again. Yeah, middle of September, and the dogs have got freedom on the beach again. So for me, it's
Yeah.
kind of like, oh man, yeah, I'd be happy going down to the coast and just fucking walking the coast again. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that on the coast I'll be a bit stronger than I am inland. Mm?
Dude,
And
man,
heading up
look
onto
at
the east coast.
my videos. I fucking walk miles, mate, every day. So I'll walk the
Mm?
coast with you if you want. I'll walk the coast. We can fucking chill out there and get on with stuff.
If I
You know
have
what I mean?
opportunity of settling, I'm more than happy settling. Yeah. But what I need
Yeah.
to settle is water and land. Yeah. But I
Yeah.
also need stability. Like I cannot just adopt
Cool. Yeah.
land and go to work on it. Like I need feed. Yeah. I need to eat. And so for me, this is where I'm recognizing like I need to go and find somebody with land that can feed me and keep me strong. Otherwise, I'm amounting to nothing. I've lost more than half my body weight, I reckon, in the last 8 years.
I'm losing weight as well, mate. Yeah. I've lost about a stone in the last month. And it pisses me off that because I was whatever weight I was, but and it pisses me off now. But I understand what you're saying. But I mean, that's just a few months being homeless. What's he gonna be like? It like your stage. The thing is, if you get land, Steve, we could build something on that. You could build something on that, and you can grow crops.
Okay, but you can't build with land in Spain. Yeah, you can't just build. But there is a policy in Spain and the culture and the religion. You reap what you sow. Yeah. Now abandon land, you work that land. That's yours to reap. Yeah. Nobody can move you off the land when you're growing
That's what I'm saying.
food. Yeah.
Crops and stuff like that.
All right.
But
But then you got to
mentioned about
think.
like,
You got to think two
well,
people working a bit of land. That's a lot of land that's going to get worked. Yeah, that's a lot of potential. But then you got to recognize what you're going to do with all that food when it's harvest season. If you're not in an environment where you can trade or sell it or just feed people like I was in that epi community, just feeding regardless. Never put a price, never put a fucking pot around, never. Yeah, but everything just kept coming and going. You get me? Yeah. So for me, it's like being in the right environment. Yeah. Mm. And that's what I see the potential where I'm at now. Yeah, where I'm at now, the woman don't want to be there. Yeah, she don't want to be there. She's been there so long, she don't want to be there no more. Yeah, so she's like, "Oh, good, you what?
You in a caravan there?
I'm in a caravan. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
and and a stone's throw away, I've been given a plot of land. Yeah, my mates had bought a bit of land, and he said, "Steve, I don't know like what to do with it. I can't keep the place safe. I'm in between doing different things. You're the perfect person for me, land, Steve. Now this person I've known for 8 or 9 years. Yeah, and now I can work well with that individual. Yeah, but it's like it's eucalyptus land. Yeah, it's eucalyptus trees. So all that land is pretty much fucking dead just because of the amount of fucking eucalyptus is growing on it and bean growing on it.
Yeah. That always needs to be cleared then, doesn't it? And then like plants.
I got the tools for it. Right? I'm about to walk away. I'm about to walk away without my tools. Yeah, tools that I've worked hard for like for fucking 8 years. Yeah.
Don't walk away. Don't walk away. Don't.
I can't keep sitting there. I can't keep sitting there listening to this fucking crazy woman. I can't keep sitting there knowing that my dog, like eating more than me and demanding more than me and getting more attention than I mean, like I'm doing him a favor. He ain't done me no favors.
No.
So for me, is I need to think about me. Yeah, I'm getting weaker. I'm getting to the point where I'm so weak. It takes me a week to recover from one day's activity.
I'm saying it down in bloody England, mate. Seriously, in a crappy tent, and I'm in the same kind of situation, but you've got better weather, so I'm kind of jealous about that. But I know what you mean. We can sort this out. I'm sure we can sort this out.
The mountain where the dog comes from. Like if I had a team of people, if you were here strong, yeah, I'd be more inclined to go back up there because that place, I have a territory. Do you understand me? What a territory is. Yeah, that is mine. Yeah, I've earned it. It is mine. Yeah, the people gave it to me. I never even mind the people who gave me their house. Yeah, the people of the communities gave me. What?
Why didn't you go back there then and do that?
Because again, being isolated on my own, with nothing. I've just spent 3 years there with nothing. Yeah, the most thing that I accomplished there was sustainable gathering water. That was the most successful thing that I had there. Is after about a year and a half, I was able to start collecting water and storing that water. And then what comes next? Oh shit, I need to make a garden. But garden, I haven't got the strength. I haven't got the shade. I haven't got the fucking soil. It's just one thing after another.
Is the
being in an environment like that? You know, when I
Is
need to
this
go off and
wildlife
get food or go to
sustainable?
work, I won't have the energy to come back and maintain those things. And this is where
Dude,
community and a group of people is important in an environment like that.
I know that. But is the land sustainable to grow stuff on?
Add water, yeah, and
Yeah.
it's yeah, add shelter. You know, like first thing you need shrubs and trees, and then fucking you know, you've got shelter, yeah, and happy days. You know, start small and work, make it bigger. Yeah,
Why
it
don't we
is
do
a
that then?
sustainable environment.
If that's your land there, why don't we do that? I'll come over, maybe bring someone
Like I
else.
said, because it's a waiting game. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm about fucking dead. Yeah, I've got about a week
I
left
know,
before I'm dead. Yeah, and this is what
no,
I'm
dude.
saying. Listening to other people's dreams and fucking issues and stuff, right, is killing me. You know, and then waiting
I
for
know.
things to happen is fucking killing me even faster.
I know. I'm sat in a fucking wet field, mate, in fucking England. It's fucking shit, mate. It's shit. It's fucking shit, man. But
So why
I
aren't
can
you at
come
the
and help
music
you.
festivals?
What?
Why aren't you at the music festivals?
Because I'm homeless. I've got no money, mate. What? You know
Listen,
what I
bro.
mean?
Listen. Music festivals are for homeless people.
Fuck that bullshit. Listen, I'm in the middle of the countryside, in like the middle of the UK. There's no music festivals around there, mate.
Then
There's
you're in the
no
wrong
music
part of the country.
festivals.
You
I
need to
get
look
the
online, find out where the nearest festival or carnival or something like that is, and there's work.
bro. I don't want to do that though. I want to just get the fuck out of this country. That's
Then
all I
go
want.
to the airport. Go to the airport, get 20 quid from somebody at the airport, get your plane, and go to Spain.
I'm doing it, bro. It's seriously. You'll be surprised when I turn up. I'm so. Look, if you've
You
got
see
that
them
land there,
people with
just
you
make
see
it
them
work
people with the
now, man.
boats. You see them people with the
Oh yeah,
boats,
yeah,
yeah?
yeah.
Yeah,
I get
they're
4-star
friendly
hotel if
people.
I came over to England. Yeah.
They're friendly people. Yeah, I lived on narrow boats on Norfolk Broads. Yeah, I know what boating life is all about. Yeah, those people are friendly peoples. Don't avoid them. Interact with them. You'll be surprised at what opportunities will
Did you see that?
arise from speaking with people in the community.
Did you say you saw that video of me filming that guy?
Okay, but filming people, yeah, people are like cautious of
I, I,
cameras.
I went down the river here, and there's a guy. I filmed well, I didn't film any of it, but I was talking to a guy, and 30 years on a narrowboat and stuff, you know, down the canals and stuff here in England, and
Mm-mm.
he was so good. He was so. I put it in the video, and he was so fantastic. And he was like, I brought my daughters up on the boat and stuff like that, and I was like, what? That was I honestly, I very nearly said to him, "Have you not got a room in there I can stay in?" Honestly, I was like, because he was so like, I don't know what's the word, like passionate and stuff about it. But
Mm.
I was like, oh, that's the only way. That's the only way I want to live in this country now. Is on a fucking barge on the
Mm.
canal, or I'm going to Spain, or the Philippines, or somewhere like that, mate.
Yeah. We got a
I
friend
don't.
of the channel in Thailand. Yeah, he might be able to help you if you ever made it to Thailand.
What's his name?
Johnny Woodsman.
Johnny Woodsman.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put hello Johnny in the comments. Hey, where's the I'm gonna say fucking hell, I can't remember what I was saying now. Hello Johnny. Where's that coming from a film?
Here's Johnny, the Shiner, no? Or the
That's
Shining.
the one, The Shining, yeah. It's not Hello Johnny, is it? Fucking hell. Yeah, The Shining.
Here's Johnny.
The Shining, man. Remember that? 1979, I think that was. Holy crap, man. That's a good film, that, actually. Shining. But yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Oh, man, I don't know. I don't know. I've got to get a little bit of money together, but I'll be over there, mate. I'll be over there. But if you say you say you've got land there, Steve. You say you got land there.
Yeah.
So why couldn't we make it work? Could we? Could we make it work?
Right. Okay. Are you here today? We get over there now. Yeah, it's
I'm
9
not
hours
here.
walk from here.
No, not that. But
Right.
like in a month.
So
Month or
while you're placing your things, yeah, I'm placing my things, and I've already been there for 3 years on my own. There's no more that I can do there on my own. No more, unless I'm a
So,
lottery winner. There's nothing
so
else I can do there on my own.
you need help then.
That's why I'm
There.
not there, and that's why I'm no interest in going back there. It was not my dream. It was not a fucking thing that I wanted in life. It was something that came with the dogs. Caring for the dogs like I have, the people have abandoned and walked away, washed their hands with it, and they've said, "Good luck to you, Steve." Yeah.
But I could come and help you there. I mean,
Okay. Are you here now?
No, of course I'm not. Of course I'm
Right.
not.
So in the meantime, I have to look after myself and I have to think about myself. Yeah.
Of
You know,
course,
I
yeah, of
have
course.
to get strong. I don't have more than a week's of life left. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I have
Don't
1 or
say
2
that.
days. I have 1 or 2 days left where I am because that is how desperate life is.
Yeah, I know, mate. I know. You're talking to someone that's homeless, mate. I know. But what do you mean you've got no 1 or 2 days left? You're not going to do anything, are you?
I'm not a
Hello?
suicidal type of person, but I do know who I can go and upset that they'll put a bullet in my head.
No, don't do shit like that, mate.
Look,
Please.
listen,
I
yeah,
didn't
I'm
want
not a suicidal person, yeah, I'm not a suicidal person, okay, but I do know life, yeah, and I do know when, like, fuck, yeah, do I really want to go through this anymore? Do I really want to fuck up again? Am I really that tempted to do this? Am I really tempted to do that? I know that I only really have a week's left of life.
No, you haven't. Why?
But that's in your opinion. That's in your understanding and opinion. You haven't lived my life. You don't know.
No, of course not. But you've done so many years doing it. You've got at least.
Yeah.
Right. And
so many years. So many years. And I reckon when time is enough. And I'm recognizing time is time.
No, please, someone get in the chat and stop this because. No.
Look,
Steve,
you're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening to you're not listening, okay? There is nothing anybody can do that they haven't already done. Okay?
No.
There isn't anything else I can do that I haven't already contemplated.
We've just talked about stuff we can do.
Right, but I don't have a future like you're planning a future. I've already made plans of my future and it ain't fucking working out and I'm a bit pissed off with that. So I'm saying enough is enough. Yeah, I'm recognizing my time is up. Because it ain't fucking...
I know that, but you already said on the video before that you were depressed, so stop the depression now.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Rather than manifesting even more, I know where I can go and the fellow will put a bullet in my fucking head. All I have to do is call him a fucking stupid name.
Please don't. Look, Mrs. Magpie's already said it in the chat. Please don't give up hope, mate, because in the end, I'm talking to you. We were trying to build a future, weren't we? There. I can come over.
Look. There's pies in the sky. There's pies in the sky. Yeah, I'm gonna eat that blueberry pie because that pie is available in the sky.
Please, Steve, stop it, come on, because you've done all these years doing. You don't need to do it. Please stop.
Yeah, too many fucking years. Too many
I wouldn't
fucking
have
years.
listened to
When
me.
I
I
have a
wouldn't
look at the
have done it.
streets
You're
now,
gonna
when I
do
have a
this.
look at the street life now, when I have a look at the opportunities now of a peaceful life, at the age of 45, I do not see the happiness of life in the forward. I see the happiness is gone. Yeah, and there ain't
Listen
no
to me.
coming back. When was the last time I laughed? When was the last time I cried?
You laughed before when I said something to you. So stop saying shit like that. Get your ass
Right,
moving and stop doing it, please.
right.
Steve,
Understanding
don't.
something. Understanding something then. Understand something then. Yeah?
Go on then.
Stop planning a future and just get on and fucking live your life, bro. Stop dragging the future out and just live your life. That's the message that I'm trying to share with you.
I know. So why are you going to
Yeah?
end it then?
I'm living my life. I'm living my life the way I want to, and I'll end my fucking life the way I want to, if I want to.
No,
And it's
no.
nothing anybody or anything can fucking do about it. I've already
Steve,
said for the last 2.5 fucking years, there's one thing keeps me fucking going, and that's me Captain Jack. I ain't going anywhere before he's gone. But that's just the reality of depression and a man translating. The enough is a fucking enough. Yeah? There's a dickhead boss dog, and I swear down now, if I was like didn't have me dogs, I'd be over in England digging that cunt a fucking hole. Do you understand, mates?
yes,
And from
bro.
digging that cunt a hole, I'd have a life in jail for the rest of my life. And I'd be happy with that. And there's another Tim Draycott that I'd gladly bury the fucking hole for that cunt. Yeah? And go to jail for that cunt. To make sure that these two cunts ain't doing things like that to other people. There's another one, Decca Heggie. There's another one, Danny Christie. There's another one, fucking Danny G, and so many peoples. Seriously, lad. I want to correct the world, not make it fucking wrong.
Then do that by doing something good. Yeah. Doing the land.
And that's what I'm saying. I've lived a life of good. And now I'm starting to think fucking I have to do things bad just to get a comfortable life for the rest of my life. I have to get in the
Well,
same as the rest of society.
If you're doing something bad, you're not going to get a comfortable life, are you? Seriously.
What do you consider comfortable? I consider a bed, safe environment, 3 meals a day. I think that's a good fucking life.
If you do something bad, that's not going to be good, is it? You're not going to get that. You're going to get hassled all the fucking time.
Doing the world a favor of eradicating them of scumbags. Yeah, making sure those scumbags get their justice.
Steve, please stop, man. Please. Because I spoke to you,
But these,
like, you know.
yeah, but these people have already accused me of being a murderer. These people have already accused me of being a thief. So living up to the dreams that these people have created and making it a reality.
I don't know, but I don't know your past, so I don't know. I can't, say one way or the other. Please don't do anything, Steve, because in the end,
like I keep saying, yeah, I ain't doing nothing, but I do honestly feel that my life has come to an end, and there is nothing fucking wrong with saying that. There's nothing wrong with having awareness and consciousness and sharing that as a reality. I feel like I'm walking around like a fucking dead ass zombie because I've been doing things for other people's. And now it's time, I think, yeah, I have to do something for myself. But there ain't nothing left to be doing.
That's exactly how I feel, mate. But in the end, you've got to move on with your life, haven't you?
Right. So get on with it then. Yeah. Stop sitting in the freaking tent surrounded by humidity and condensation. Yeah. Get up and fucking do something. Okay. Keep going back, wasting energy from going to town to your 5 mile away. Yeah. Ain't great. ain't making you any stronger. It's weakening you.
Yeah, but bro, you say that to me, but why are you wasting your life sitting in Spain, boiling out there and all the time and like that? Eating fucking figs and fucking living in a caravan. Why are you saying that shit to me now?
Because I have to stay alive for my dog.
Yeah, I have to stay alive here as well. So why are you giving me grief? I just said I come over to fucking Spain help you with the fucking land and stuff like that. I can bring a couple of people there if you want. Help it. So don't get arsey with me, mate. I don't understand what you're doing.
It's not about getting arsey with you. It's about sharing a reality. Yeah, you're talking to a man that is. You're talking to a man that is depressed. Yeah. What would you expect from a man that is depressed?
I've got depression. Don't
Okay,
you know
but what do you expect? But what do you expect from a person with depression?
I don't know. Well, a conversation with another person with the depression. I exactly know what you're going through. I know what you're going through.
So one-on-one, yeah, one-on-one, we're going through that together, yeah, and we're getting a clarity. It isn't a competition, and it isn't don't do this, don't do that, yeah. It is about understanding, get it off your chest. What is it? Yeah, and that's what I've tried doing with you. I've tried showing you.
Okay. I don't want you to hurt yourself, Steve. Please don't do that, because
I'm not that type of person. I am not that type of person. Like I said, like I keep saying, I am not that type of person.
You said you were giving up.
Big difference. Big difference.
You made out we're that type of person.
No. I shared with you a simple a simple scenario. Yeah, a simple scenario I shared with you. My life, my health, my mental state is going downhill so fucking rapidly. I only have a week's left to survive. Rather than fucking sitting in a fucking caravan and dying, I'd much rather go and piss some fucker off and get a bullet in my head.
Don't do that, mate, because don't do it.
But do what? Look, don't do what? Don't do what again?
Right, listen, in the end, I'm sat in a fucking tent, soaking fucking wet every day. And can I put a bullet in my head? Okay, maybe. I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? But in the end, I've got no fucking future at the moment, but future will happen. I've told you about, I'll fucking come to Spain and fucking see you. Don't fucking put a bullet in your head. Why would you do that? You've done all. Listen
I wouldn't be putting a bullet in my head. I would not put a bullet in my head. I don't even. I would not put a bullet in my head.
Don't go and see a guy.
But I would much rather. I would much rather. But I would much rather go and piss somebody off that they put a bullet in my head. And you know how easy that is.
Yes, mate, but why would you do it? You're living in Spain. You've got some land. I can come over, help you with a couple of guys. We can fucking live there, do the fucking land, get fucking self-sufficient. What's the fucking problem? I know it's going to take a month or two, but you need to get out of the depression thing. I've got depression. Most people, especially in England, have got a fucking load of depression. But stop it. I know life's hard. Okay. Life's hard for me as well, but stop.
Okay. Today I packed up my things, all right? Half of my things that I have with me, yeah? Now, many times over the last week, I've thought, why have I got all my things out? You know, this ain't my caravan. Why have I got all my things out? Why am I making myself feel like I've got lots of stuff to be proud of? Yeah, 90% of it's junk. All right. So what I did then is start bagging up the junk. You know, started separating. You know, like what can be sold. You know, what might be worth $1 to somebody else. Yeah. So you know, then the reality kicks in, and like it's like, well, where do I go about selling these things? You know, and then there's one solution. Why bother selling it? Why not just put it in the bin and just walk away? You know, start again. And then the depression's gone. That's all I need to do is just walk away from these negative things that I'm attached to. And that's all I need to do is just walk away. The only thing stopping me from walking away is I've got a 40-kilo fucking dog. I
Well,
cannot carry
maybe
him.
that's the thing. Maybe you need to walk away from them. The 40-kilo dog,
Right.
not you think.
You get me? Yeah? You get me?
Yeah.
And then the depression really kicks in.
But maybe that's the thing you need to do. Get rid of the 40-kilo dog, and then your depression
And then
maybe
the
go away.
depression really kicks in. Then the
No.
depression really kicks in. To walk away
Thing is,
from
though,
him.
Steve, you can't let a dog kill you, which is basically what you're saying. You can't let a fucking
Right.
dog kill you.
Been saying that for 4 years to the people that created the fucking dog. I've been saying that for 4 years. Yeah, I said that from day one. I can't carry a fucking dog like this.
Right. That's the main problem with it. Then take it to a fucking shelter or somewhere like that, or someone that wants it. I'm sure you can give it to someone on the street and they'll take it.
No, you didn't understand what I said. Yeah, about this dog. Yeah, this dog is greedy. Yeah, to put that greed in front of somebody else, it'd be a fucking nightmare of mine. Yeah, I'd constantly be wondering, like, you know, has he bitten another dog for fucking bone? Has he savaged somebody's cat? Has he savaged somebody's child? These are things that, you know, as me, yeah, I've taken on board many a times, and I've taken many a dogs off of people for neglect. Yeah, this dog needed. Same as his whole fucking family of 30 of them needed. The savages that they are, they needed. I cannot guarantee that whoever adopted this dog would have a life easier than I did with him. And so I wouldn't inflict that.
If it's going to make your life better and you not wanting to kill yourself, because it's basically what you just said, get rid of the dog. I'm sorry, mate, but that's what you've got to do. If that's stressing you out so much, you've got to let the dog go. You've got to let the dog go. Because you said to me before that with you and the other dog, you were fine. When you got the other dog, it's constant hassle. So please find a shelter for it, or someone that's going to take it, or someone like that. Because if it's causing you that much pain in your life, get rid of it. Because in the end, it's a dog, and your life is more.
That's where we vary, you see. That's where we differ. Yeah, I'd much rather die looking after this dog than to separate from him, or to pass him off to somebody that might neglect him worse than he was introduced to the world.
But mate, why would you rather take your own life than give a dog up? It's not right, mate. It's not right. Please don't do it. You don't have to give it to someone.
You're not talking to a suicidal individual. You're not talking to a suicidal individual. You're talking to somebody that's fully aware and fully conscious. Yeah, I'm just a little bit. I'm just depressed and pissed off. What?
You just said you got a week to go, and then that's it.
Yeah, my body, my mind, my spirit, it doesn't have much left. It doesn't have that time that you're expecting me to sit and wait for you to get here. Yeah, my life, I pick myself up and I do things. I don't sit around waiting. The only reason I'm waiting is because, you know, there's opportunities, but those opportunities are not arising. When I want something, I go out and I do it and I get it.
Why
the fact that I'm not doing it?
Why are the opportunities not arising? Because of the dog? Is that what you mean?
All right, forget about the dog. Yeah, forget about the dog. Yeah. It's this area. 8 years around this area. I've done a lot in this area. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, like sitting around waiting for, you know, the opportunities that are available in this area. Yeah. The dog is tip of the iceberg. You know, me and like, in all fairness, the dog's 40 kilos. He can fucking walk. Yeah, he can carry 10 kilos
Of course they
in the
can, yeah.
ideal world.
Yeah, what's the problem then? Like you said, you had land and stuff. Why don't you go and do that?
Right, because you haven't been there, you haven't understood anything, yeah. You know,
I've
like seriously,
understood
dude,
that.
yeah. The idea that you have, yeah, is a fantasy. It's not a reality, yeah. Until you make it a reality, it is only fantasy, bro. Right, and that's what I'm sharing with you. I'm living a reality, yeah. Other people have got ideas, yeah, and I'm trying to show you, okay, that reality, rather than having the dreams and the, you know, like, yeah, you know, that
Brother,
land,
brother,
that land
well,
is something that I've earned the respects of. Yeah, I've earned the respects. That isn't me to give to other people. You know, as for me
brother,
to, you know, like to recognize, yeah, can I make it there? No, I cannot. So I walked away from there. Yeah, and it's the same as
Stephen,
where I'm at now. Yeah,
Stephen,
except I've only been here for 2 weeks, and I'm recognizing this ain't the right place.
right? So why don't you go back to where you were in the land that you had? Because I will come and help you
I
there.
was there 3 years. I was there 3 years, and it's contributed to the high extreme levels of dehydration, fatigue, and malnutrition. I cannot sit on the mountain eating nothing, watching the dogs eating. I am not a beggar. The only dollars that I get is what I get from YouTube. I'm a worker. This is killing me, breaking me, and fucking me up. Not have any fucking work. I can make
Can't you
work
work
for
the
myself.
land though? from the start? I will come and help you do it. I'm sat in a fucking damp field in England, mate. I'll come and help you do it. Another guy wants
I
to
tell
come as
you
well.
what, right? I tell you what, yeah. I'll be in England quicker than you get to Spain. I'll put my life on that. You ready? I'm start walking to England now.
Yeah, I doubt
Do you
that,
get me?
but
Do you get me? Do you get me? That's the big difference between me and a lot of people's, yeah? I
bro,
would,
if you
just to
want to come
prove
to
to you,
where I am,
I'd
you
be
can
in
come if
England
you want.
before you get here. Yeah? And
Do
I'll
you want
show
to get
you,
out
I'll do it.
of
You know, I'll, you know, what?
Do you want to get out of Spain and come in?
Do I fuck?
I knew you'd say that. Oh man, that's what I'm saying to you. Let me come over there to you, and we'll do the land, make it self-sufficient. I've got another lad that wants to come if you want some more help. You know what I mean? And we'll do it. We can build shit there and do it. I don't know why he's so down. Fuck it. Let's do it.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord.
Coming up.
If I could,
Coming up.
if I could point out the videos, yeah, where, you know, like for 2.5 years I've been showing and explaining and living, and, you know, like, yeah, really down to fucking earth, giving it on the fucking, like, clearer than any alphabet. Like, seriously, boy, yeah, maybe then you'd understand a little bit why that land is impossible for me to go back to. It's a fucking
All right.
desert, man. It's a fucking desert. There's a house there. There's a desert. It's 5 miles from any fucking neighbor. It's 5 miles from any drinking water. It's 5 miles from any fucking food. To start again up there in a worse condition than when I arrived there, I don't have the body strength or the mind strength. I don't even have the fucking spirit to do it.
Did you buy the land?
I've already said, yeah, the people that abandoned the dogs, it's their land. They gave it to me when they fucking walked away, when they recognized that I've looked after their dogs, when I'm rehoming their dogs and all that shit that I went through 4.5 years ago when they ran away from here.
Right. Okay.
They had money. They got friends and family. They've got incomes. And they couldn't fucking make it there because they were too busy with commodities. They weren't there for the fucking mountain. And the work that they fucking left behind is a fucking disgrace. 30 fucking dogs they left behind, man. And not so much as a sack of dog food for them.
So we can't actually do anything on the land then because you don't own it, do you? Do you? I don't know.
Right. This is infuriating. I'm repeating myself again. 4.5 years ago, the people abandoned the land and 30 fucking dogs. Right? There was one carer. Then there was another carer. And then I started adopting the dogs. Then it got to a point where the carer that was there caring for the dogs showed that he was abusing those dogs. I went there to conveniently return this dog brother. But when I arrived there, the mother and father and the dogs of that place were all bound up and fucking locked in a fucking garage covered in ticks and fleas living in their own shit. Whilst the boy there that was minding those dogs was breeding with the excess bitches that were there with his incestuous dog. When I recognized his mother, these dogs' mother and father, was being abused and living in that condition, I brought them to where I was. And then about a month later, the dude phones me up crying. He can't cope no more. So I raced up that mountain to that mountain of dogs, 5 dogs, and I cared for that mountain for 3 fucking years. Due to me being there is the only reason there's fucking water there. Before I arrived there was fuck all, apart from a ruin of a house and loads of dog shit.
Fucking hell, man.
The work that I put in, looking after those dogs, cleaning up the fucking yard, and the fucking shit all over the place, just before I walked away, was the first time I was drinking water without moving from that house, supplying the dogs with water without moving from that house. But by then, I was fucking tired. By then, the fatigue, dehydration, malnutrition was taking over to the point of no return. And there's been no return ever since. I only left there in December. And I left there in December to come to a friend's birthday party. Little did I know that I was being entrapped by being invited there. Then I was going to be fucking brainwashed into believing that, man, your stuff's vulnerable. Wow, you're such a cool dude, yeah? I'll look after your things from your scatty psycho bitch of a fucking junkie bitch of a fucking ex. Yeah, I'll save your life so you can go off and make your fucking fortune making a movie. Yeah, I can help you. I ain't doing nothing on that mountain. I ain't already fucking done and I can't progress. It would do me good to have a break away from that fucking mountain. And I encountered it exactly the same. The fella took the fucking piss out of me. He came back from his fucking making his movie claiming that he lived on 200 quid a week and that was just for food. I said, but dude, I haven't had 200 quid a month. I'm being too harsh on Paul. Well, like I said earlier, I've waited 2 weeks for Paul to come to me panel. Yeah, I've been watching all of Paul's content, and you know what? Yeah, I have to try and put him off coming to Spain somehow, don't I? Or I have to speed him up to get to Spain, one way or another, showing how desperate both of us are. Yeah, I'm willing to drop everything. Boom. Yeah, because I'm at fucking desperation point. Other people are like, taking our time. But excuse me, life ain't waiting for no one. So a little bit harsh or a little bit raw. Happy fucking days. There's a reality. And a lot of people are forgetting that fucking reality. Life don't wait for nothing and nobody. There ain't no compassion, considerations. The man's sat in the fucking damp, getting ill. You watch his videos, you can see it. He's deteriorating. I'm not happy about watching that. And I'm certainly not happy to encourage it. To put somebody in a situation where I've been for the last 4 fucking years with that mountain is infuriating. But you see, people's eyes are bigger than their belly. They're thinking about the bigger picture rather than reality. And the reality is, I'm a fucking dead man. I'm fucking dead. You think it's clever putting yourself in a situation like that? Then you're fucking deluded and you go say straight psychiatric unit.
Hello, Steve. You're right, man.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. You're right, bro.
Hey, Steve, how you doing? Well, stupid question. Okay, stupid question. At least you're laughing about it. I made you laugh today. Okay, good. So, the work that was supposed to come didn't come, I take it. Grizzle's get in trouble again?
Man, yesterday he took the piss out of me big time.
Fucking Grizzles.
He just showing that his greed is more important than loyalties. His self existence is more important than anything else. There's no teamwork coming from him.
Maybe a pack would help that boy a little bit, so he has to wear around some weight for a while and get the idea. Because I had to do that to my wife's dog, and then he totally changed. Once we started making him pack stuff on our walks, all of our stuff, because he could carry it, he changed his attitude, and he's been a great guy ever since. So, how
I've
are
tried
you?
it. I've tried it. I've tried improvising. But he just collapses. He lays down. That's all he's ever done. Put anything, attach anything to him, and he just lays down.
What a pain. But I understand how you are. Mine pissed me off beyond belief too. But I wouldn't get rid of them. At times I want to, but I'm just saying that. So, how are you, homeless and proud? You're Paul. I'm broke
Hi,
fishing.
bro. How are you doing?
Oh, living in the land of smoke right now.
Yeah, land of smoke. Awesome.
Not awesome, dude. Wildfires. I live in Oregon. I'm up in the mountains and I'm surrounded, basically. I've been looking out.
It's really bad there.
I mean, the other smoke, that's just part of life, If you ain't got a shitload around you, shit ain't right. But
Oregon, man. Yeah.
dude,
Nice mountain
I got a question. You ever lived in a desert?
No.
Then you have no concept of what that mountain's like. You take the worst thing you could ever think of, and that's that mountain.
Yeah.
That's a desert. It's the hardest place to survive in. So how's
nice, though.
Oh yeah, but I'm a military brat. I've lived all over. I'm just trying to give you I grew up in Southeast Arizona, the desert, and I was just trying to give you a concept to think of what that mountain's like. I mean, it's a hard go when you go to live in the desert. Steve's done a lot with that property, but it's driving him nuts because you got to go
Oh,
5 miles just to get down and hope you had work. And then when he went over to do shit for a friend of his, he got ripped off big time, and a whole bunch of other crap happened since December. It's just crazy, dude. But Steve,
right.
I'm
That's
here.
okay. Okay.
You know
I
that
get
better. You know better than me, Steve. Positive thoughts. How's the person who you've been helping for the past couple weeks? She doing okay?
Well, fucking horrible, horrible bitch.
Oh, she
All
turned
day and
into
night she's screaming at her dogs. Like her dogs are barking at fucking stupid fucking things as dogs do. Yeah, not a problem. I like dogs barking, but her coming out cursing them and then trying to make friends with grizzles. It's like fucking she taking the piss.
Yep, you never know somebody until you stay with them for a few weeks, and then
Mm.
you see their true self once the "oh, I have guests" things wears off. I get it.
Mm.
Wish you could find some work over there. God, I don't even
That
think it
is
was
it.
this hard for you last year.
No, it wasn't. But this one, the only people she's introduced me to are the street tramps, and I knew them long before I knew her.
Yeah, street tramps ain't got no work. It's hard. It's hard to just walk up to the property owners, go, "Hey, you got any work? I work good." Especially when
Well,
when there's that language barrier thing.
mm, mm, I've been offering, like I've been offering the neighbors. I've been interacting with the neighbors. Anyone that I see in on a bit of land, I've been trying to interact with them. So it's not. It's not like I'm not trying. Yeah.
Oh, I
You
know
know.
you're trying, Steve. I've seen it. You know that. I may not be here every single day, but I know I have a general idea that's going on, and it's crazy. Is there a place where there's like a community message board thing where you can put up,
Mm,
like at the what we call the post office where the mail's at? Is there any one of those you can put up a little thing looking for work?
There is a notice board down in one of the back streets, but the only thing that's advertised there are all these yoga retreats and freaking shamanic fucking ceremonies and drum and stuff. You know,
That doesn't help.
no, no. So it's more of an entertainment fucking notice board rather than notice board.
It's an advertisement trying to get tourists to come to their drum
Yeah,
circle. I get it. I get it. Not
yeah.
it.
You
Mm,
do some research on this Orkiva, yeah. It's like it's totally like yeah,
going
reaching out
tourist.
to foreign peoples, yeah, for
Yeah, it's
tourism.
going tourist. Where'd Paul go?
Not sure.
So he keeps saying he's gonna come over there. He just hasn't done it yet. What's the holdup? Paul, come back. Did a paperwork thing? Is that what's holding him up?
Don't know. Don't know. Yeah. From what Paul says, it's a money thing that's holding him up. But it's
Oh, okay.
it's a money thing holding everybody's up. I can't do anything without dollars. And without work, it's like I I got to go and find work, or I got to go and find charity dinner. You know,
I get
that's
it.
what
I get it.
that's my responsibilities.
Yeah, I have after I pay out everything from the money I get from my disability claim. Uh, I got this year it's worked a little better, but still it works out to about 20-30 bucks extra unless I like skip doing something for my, throw all the bills in the hat and the ones you draw out get paid. The ones you don't just have to wait. You know that feeling.
Hmm. Been a long time since I had bills, but yeah, actually, no, I've got bills, telephone bills, dog bills, yeah, every 3 months for the dogs.
So,
Aye, aye.
So
Welcome
Paul,
back, Paul.
you're thinking of heading
No.
over to Spain. What's the, if you don't mind me asking, what's holding you back right now?
money, basically. I want to get a
Fun.
little bit of money to come over there and see Steve. So, how are you
Fun.
doing?
Okay. All right. Just thought I'd ask. It's the same problem we all have, funds.
Of course, no problem. How are you doing
Is-
anyway?
Who, me? Oh, dude,
Yeah, of course you do.
I'm fine, dude. I'm raising a young man that turns out to surprise me every time I turn around, you know, that his mom did a really good job. I ain't gonna take all the credit. I'll take like a third of that credit. And, you know, just living the life, doing what I do, watching fires, reporting on those, trying to help my friends, keep my sanity. I've worked
Sounds like
hard
my
I've worked hard my whole life as a wildland firefighter, and then did stuff in the off season. It gets hard on you, you know,
Oh, fantastic.
when you can't do half the things you used to do. But that's neither here nor
Yeah.
there.
But you did a good job anyway, so
Well, yeah, they
you know you
screwed
did.
me. They screwed me when I got hurt, though. They screwed me. My
Really?
what I thought I had. I only had half of what I thought I had, and it was sort of stupid. But come to find out, they do that to everybody. They don't care if you got hurt working for being under a contract to the federal government. That's the right way to put it. My boss had
So
the
you're
contract.
firefighter.
Yeah, wildland firefighter. And
Oh man, yeah.
in the winter, I was a Dungeness crabber and just about anything else I could do. I worked on ranches off and on.
In Montana.
I've had a really extensive work history because, you know, fire season only lasts so long. You still got to put food on the table, keep a
Yeah,
roof
yeah.
over the head, so you learn to do other things. I mean, I made good
Oh,
money, but
yeah, yeah.
when I got hurt, it screwed everything up.
So, what are you doing now then? You know, after it got screwed up.
I'm on disability and I just tinker around, and I'm actually a co-host slash tech slash co-host for like 5 channels. I go around and help people with their streaming platforms, and at home here I build stuff with wood, and I just trying to raise a young man. He's a man now. I'm trying to raise a young man right,
Yeah,
so they realize that it's not just about us, and he proved that the other day.
Oh, yeah.
I think Steve would more than agree. He lost a bet, but he got the money anyways, and he gave half of that money away without even thinking.
I'd like to ask you a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
What did you make out of wood? I'd like to know that.
I've made a rack for my bows in the past since my wife died. I've made a rack for for fishing poles. I made another rack that has about 1,000 arrows in it that me and my son have put all the fletchings and points on and all that. Right now, I'm currently making a table and repairing an antique table that got busted somehow. But you know.
I'm trying to make stuff out of wood and stuff as well, so it's kind of interesting for me.
Yeah, right now I've over the winter I had some friends do me a real good one and expand my toolkit for me. Oh, I make cribbage boards too. I make really beautiful cribbage boards.
Cribbage, yeah, cool. Yeah, cool.
I find exotic woods and I turn them into these really cool cribbage boards. It's not just a board, it's like a storage space for your cards and your pegs. You know, they're
So
really
you're
nice.
a guy you're a guy that's like does stuff with wood and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is silver birch a hard wood? Can you tell me that?
Oh, what kind of wood I use?
No, silver birch. People in my comments on my videos have told me that silver birch is a hard wood. Is that right?
Hang on. Let me look at my chart. Gotta find it. I haven't had to look in a while because I mostly deal with what I like dealing with.
But I only asked it because you like you know we're doing wood and stuff.
Yes, there it is. Silver birch, you said. Let me see.
So I've been doing some like woodcraft and stuff like that, and the silver. Apparently, someone said it was silver birch. So it was like shaving off the the top of it, and it's rock hard, the wood.
What the person you got it from or tell you it was? Did you see it as a tree?
I cut it off a tree and started whittling it or whatever you mean. But it's
come on,
super
get
hard.
up. That's my North American list in my exotic. Hang on.
You don't have a silver birch there, no? North America? You definitely have that there.
Not all trees are listed that way. Silver birch is a medium-sized deciduous tree that owes its common name to the white peeling bark on the trunk. I did find it in the list. I'm looking if it's. I'm trying to find where it's listed in what they considered a hardwood or a medium softwood. God. It's European and eastwards to Central Asia is where it comes from originally. Oh, subspecies, sorry. But they're mostly saying Asia. Okay. God, I love how my list, when I get into a tree, it has medical uses.
Mm-hmm.
White birch sold under the brand name, I can't even say it, is in for treatment of allergies to tree pollen from birch, alder. If it's an alder, if it's in the same family as alder, it's I would consider that a softwood. All right, so that list didn't have it. It doesn't talk about the other part. I got a list from a guy that's got like 1,000 entries. Silver birch is considered a hardwood when I got in further into his chart. It is native to Europe and Southwest Asia, and the trees are tall and grow to a height of 100 feet, with trunks up to 0.6 meters in diameter. It is quite hard with a Jacana hardness rating of 1,210 pounds. It has a really good hard rate. So yes, it's a hardwood. There you go. It's got a really good hardwood rating. Oh, and he's gone. Yeah, we had to do that, Miss Magpie over here with a lot of oak trees in between California and Oregon, on that borderline there. All the tan oaks and oak trees got cut down to stop what was spreading around the country. I haven't talked to the guy who's in charge of that in a few years to see if it worked. Well, that really sucks, Steve. I thought you'd have been working. I haven't seen you in a few days.
I know that.
I wonder if there's a thing like over here was called Craigslist. I haven't used it in years. I wonder if there's actually an online work board for your area. Cuz there's all those people who have all those orchards. You know they got to have help.
I know, yeah. But it's that time of year, though, Brooke. You got me, you know?
Oh, it's the in between. Yeah.
Yep.
What do they call that? The summer Darth for work and flowers. There hardly is any.
A lot of people now that I know is going to France for the grapes.
Oh, they're doing. Yeah. I got a buddy that travels around. He picks, well, he's out of work right now too because they keep shutting down all the woods where the stuff he picks, and he buys permits to do it from the federal government. But why, like he said, why buy the permit on a forest? You know, not just a district, but on a section of national forest because they name they name them all different areas. Like I live on the Umpqua National Forest, but it has 4 ranger districts on it. Why buy a permit for the Umpqua National Forest if they're just going to close the woods and you can't drive to where you need to go or get up there and pitch a tent and go do your picking to go sell it to people. He's pissed right now. He says it's probably gonna. This is when he normally does it, and he's talking every place he tried, they got a closure. One of them he could get if he could get helicoptered in, he could be up there picking, but the roads all around it, the ways up in, are all closed around it, but it's open up there where he needs to go. I'm like, holy shit. Johnny Wong. I don't know if you've been blocked. I see your comment in YouTube. So how would you be blocked if we can see your comment in YouTube? Why do people say that when, you know? No, we see your comment, Johnny. You must have not been blocked. Would you like to be blocked? Yeah, we've been talking. Oi, you not been blocked. What is it? I almost want to have I get so many people come in and ask that. I almost want to just have a standard on my channel when I'm airing. If somebody asks if they've been blocked, give them a 5 sec, give them like a 10 sec, not 5 minutes, somewhere under there. Give them like a 60-second timeout. Oh, we've had some crazy shit go on here. My brother's got a fire up there by him. It's not listed anywhere because it's on a military base. They're not even, the aircraft ain't even turning on their tracking. So we can't follow them that way. But he's like, they're flying over my house with buckets of water that they're dipping from the behind me in the hole to go put out that we're not sure if they're what they're doing. It's not listed anywhere, but it's there. Turn off this fire map. I don't need to look at that. I guess he's not coming back, huh?
Don't know.
So how was your weather over there today? Hot, Steve? That's true. You make rockets and where's that? BS? Oh, you're North Ashire. Cool. What kind of rockets you make? Scotland. Okay. Cool. Big ones, Ukraine. I didn't know they had that kind of business in Scotland. Oi, I, E, ooh, ah. Come on, dude. Do something besides put sounds. So, who have you seen today, Steve?
Well, My Righteous was on panel earlier.
Okay.
That was nice. Yep. I seen Bare Bones, Ms. Magpie, Purple Aki, Travis. I fell asleep listening to Citizen Z last night.
Yeah, I was my buddy showed up in Howard Road Trip, and you know how that goes. So I missed Z's last night because it was a pre-planned. It's like an every other Monday thing. So
Okay.
and I'm hardly
I'm a bit
available.
saddened to listen to the people bullying Shar still. You know, like that's not very pleasing. And
Oh,
like
it's
being such a big channel like Filthy Animals is, I mean, you got no business picking on people, but then that's how channels grow, isn't it? You know, we've
yeah,
seen it. The more dramas you got,
especially those type of channels.
yeah,
There's
especially
no
those.
there's no reason for it, and it doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it don't make sense. Bang out of order, if you ask me. Attacking nice people so they become corrupt and not, and then there's circles of people's acting on behalf of them's getting all corrupt. No, like no,
There's a bunch of stupid people in those groups. I agree with you.
I didn't hang around with those groups long. It took me 1 or 2 sessions with those peoples, and I was gone.
It's just not worth having people who think nothing but negative around. I mean, I can be a tool at times, but usually somebody brings it out in me. Otherwise, I'm a nice guy.
Yep.
You know that. You probably know better than most people.
I think so. That's possible. Oh, that's the thing, though. It's awareness, isn't it?
Yeah. But you know what's funny is they won't go over and mess with the groups that are like them. Have you noticed that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
They want to go attack these little channels and all this other stuff, and they just want to be stupid and act that way with that. They don't want to go over and mess with the groups that, well, in my opinion, will show them the door and kick them in the ass on the way out. You know?
But if you remember correctly, a year ago, I went into that mode of the bully of bullies. You know, like I went in after the bullies just because there was nobody going after them.
Yeah.
They don't do no good. It just makes us as low as them by retaliating to their standards.
Yeah. It's yeah, we don't need that kind of negative. I try not to do that kind of negative. I mean,
It's one
all
way to
hand.
lose people as well. It's one way to lose people. You know, like good people just
Mhm.
want to chill out and keep it real. They don't want all the bullshit. So then, when you get stuck in the bullshit, people
Yep.
soon disappear. Mhm.
Yeah. They're they're bad. There's a few creators out here that are just like, oh my God. But when those creators are calling that group bad, they're bad. You know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, I do. Yeah.
I'm like,
Yep. The
dude, a
thing is, I've
year
been
ago.
dealing with those ugly circles for 2 fucking years. You know, and
I
it's
know
like,
you have.
uh,
Look what they were doing to me for over a year. I couldn't have a chat without them in it talking BS, and then one day it just all of a sudden quit. Well, not fully quit, but it's not like it was. Like, yeah, okay, now that I'm not a little channel anymore and I've met some people that have taught me how to actually say something to somebody about you, you don't want to come around now. Don't get it.
that's it. I've seen a lot of those shit channels that I was first introduced to. None of them are still standing.
Oh, I know. They're on like their
No.
third or fourth channel doing the
Yep.
ban evading thing, and they wonder why
Yep.
people tell them, well, what happened to your real channel?
Mm.
Oh, you were too negative for YouTube and you got taken away.
Mm. Exactly. Yep. I stand loud and proud on that one. I've been as vicious as Sid Vicious, you know, like, yeah. But I don't know. I've always stated, you know, like, I've got an interactive diary. It is what it is, you know.
Yep.
Ain't for entertainment, ain't for money purposes, ain't for anything apart from, you know, like, this is how I'm feeling, what I'm thinking, and how I react. So, yeah. YouTube
Well,
can't get rid of me that easy. They have to take that into consideration.
yeah, I started mine. I actually started putting stuff on my channel after the episode, just because something to do, you know what I mean? And then it turned into I got introduced to doing lives, and somebody needed help with something, and off it took. The guy. I get calls all the time or messages. Can you help me? Well, yeah, but we got to set up a time where I'm not doing nothing, and I'm not available from 6 p.m. Pacific time till about 11:30 p.m. Pacific time. I have friends that stop by then. Well, how am I supposed to get help? Come anytime but that.
Yeah. But it's like time for people. It's like time is money, and the more time it takes people to make that connection where they're getting schooled, so then they can go and make monies, they're losing monies, and that's the way them
Mm-hmm.
people's thinking. Hmm? This
Yeah.
is costing me money. Just hurry up and like let's get this sorted.
Yeah. I'll help them do it, but come on. I got a life too. Not that big of a request to just say between these hours I'm not available. Think of me as sleeping.
Mhm.
Oh, I better watch it. My daughter might watch your channel and start calling me in the middle of those times. I swear she didn't do it to me today, but I couldn't get good sleep last night. Something to do with those damn X players hitting us.
Oh, that's most of my problem now is I'm just sleeping too much. It's like there ain't nothing to do, so what to do apart from sleep it away?
Yeah, I try not to do that. Let me go see who she's barking at.
Like now, I've only been walking for what 5 hours, sitting around, walking, getting up, sitting around. Mm, and I'm tired again.
I don't know what it is. We got a new rent. The landlord's got a new renter here, and he thinks he owns the property. I've had more trouble in the past 2 months because of what he's telling people. Like he told one person that I actually know that lives on the coast, 90 miles away. He told them that they could trespass on the property anytime they want. They were like, "Hey man, is it okay if I like cross the property and go fishing?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't want to go sit on the river." He goes, "What do you mean? The landlords does not want nobody down there. If you're with me or you're with one of the renters, there's only 3 of us, 4 of us, you're allowed. But if we decide to leave, you have to leave." Oh, and then he told me why, and he told me, "Well, he says he's the property owner." I go, "No, the property owner lives over about 20 miles from you, bro." He's like, "What?" I go, "Yeah." And he's an old, short Italian guy with no hair. He's like, "Oh," and then he described the person. I'm like, "Yeah, he don't own the property. He rents a little cabin on the property." They're like, "Oh, so in other words, you're telling me he just about got me in trouble?" I go, "Yeah, because he has no authorization to tell you anything but what's around in his immediate vicinity, not down crossing a trail that the landlords have said no."
Yep, I guess that. It's funny, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Renters all of a sudden.
He said some shit to me last night because when my friend left, today was garbage day. I walked my garbage over to the can. And he's out there accusing me of lurking around in the dark. I'm like, who's actually lurking around in the dark if at 11 o'clock at night you're coming out of the dark screaming at me? How'd you even see me walk across the road, down the side of the road, and put my stuff in the can? Are you watching my house constantly? What are you doing, dude? He stomped off. He didn't like that.
I'm not surprised being caught at it. And was this a younger fella that you're dealing with?
Yeah, one of them 20-year-old know-it-alls.
Uh,
That's okay.
so what's he running from the cities for then?
I don't know. I don't know. I try not to associate with him. I purposely have not associated with him, but now I know who's been messing with the water system.
Mm.
Can't go shutting valves off and think the guy that's actually in charge of them and maintenances all this stuff isn't going to do that when you cut his water off completely because you want to go turn valves.
Yeah. I remember doing that on the canals a couple of times. Just turning for the fun of turning, not really knowing what I was doing.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing the first time, but the last time I sat on my outdoor office for quite a while with the motion detector light that goes on if you go anywhere near the pump.
Mm.
I think you got the message.
That's outsmarting them, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're going to fool around there after dark, you're going to be lit up like daylight.
Yep. It never ceases to amaze me. How simple a trap folk make, and how simply folk ignore the fact that yeah, the window's open, the door's open, but there's a bit of string there, or there's a cobweb purposely put there.
Mm-hmm.
And when that string ain't there no more, that cotton or that cobweb ain't there no more, it's like,
Yep.
well, looking.
I also went and made messages and put them all over the handles in the water system. This is what this does. This is what this does. This is what this does. And right on top of zip tied to the valve he was wanting kept shutting off. There's in capital letters. It's about 3 inches long by 2 inches wide. It says, "Do not turn this valve off. The owner." I already know I could really KO where he's at, and he don't realize it just by telling them, "Hey, I busted somebody down at the river fishing when they're not supposed to be fishing, and they say this person gave them permission to go down there, and that they were the owner." That you know how them Italian guys get. Loves the hell out of me. Oh, Steve's muted. Vicky, what's up? Oh, I don't let my dogs go after people. They're there to let me know they're there. Never mind the dog, beware the owner. Now what the hell? Now who's messaging me?
they always lock the door. The door is not locked. Yeah, strange. And then they come back, but they leave the house alone. There's always people there. Also,
Yeah, it's quiet. Sorry, Vicky. I had to answer a message.
Maybe they've gone to town recycling.
No, these people don't go recycling.
They don't know.
It's very different tonight. I don't know. Never happened this, The house is super empty. Nobody, hear nothing. Television, hear nothing.
Okay.
I don't know. Something's going on.
Well, I don't know. What to suggest? I don't know.
I'm looking for outside, but I don't see him.
Are their dogs vicious? Are their dogs likely to bite you if you go into your house?
I don't go in. It's from the way, from the outside.
Okay.
Looking, and the dog's barking, but nobody saying shut up.
Okay.
So it looks like nobody leaves the house empty. It looks like that. I don't
Okay.
know. I didn't know what to do. I just called you.
What do you reckon you think they've abandoned the dogs or what?
I don't think so. No abandon the dog. I don't know.
And so they're probably just out visiting people, or like gone to the beach or something. Anyway.
Yeah, but there's always somebody in the house. They never leave the house empty. There's always somebody there.
Okay.
It's very strange. I don't know. I hope they go, but they don't. Okay, if they leave the dog. I don't think so. They love the dog.
Okay.
Maybe they come back. I hope not.
Oh.
But looks strange. It's quite late. They're always here drinking beer. I don't know. It's very strange. I don't know.
Yeah. It is very strange.
I think it to make some noise. No for the people, just for the dog. I want the dog barking. So I see somebody say, shut up. Or somebody don't say shut up. Because I don't see one. One room is down. So I see some light. It's like somebody has computer or something. But I don't see any movement inside. Looks like everybody leaves the house.
Well, personally, if it's your house and you don't want those people in there, and they're not there, now might be your opportunity to sit there and wait for them to return to tell them to fuck off out of your house.
Open the door and let the dogs go away.
Yeah.
Will be so nice to put 50 guys outside now. One friend told me something tonight. He said to me, tomorrow, when the people are there, 50 guys and women going inside the house. A lot of women and guys put a big speaker and make a big party with beer. And when these people come, they see this big party inside and they get crazy. Like, but to see 50 people, fuck it. I'm sure you don't go inside. You will scared. And the police come. The people say he make a party here this month.
Well,
he invite us. He make a party. Wow, that's a good plan.
there you go. You've got one solution there, Jesus. You got one solution. Yeah.
I don't like to do. Don't want violence. When I'm going to see, I hope they don't come back tonight. If they don't come back tonight, it's a good thing.
Yeah, but if they don't come back and they've abandoned their dogs, that's not a good thing. That's not good.
Well, I will take care of the dogs. I will put it somebody. Or give to a friend. He can take it to them.
Tell me, is your house open? Do you have access to the house?
Well, it's one lock in the gate. The gate is with normally it's two locks. Now it's only one. The little one.
Right.
People, they always put the two locks. These people never leave the locks open. They leave one lock open. The little one is closed. I see the two rooms, the living room and the first room. Open windows, nobody there.
Very strange situation, brother. Very strange situation. I don't know what to suggest. Personally, you know, like you're not a fighting type of person. I wouldn't even hang around there. Do you get me, yeah? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I maybe from in front of the house in my caravan.
All right. All right. Wow. So you got full view. All right.
Yeah, I
Wow.
need everything from
All right. I don't know what to suggest, brother. I don't know what to suggest. My head's a bit filled at the moment. I don't know. But personally, if it was my house and I don't want the people's there, I'm getting the fuck out of there. Do you get me? Hmm?
yeah, man.
And if they're
As I
not
said,
there
man,
right
don't
now,
forget that
why aren't you inside?
I don't want to punch people. I don't want to fire them. I don't want to make shitty for me, maybe. Because these people, they have the power, the government power, the legal power. If I do this, I have shitty problem.
Right, right. I understand. Yeah, I understand. You know, that's the horrible thing. You know, like helping peoples and then they take the piss. You know,
Yeah.
and then they use the law for backup. You know, like it's cowards. It's cowards world that we're living in these times. It's a shame these people ain't got no morals. You know.
It looks very strange. It's 1:20 in the morning and the car is not there and the lock is open. Very strange.
Well,
I want to say thank you to the universe for these people on the side, but looks like across the closed window looks like some light.
what's the normal behavior like? I mean, it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. You know, like where would they be on a Tuesday night?
Tuesday night.
It's Tuesday, isn't it? Or is it Monday? No, it's
It's
Tuesday.
Monday. It's Monday here. No, it's Tuesday here, 4:21 p.m. on the Pacific Coast. So for
Here, Monday, having it
7:21 at night on the East Coast.
I was drinking beer till 1:20 in the morning.
Hello, Just Joe.
So much fun. No car.
Very strange. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to help you, brother. I don't know how to help you.
Number one, if they ain't there, don't be
It's a very
scared of the
strange
dogs.
situation.
Open the damn door, let the dogs out, and go in your house and shut the door. They do, since it's your
If it
house
was
and your
me, I'd be
rental, when
opening
they
that
try
gate,
to,
opening the
yep,
doors, letting them dogs out, getting them dogs out of me fucking land, getting them out of my house, and
shutting
I'd
the
be moving
fucking
into my
gate,
house.
going inside, shutting the door.
No, the one problem for you. What would be nice, maybe 10 good guys or 20 guys coming and live in the house for 2 weeks for free. 1 month. If you know now some more people, you can come to live there for a month.
At the moment, Jesus, I don't have a single friend available physically at the moment. You know, like coming back to Orkiva, you know, like I really, I haven't clicked or connected with anybody's really.
It's amazing.
Hey, Bare Bones. Legally your house and you're the actual legal rental or owner of the property. If they're gone, get their fucking piece of shit dogs out of
Yeah,
the house and go inside and lock the door. And when they think they're gonna bust through them, call in. You have somebody trying to break and enter.
It's very strange, man. Very strange. I want to make back in the dark to see somebody.
well, get your head down for the night, okay? Go to sleep for the night. You'll wake up fresher and stronger in the morning, all right? And you'll have better options in the morning. The people will either return or they'll be gone. And if they don't return by this time tomorrow, you have to let that dog out of the house, otherwise the dog's gonna trash the house. And you know, like you being
Do it
living in
now.
your caravan outside your house, I mean, seriously, yeah, you're not gonna be walking past and allowing that crap. Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're not there right now. Did they break a door to get in? How did they get in? Did they do damage to get through a door or a window? Is there visible damage somewhere?
You can have new friends connection. Yeah, no. You're my
Can
family,
you hear me? Can you hear me, mate?
People talking bullshit about you. People talking bullshit about me. Oh, everybody took people bullshit on.
That's right, brother.
But you know the people that took bullshit. I hear today the people that took bullshit on other people is the people that have the people that have money.
That's the problem with people these days, bro. You know, like we don't have a voice unless we're unless we, you know, like we've got the people on our side, the individual speakers. You know, like ouch.
He lives in the UK or in the US or Spain.
Can come, see something happening. Maybe tomorrow is better.
Well, like I said, I suggest you get your head down for tonight and think about it fresh tomorrow. You get me, yeah? My phone's on charge, so, you know, like, I've got plenty of charge on my phone, so you can phone me tomorrow, and you know, like I don't know what I can do. I'm not in, you know, I don't know what I can do, but I'm literally up the road from you, anyways. I think I'm not sure where your house is, but I'm just up the road. I'm in Ortiva.
Sorry.
I says I'm not far from you. I'm just outside of Ortiva. You know.
I got to you, man.
So,
You wanna go?
Steve,
No. I'm okay here, and you get your head down for the night and talk to me tomorrow. But you know, like yeah, I'm sure there will be some changes. Either the people will be back in the house tomorrow, or they'll be gone. But yeah, tomorrow, you know, like yeah, if they're not back, you need to get that gate open and them dogs out of your place. Yeah, it's simple as.
Steve, you can hear me, right?
All right.
If there's any damage to a window, a door, however they got in, if there's damage while they're gone, report that you were broken into and entered to. And now there's dogs in your understand, you know, you were gone. You come back,
Yeah.
my house is broke into, and now there's a
Yep.
dog locked
As
in my
is, call me
house.
tomorrow.
Just seeing the
Yeah.
lights.
You be strong. Get a good night's sleep, yeah. And don't, yeah.
Thank you, man.
All right.
Ciao.
Buenas noches. Sorry about that, bro.
That's okay. You
Broke
should
vision.
have
Sorry
asked
about
him.
that, brother. I'm just
You
having
should have asked him. You
personal
should.
food.
Yeah, I heard. You weren't muted. One of the things is if there's any damage to where they gained entry to the house or doors, windows, things like that, they're gone. Act like you just came back from being at a friend's house and all of a sudden there's a dog in your house and it's been broke into. Seeing the lights outside the house from them there to take a valid report of breaking and entering, and the already report of breaking and entering gives him legs to stand on if he has to call the law to get them out of there. They broke in.
Okay, but
There's
this is
already a report, and there's squatter bullshit laws, especially in Europe and in
okay,
England.
but this is a bit of a different situation. The fellow been renting his house out. He's got people in there, and yeah, he wants more rent from them, but they refuse to pay the more rent. and now he wants them out of there. And yeah, it's
Are
a
they
messy
still
situation.
are they still paying the agreed upon amount every month? He rented it by the
Well,
month, and if
I,
they're still paying the agreed upon amount, that makes it different. If he actually physically rented the place to him, he's got to go to the courts. That's in the US,
correct.
in England, in Spain, and that's the only
Yeah,
choice he
and
has.
yeah, and here in Spain, there's like a 6-year waiting list for these getting tenants out of properties. It's one
Yeah,
of
but
the sticky
the
situations
tenants
where like it's
tenants can't just stop paying. He needs you know what I mean.
well, that's the law thing. You know that's the issue with taking it to law. Then they've stopped paying. You know, and it takes the law. Then like court orders and stuff to get out. It's
I
a very
didn't
messy
realize
situation here in Spain. I
wow, that's crazy because over here,
encountered
once you go file that, they get
when trying
served paperwork, and they have in 30 days after they have to be in court answering to the judge of why they're not doing what they were supposed to do. But if they've been paying the amount and the lease is up and he wants to renegotiate the lease, then it's like he said, she said. But if they're literally not paying rent, is different from they won't pay more than what we originally agreed upon. And if you didn't have it in paperwork, which no owners should ever do anything with anybody without paperwork or witnesses that are your friends to the agreement. You know what I mean?
I do, yeah. Yep. 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 I was told
Every country.
years ago. I was told years ago when I was trying to rent here in Spain. It's like people won't rent to you, Steve. You got no bank account. You got no references. Yeah, you got no security. You know, and yeah, I did try renting after the first place, but it's like it's just a headache. For
Oh,
auctioneers
I
or
would
housing
do it.
agencies, they take you around. They want €80 a day just for showing you the properties and stuff. It's crazy. Is it? Crazy business.
Yep.
We've got somebody in the back chat, and I haven't got a clue who the fuck they are.
Who is it?
What question mark and a very strange looking title. Yeah, what like?
Well,
And then
some of the people
fire
I know
sale.
that
Fire sale. You know anybody fire sale? Authenticated with YouTube?
not with those names.
No,
If it was
me
my
neither.
friend that I was talking to, they would straight out tell you, they would straight out be in the back chat going, "Hi, Steve," or "Hi, broke." You know what I mean? So obviously they don't know the
Oh, it's just
etiquette of
Joe.
trying.
Okay, it's just Joe. Joe's in the back chat. We haven't spoke to Joe for a long time.
No, just Joe. She's great. I haven't seen her in the back chat. I see her in the regular chat.
She said she's in the backstage.
Yeah.
Oh,
Me.
That's Joe.
Sorry about that.
I wonder why mine's not telling me there's people in the back chat. I don't see nothing since the other homeless and proud.
No, there's no messages.
Oh.
There was no messages in the back chat.
Oh.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh,
not bad. Me dear, long time no speak.
Yes, yes. I was listening for a moment, and wow, that sounds crazy. What that man is going through?
Mm.
The man that you were just speaking to. I didn't catch the whole story, but it sounds awful from what I heard.
It is, yeah, it is. He's been renting his mother's house out. Like and people have moved in under contract, but then he's wanted more rent from them, from what I'm understanding, and they've refused, and then they've refused, and yeah, now he's looking
Well, he did have a
for ways to get
contract.
the people out. Reason he keeps talking to me like I can do anything about it, and I can't do nothing about it.
He has a contract with them. Goes both ways. Honor what you signed, they'll honor what they signed. If you want more money, there's ways to legally. That contract usually is only for a certain period of time. If it's time to renegotiate that contract, that's a different thing. But if you're just all of a sudden in the middle of the contract wanting to raise the rent, you got a contract, bro. You wrote it. You signed it as the owner. You're the one that you didn't read what you signed. It's harder to just break a contract than anything else. If he's got one of those, you're SOL, dude, until the time comes that the contract's up. And you shouldn't just leave any contract open ended. It has to have a start date and a completion date, especially when it comes to renting property.
Wow. Yeah, that's true.
That's it.
Yep,
Living in
I
his
read it.
caravan opposite his house.
Hmm?
uh, They're always drinking,
Well, it doesn't matter what they
out
do.
drinking this time. There's one dog in the house. There's one dog outside, eh, and he wants,
Yeah.
yeah. There's normally two padlocks on the gate now. Now
Well,
there's only one padlock, and this is very. There's one light on. He can't see through the
Oh, Steve, I really hate to
rest of the
say
house.
this,
There's one
but
dog in
if
the
you
house and
rent,
one confused in this situation.
Steve, I really hate to say this, but I've been through something similar from the renter's side, and they have an agreement with him. He's trying to break the agreement, and now he's sitting there like literally getting pissy because they're drinking and they go drinking. Big deal. It's got nothing to do with the rental contract and where I live and what I do on my time. You're sitting there like
Yeah,
stalking them. That's stalking. It's a form of stalking. You're stalking
exactly.
your renters. Dude, he's in the wrong and he needs to wake up to what he's doing is wrong. If you have a contract with them, I can't believe you'd rent out a house without a contract. Anybody would rent out a house without a contract. Why are you trying to break it without negotiations? Every contract, especially rental contracts, have a start date and an end date. They have to prove they're in the house to put the utilities and stuff to the house and do other things to prove it's actually their residence. And and especially you're just wanting more money from them and they won't give you more money because you're demanding more money, dude. Stop partying so much yourself. Stop being a stalker. You had other arrangements when you rented that house out. What are you parked out front in a caravan for? Go back to where your other arrangements were. And if you didn't have your own house, why the hell did you rent out your mom's house? I don't know. There's
Live
two
in his
sides to
caravan
every.
on, yeah,
Yeah. I
and
mean,
like, yeah, I've known this fella since I came to this area. He's a little bit contrary, to say the least.
You think?
uh-huh. Uh, 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 I know what it's making me think now that I hear more of the story. Uh-huh. They're not squatters, they're renters, and you're being. Oh, I won't say that word that we use for that over here for landlords that do that. Starts with an S, and it's not stalker.
I don't know.
So how you been doing, Joe? You having a good day?
I'm sorry, that was a facetious laugh.
I
I'm
know.
trying. Go
Oh, come
ahead.
on. You're having fun with what you're doing too. I know you are.
I have a good day because I say I have a good day, but that doesn't mean that there are not folks out there trying to cause me to have a bad day. I just have to handle it the best way I can, which is to ignore them and know that they're losers. And yeah, I actually have some good news that adds to my good day.
Cool.
I won against a counterclaim. Well, I'm the counterclaimant. I won against what the hell? What did she file the claim? You know, Q. That
Oh, you mean on
crazy.
YouTube, on the streets?
Yeah. Yeah, she filed a copyright claim, and I filed a counterclaim. And I thought I had to wait 10 days. Turns out it's 2 weeks. So it's 14 days. I thought Friday I was in the clear, but then I thought, okay, I'll see how this goes. I've messaged them a couple of times, and then I got a fake email from YouTube. It wasn't from YouTube at all, and it said something like, disregard our decision in regards to your counterclaim, and that was it. And I was like,
That's not an official YouTube email, and you know that.
I
You've gotten official YouTube emails. You know what they look like.
this one actually looked pretty good. It looked near
Yeah,
identical,
well,
but
I bet you the email address wasn't the same.
um I'm not too sure. I have to look further into it. I did last week, but I can't remember what I saw. My cage was a little rattled, and I was like, what the hell? I was like, you're not giving me any more information to help me understand
Well,
why you just made that statement.
what you need to do is actually try to memorize. YouTube has an official email that cannot be duplicated. Gmail, all of them are not going to duplicate the officially to give you the same exact email. You know, at
It
the
looked
actual,
near identical.
not the content. We're not talking content. We're talking the email address.
Yes, from what I saw, it looked identical. It was last week, so I can't really remember at the moment. I will send you what I have, and we will look it over together. But I was talking to Wendy, Outback Wendell's, and she was like, we were talking and shooting things back and forth. I was like, could this be a fake email?
It,
Are they trying to make me look crazy by going to YouTube and sending them a bunch of messages? You know? And we decided it was a fake email. So I waited until today, which makes 14 days, 2 weeks, and they sent me an email saying that I won my case. So it was.
This is where instead of sending it to me, I'll send you. We can talk later. I'll give you the stuff, and you can send it. An exact copy of it
Oh, yeah.
can be sent to them, and not on the YouTube. We'll have to talk later.
Okay.
I'm
And
not
the
going to
crazy
give away.
thing,
I'm not going to give away what I've been taught for free. But we can
right,
talk
right.
later. I've already been ordered to tell you things.
But the crazy part is, no one has this email address that I have. I've got like a whole bunch of email addresses, and but for
Is
this other
it
account,
is it your actual YouTube email?
yes, yes,
Then that's easily gotten.
I didn't list it or share it,
You
only with
don't have
friends.
to. You don't have to. The email that's attached to a YouTube account is easy to get.
Hmm. So that's wild. I guess I'm hacked there too.
And
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I wonder, because I've never tried it, if you can have all official YouTube emails go to a different email address, and you could. I'll tell you why I think that later, that you can arrange that with the
Okay.
thing I give you that Z taught me.
Uh-huh.
You'll laugh your ass off because I think you can do that. I'm not positive. Don't quote me 100%, but I think you can do that. And then that's one that you never let anybody even find out about. They
Right?
won't let it out. And part of your proof is the fake email that was sent. They like to know about that.
Yes, I
Especially
want
if it says G mail in the name.
I definitely want to make them aware, and hopefully we could find out who sent that. I
Oh,
don't know if we can do that.
they won't tell you, but they'll deal with it, especially since it's a fake phishing email that's considered spam. What's that other thing they consider it?
Fraud.
They got a word for it, hacking or something else like that. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
fraud, but they'll deal with it because they had to try to make it look like it was official from YouTube or some shit like that. We'll talk later. So you
Imposter.
get
Uh,
impersonation.
thank
But
you. Okay, I knew if I threw that out there, we'd get to it.
so
Impersonation.
how was your weather today?
Oh,
My
apparently I slept through a lot of what had happened. There's only a chair blown over, but for the most part, I'm doing good. Didn't lose power. It flickered, but I'm doing pretty good. Now, a couple blocks away, my sister-in-law is still without power.
They'll get to it. It's a block by block, tree by tree thing.
Right, right. I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys doing?
I got a lot of smoke. There's this big giant street light that keeps moving, shining through the smoke.
Oh, I
And
thought you
it's
meant smoke,
and
smoke.
it's
I'm
one.
sorry.
No, I mean wildfire smoke. I have a lot. I'll put it this way: I have a very lot of drift smoke because of where I
Mm,
live right now.
not
I have
cool.
four complex fires within 50 miles of me in all directions. Well, not well, yeah, there's a fire that's been added into the complex south of me. So yeah, I have four complex fires within 50 miles of me, and the valley's smoked in bad.
Wow.
In a way, I'm pissed I can't get up to the high prairies. In another way, I'm glad I'm not up at the high prairies because I can't imagine how much they're smoked in. Because smoke rises, when the inversion layer breaks, shit breaks free. It just sucks. Supposed to be blowing it out tonight, though.
Hmm.
Out
Good
causing
luck on that.
mayhem. Yeah, I'm hoping to. They said that the other day and it got worse. They forgot about that giant down canyon when we get here because of how long the river I live along is. As the temperature starts backing off, it sucks that hot air down into you know what I mean. Up canyon,
Mm-hmm.
down canyon winds. Every river has them. Upriver, downriver winds. We just call them canyon winds here because all canyons have wind.
Right, right.
Yep.
Well, hopefully that clears up sometime soon.
It'll clear up. Give me a day or two, and then it'll smoke in again.
Steve-O, how are you doing, sir?
uh, uh, that's yeah. I'm like
You're fading in and out. I didn't hear what you said.
I keep making stupid decisions to better, but I keep.
You're cutting off and on, Steve.
You ain't coming in very
Oh
clear.
dear.
Oh, they trying to give you a message because you're coming up to that 6-hour mark on this one? I swear they do that. I haven't been watching that close enough, but I swear they do that. There's hour marks where it seems like people have trouble with YouTube.
Oh. Don't think I've encountered that before.
I don't know. It's just a hypothesis. I'll have to pay more attention. Not like you can put a poll like that out on YouTube. They'll probably strike you for asking that kind of question. What is that? Oh, that's a message. I see what your avatar is.
Yeah, that's Queenie's friend who's soliciting a 16-year-old girl for $100 or $200 if she will twerk for him.
Holy shit, there went Steve.
He'll be back. But yeah, Sonal is trying to groom a 16-year-old girl. And those are the messages between them on his picture. You know how much I love Queenie, right?
Oh, come on. Don't use that word.
Right? Well, she's the one I won the counterclaim against. That was a lot of fun. But for somebody who accuses people of grooming and, all those other nasty things, she sure is backing one who is absolutely guilty of all those nasty things and grooming. She's his protector because he's her
Hang on
captain.
I got a call I got to answer.
Is Steve back with us?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm coming pretty clear there.
Yeah. No, my phone's overheating.
Ruh-roh.
Because the phone's overheating, it screws up. Seems to be all right now.
Those eyes are kind of freaky looking, Rogue Fishing. A little intimidating. So it's funny that Broke Fishing mentioned that he was over here speaking with you, and I'm dealing with a situation myself that you can kind of relate to. We talked about in the past, you and I have, in the past, how people are paid for their services whenever a protest is around. Um, you know, people actually earn money for protesting. They don't even have a clue why they're protesting.
Mm-hmm.
I have got some
Yep.
family members who are guilty of that, and I just want to beat the evil out of them, and I cannot seem to do that. I just discovered some apps that they're using. I've been looking for a long time. I couldn't find them, but I just discovered some apps given to me by a distant cousin through my niece, and it's how they communicate and how they get their calls and how they track and hack other people's phones and equipment and what have you. I've handed this information over to probably 3 of the best computer techs, and we're looking into that now. I've been trying to get my hands on these apps for, oh my gosh, almost a decade, and they finally landed in my lap.
Happy days. Mm-hmm. I wasn't knowingly paid. Yeah, I was paid after
Right.
the protests, but I was more down to the fact that I was criminalized and then jailed for self-defense. Yeah, I wasn't involved in the riot. I never went out with intentions to get involved in the riot, but the fact that the police trapped me and beat up on me, to the point where I defended myself, and then I was held responsible for my actions. The people that organized the riot and the groups associated with the riots, they paid out in compensation in a sense for me
Right. I
getting
remember you
tied
saying
up
that.
in their doing.
I do remember you saying that, which was quite odd. I had never heard a story like that before, and I've heard a bunch of stories when it comes to these protests and riots and what have you. You unfortunately got caught in the middle and mistaken by the people who do pay. Do you think they paid you assuming that you were one of them, or do you think they paid you for compensation because of what you had endured as a result of being at the wrong place at the wrong time?
The police beat up on me because I was there in the same environment. Protesters, and, I never really had any communications with them beforehand or after. I mean, like I used to walk past their protest office and but never interacted. I used to, ignore the protesters when they came into the squatting community. When they put up their meetings, yeah, I ignored them and went in opposite directions. Like they're not, nothing to do with me. But it was more about just being there at the time.
So you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The police thought you were one of them, beat you up for it, and the
Yep.
people who organized the protest assumed that you were a protester and paid you for your accidental services for being in the wrong place at the wrong time?
Well, they reached out to me when I was in jail. Yeah, that's when I was in jail. That's when they reached out to me and started sending me these monthly payments.
And in what form did the payments come in, and how long did you receive payments?
It went on the whole time I was in jail.
How long was that?
I served a year.
Wow. They paid you for a year? Was it a lot of money? And
Averaging 300 a month.
how did they get those payments to you, and what kind of a form?
Um, Checks, postal checks, postal orders. They come then into the prison, and then yeah, that goes through the banking system.
Wow. Wow.
Mhm.
That's pretty wild.
Was really wild is when I came out of jail and I had a couple of those checks remaining, and I bring them to the bank where they were issued from, and the bank manager was very fully aware of the individual that was sending me the or responsible for the account. That's what I thought was really weird.
That is so wild. It's almost like,
From that moment, that bank, like I gave in these checks and I said, like, I'm out of jail. I don't want their money. I don't need their money no more. Like, and I just want to return the checks to, like, like where they come from, and because they're stamped to this branch, I says, it just makes sense here. And the bank manager tried to open me a bank account there, and then he wanted me to keep the dollars.
yeah,
Mm,
right? It's like he knew a
mm,
little bit more than he probably should have, huh?
I'm guessing. I'm thinking.
Sneaky
Yeah.
little. Yes, well, out
Mm,
here in the States, they have organizations that are misleading to someone who doesn't know better. But there's one in particular that sticks out in my mind the most. And it's called, this one's actually pretty wide open, self explanatory. It's called Crowds on Demand. Now, to the average person who doesn't know what that, could mean, they may or may not inquire. So it's probably more word of mouth than anything. Go and sign up through a website called Crowds on Demand. And what they do is exactly what you were mistaken for being a part of. They do the riots, they do the protest. It's pretty much the left leaning. Over here in the States, what we call left and right, I call it left right ridiculous divide. It's two wings on the same bird, no matter how you slice it. Um, there should be a third option, and people don't. The Amish found the third option. Amish don't live by the government rules. Gypsies don't live by government rules and laws and what have you. We don't break laws, but we govern ourselves. So there's a third option. Why people don't understand that is beyond me. Why more people don't understand that is beyond me. We don't need the government and their unhealthy ways of this, that, and the other, and their, the nonsense in between. Good people know how to govern themselves. But yes, whenever there's a protest, I have family members who willfully go anywhere they're told to go. They've worn masks long after everyone was told that they don't need to, and especially after the CDC confirmed that they were wrong about everything. And I don't want to go into that too much because I don't want to get you struck. But the things that some of my members do for money is repulsive. They'll be at a protest.
One thing that I recognize, Joe, yeah, is the people that I considered started the riot. For me, I didn't see any of those peoples in jail. But I have met a couple of peoples here in Spain, yeah, because they left Britain. Yeah, they came, they went running, yeah. And it was only a few months ago when I sat with at least 3 people. They were very involved in that riot and very involved in the British anarchy movements. And yet, when I recognize, hang on a minute, this fella's father's a solicitor. That father's a dentist. And that one's working in the bank. I see these people are above the middle class peoples. Do you get me? Yeah? These are very established, civilized members of society, and yet their youth are running around protected, causing the chaos, and they're protected because daddy's got a bank manager role and mummy's a solicitor, and it's just the rich kids running amok. And for me, I'm not sure if it's people of the left or the rights or whatever, yeah. But one thing I do stand my ground is those people are cowardly scumbags. Yeah, me, yeah. I went, I got beat up. I was in fear of my life, and I had to fight for my life to stay alive. Yeah, and yet I'm responsible, not the police, not these people that started the riots, not these people that instigate or promote the riots, but like people like me. I'm responsible. It's a corrupt business, and it is a fucking business.
Yes, and I think they're all involved, and it's all show and sell the little guy out who doesn't know what's going on, such as yourself. You had no idea what the hell was going on, or maybe you did and chose not to be a part of it for your own reasons. Was mistaken, couldn't fight them, was charged, and with no recourse, and served a year of your life based on a lie, and you couldn't defend yourself, and you're expendable in all of their eyes. They don't give a damn. They need you to go to jail to prove that, hey, this is what happens to folks that do this. But for those of us who can see clearer, it's like, wait a minute, where are
Hey,
the people that organize this?
Steve, Joe,
Yep.
Yo,
I gotta go do some technical work where I over on one of the streams I co-host. Thank you for having me. Nice to see you, Joe, and I will talk to you later. Okay.
Sounds great, man. I'll get with you, or you'll
All
get
right.
with me.
Yeah,
Right on.
I'll see you. All right. Thanks, Steve. We'll talk to you in a little bit. I got to go help figure something out.
good luck, brother. Good luck.
Right on.
Thank you.
So you were basically an innocent person caught up in a mess that was organized by a bunch of people who knew what the hell was going on, and it doesn't have nothing to do really with the left or the right. there's a big plan, and I think it's show and sell and sacrifice, lambs, literally, and lost a year of your life. Unfortunately, they gave you some money throughout. That's fortunate, but I admire the fact that when you did get out, you turned it all down. Who knows how long those payments would have been coming in for?
Mm.
Did you ever think about that?
No, no, no. Like I said, I've not never had an interest in dark monies or dark wealth or free monies. I've never had any interest in it. So I don't consider it. You know,
Oh
I know I
man,
did right when I come out of jail. I know I did right when I was in jail. Yeah, I kept my head above water. I stayed alive. And to be honest with you, if it wasn't for their money coming in, like jail life might have been totally different for me. Hmm?
right. So having to survive is one thing. But man, I love you for that because there is no amount of money that can ever convince me to do anything that's wrong. I don't care if it's pallets and pallets and pallets of money. I would set it on fire and piss on it. Well, I'd piss on it first and then I'd set it on fire. But there is no amount of money that can make me sell my soul. And it's unfortunate that I have a bunch of brothers and sisters that are doing that until this very day and have been for almost a decade now. And their job is multifaceted. They're not just freaking, damn, I wish Broke Fishing didn't have to go. I just sent him a video that would explain a whole lot more. My family have dark blood. There's something really wrong with these people. They're flooded with demons. They're possessed. They're evil. They would actually kill each other for $1 and have. They got insurance policies. The only two brother and sister that I had that were good are gone, and there were insurance policies on both of them. And now they're afraid of each other because they don't trust each other, thinking that hey, this could happen to me. And I'm like, well, you brought those demons to the forefront. It's only fair that you should wonder if it'll happen to you. You've done it. Maybe it should happen to you. It's really because I come from a disturbed family, and I left home when I was 13. I think I've told you that before.
Hmm. Yep.
Because everybody just lied and cheated and stole and hurt people just to get ahead, and it turned my stomach. It still does. I am nothing like my family. I don't understand how the hell I was born into such a family, and I don't really understand how they would never fight to be better or challenge themselves. They've got children. They can't teach their children anything good. So I really despise my family for that in many ways. I despise that I'm from a family of 10 kids and only two of them were, I considered great. But I had a bunch of brothers and sisters and we could have been anything. The love could have been plentiful. The advancement through hard work could have been worth it and, admirable. We could have been all kinds of good things and shared and taught others, and you know what I mean? We could have what am I trying to say? A legacy to be proud of. And they
Mm.
ripped me off. And I'm mad as hell.
Mm. Yeah, that's the problem. Like some folks says you can choose your friends, but the family you're stuck with. You got me,
Mm,
yeah. Yeah, I tried
yeah,
to keep that wrong. Like yeah, and
right?
yeah, family can come and go. You can make a different family everywhere you go. But friends, you're stuck with friends. Hmm? There ain't no getting rid of friends.
You got to be a good friend. And so far, you've been one of my good friends for quite some time. We see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. Broke fishing, he's one of my good friends, man. If I've got
Mm.
problems, I go right to him, sometimes first and foremost, and he's quite the problem solver as
Mm.
far as this technology shit is concerned, did I mention the two apps that these people communicate on as far as where to be, when to be? You know, they don't get any information on what they're protesting. It's just show up, we'll give you a sign. But anyway, I've been looking for these apps for over a decade, and two of them just fell into my lap through a cousin and a niece just last night, and they're really disturbing. Broke Fishing's on it. I can bet you Z is on it, Citizen Z, and there's another person who will remain nameless, who's looking into it really deep. I think we just cracked something, and it will expose these evil people for what they're doing. But back to family, I will not take accountability for their actions. I just, when I had gone through life with them for 13 years of my life, the first 13 years of my life, and I realized that I was out with them on many occasions, and we would go home and they would tell my dad stories, and it wouldn't be anything like what had actually happened. And this went on year after year after year until I'm like, I just don't want to even talk to you. Nothing comes from your mouth is truth in any way whatsoever. I can't trust you, and trust is very important. If you don't have trust, you don't have anything. I can't trust you to tell me the truth, and I was there. I saw it. I know what happened, and it's nothing that you're saying. I don't trust you. You're making me miserable. I'm living in your la la world, and I need to go where, the truth is truth, and I know it's not here. So I left because it was driving me insane. I couldn't live in a fake world that was so ugly and full of lies and evil. Um, so I won't take it. Somebody mentioned something in the chat. Mostly we're the cause of our own problems, blaming others is weak. Um, I will take responsibility for every single one of my actions, and I try to take time before I act on anything so that I can lessen the possibilities of reacting the wrong way. It's a hard thing to do, you know, but as I got older, I definitely tried to slow down a whole lot more and be slow to react so that I can evaluate, how can I help and how can I hurt a situation, and let me figure out what's the best way to handle this. But if and when I'm wrong, and I am often, well, not often, but more often than I'd like to be, I'm human. I get upset. We get emotional about some things and we react. So we don't always react the best. But when I do realize that I'm wrong or have done something bad, which is mostly unintentional, I will take accountability for every single one of my actions. I don't intentionally hurt people. I don't go out of my way to do it. If I see you as a demon, I will not afford you the same respect as a human. It's gloves off, and I'll double down at that rate. If I see you as an absolute friggin' demon, you're done at that rate. I will not respect you at all. Therefore, I'm proud of my actions because I'm slaying a demon. And I wouldn't say so much proud, but I'm going to stand up to a demon every chance I get. It's one of my favorite things to do. But as far as, being wrong, I have no problem with standing up and being the first person to stand up and say so, admit it, and, do whatever I have to do to make it right. I don't shift blame. I never will. I don't cut corners, and I'm not corrupt in any way whatsoever. And if I lie to myself, that's really sick. You can lie to everybody else, but you can't lie to yourself. If you lie to yourself and tell you something is what it's not, then you're pretty sick. And then that brings me back to the 13 years I spent with my family, whereas I did lie to myself. I'm like, I made excuses for them. I'm like, that's just how they are. They'll grow out of it. Something will change. Well, that was a giant lie. They never grew out of it. Here we are 30, 40 years later, and they're worse than they've ever been. So leaving was the
Yeah,
right decision.
but you know why they're worse than they've ever been? Because
Why?
they've set their ways, being manipulative, lying, thieving, whatever. Yeah, to gain the trust of other people or to gain status within the groups, and so they've progressed to where they're heading. You know,
And
for the people that they've been upsetting or going up against over the years. I mean, like, if you're not part of that corruptness, then you're going to get singled off, you know, and you're going to see them people as the demons. So,
yes,
like, yeah, they progress, you know, they've climbed the ladders and now they're the masters of the arts rather than the up and coming.
and it makes
Mm.
me sick. I don't know how they can live a life like that.
Well,
Um,
sometimes it's not for us to understand or identify. You know, like you've identified that you're not that. So, like not being that, would be more like I don't want fuck all to do with it. I don't want fuck all to do with it. You get me? And that's been my
yeah.
attitude in life. The things that I don't like, yeah, I don't like watching people kissing. So from the simplest of things, watching people kissing on a movie, I don't like watching movies where they likely be kissing each other. You get me? Yeah. Mm, yeah.
Well, now if
I'm
it's the
certainly
bride
not
and the
going to be
groom,
watching them screaming and shouting and fighting and killing each other. You get me? You know? Yeah.
yeah, I don't really watch much TV. But I
Right.
think you're right. It may not be for us to determine, how they can continuously do that because it's just not in us. I think I made the right decision when I was 13, and that's basically all I could do was steer clear of the evil that they just bathe in on a daily basis. And they don't care who they have to hurt to get what they want. They want what they want, they're going to get it, and somebody's going to get hurt, and they live with it. And that's just not who I am. Somebody asked, how do I determine when one's a demon? When you walk through life pissing and shitting all over everyone just to prosper, criminally especially, without a care for another human being at all. When you're destroying people for personal gain, and you lie, cheat, and steal, and there's no changing you, I think you're either possessed or you are a demon. And the Bible tells me how to determine that as well. A good tree does not bear bad fruit. A bad tree does not bear good fruit. John 7:24. Judge, but judge righteously. Do not be a hypocrite, meaning don't be guilty of what you're judging in another person, and don't be going around judging just because you can. Judging is something God gave us as a tool to determine who is good company and who is not, and who means
Mm.
us well and who does not. And if you don't judge, bad company corrupts good morals. You have to determine who is good and who's not, and are they worth your time? Are they worth helping? Are they worth saving? Do they want to be saved or helped? Or are they just determined to be evil and they don't give a damn? I would judge that person who chooses to be evil and has been for decades as someone that I don't want to be around, and I'm just going to part ways. We are not to have anything to do with them. We're not allowed to sit at the same table and have a meal with them.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For me, that judgment stuff is a strange one because a lot of people say, Steve, you're too judgmental. You're judging this, you're judging that based on this or that. But no, actually, I'm looking at myself and I'm saying, I don't like that. I don't want to be around that. I don't want to be around people that do that. So I take myself away. I mean, that is not
Yeah,
judging them. That's judging me. Hmm?
right. It's
That's judging
judging
me.
things that you don't want in your life, and you determine based on that whether you're going to stay or go.
Hmm. Uh,
So I think some people take judging out of context, and they like to throw it in folks' face, and just to have something to say sometimes. And I don't think they really want to get to the crux of it. The crux is, what do I want in my life? How do you determine what you want in your life? You judge. Is this
uh,
good or is this bad? Is it clearly bad? Then it's got to go. I've just made a judgment. You know, it could be what a person does, how they behave, how they live their lifestyle. If I don't want that conjoined with mine, it's got to go, or I've got to go. Most likely, I'm going to go because you know, if you're in my zone, I'll tell you to leave. But if I'm in somebody's zone and I see things going on that I don't approve of and honestly believe with my whole heart that it's wrong, I'm out.
Mhm.
I will not conform to what I believe is wrong just to be a part of the crowd. I would rather spend my days alone than to conform to what everybody's doing, in which I know is wrong.
I relate to that.
You know, therefore I can't be accused of being judgmental. You know, if I'm judging what I want in my life, you know, based on what's good for me, I think it's something we all should have to do. Or you know, and if you don't, then how do you determine, you know, what goes on in your life?
Well, most
What do
people would accept until it goes wrong for them, and then they'll put blame and stand judgment on others. I wouldn't have done this if it weren't for this, and if it weren't for that. If they didn't make me do this, I wouldn't have done it.
Hmm. That's a cop
When
out,
I
isn't
was
it?
in front of the judge for that riot, I showed quite clearly, yeah, with all the auditors' video footage, because the police never had any video footage from that riot, yeah, yeah.
Wow.
It was purely from people out there with their video cameras, with their phones, with their whatever fucking
Right.
recording devices. The one thing I recognized was most of those people are related to these protests and riots. Hmm? Most of them are.
Mm.
Most of them follow around looking for that details. So what I told
Yes.
the judge was, hang on a minute, yeah. I come out of my place. I walk down the road. I walk up the road after turning left, and all of a sudden there's loads of riot vehicles. There's a helicopter. I'm high on ecstasy at the time, and for
Oh
me
God.
it just looked like a normal weekend. You know, in the environment where I'm at, it just looked like a normal fucking weekend. I said before I knew it, I was walking into a wall of coppers, a wall of uniforms, all rioted up. Couldn't tell the difference between male or female. And I said quite clearly, I've got a family emergency up the road there. Can you escort me through? Can you mind me through? I've nothing to do with this commotion. Can you see me
Oh
through
my
safely, please?
God.
That's when I got pushed back and beaten. So
Oh my
then for the
God.
fact that I spent the next 18 hours setting fire to them police and making sure that they fucking burned, yeah? I did that out of self-defense, you know, and defending fellow innocent peoples because the riot was trying to go into all areas of Bristol at the time. And I, hang on a minute, yeah, there's certain areas I don't want to see upset. And there's a part of Bristol that I really did protect with all, you know, like all and nothing. Yeah, I put everything
Yeah.
and some more into it for that one reason. I wanted to protect that area. I didn't give a fuck about protecting me or protecting my future.
Right. So was there some footage that turned up?
There was loads of footage, and all the footage that was shown against me, I showed the police and judge exactly why I was doing what I was doing. And from that, I was able to prove I was acting alone. I had nobody working beside me. I had nobody fighting with me. I only had the forces I was up against, and I was trapped in the middle of a riot, and there was no safe haven. So I had to do what I was doing.
Right. For self-preservation.
Self-preservation, my dear.
That is horrible. But you know, they're leaning toward the corrupt world. They're they're I'm trying not to call them corrupt, but I do believe they are. And you know, you didn't get a fair shake. I believe that because I know you, and I don't
One
believe
thing
that.
I'm aware of, my dear. One thing I'm aware of, yeah, is what do you call it? Those uniforms. They're there for the establishment. Okay,
Yeah.
They're not there for you and me as individuals. They're there for the business and for the politics, and that's what they're doing. Yeah.
They're pawns in the game and they have a job to do, and if they can't do it, they're seen as disposable. You have to go because you're not going to do the job we want you to do. If you're going to do it, wear the uniform, do as you're told. And that's what they do. Now, somebody in the chat wants to know how we feel about social media. Absolutely, it is demonic. It is the worst and the best thing, one of the worst and best things. Social media, if you don't use it responsibly, it's just bullshit. Some people use it for fun, some people use it for evil, and some people use it because deep down they're activists and they care about other human beings, such as myself. I use social media for the most part responsibly and probably about 10% for just fun, just to break away from being so serious in life. But I communicate with people all around the world and share information that the mainstream media won't share. And I encourage and support people who are standing up for what they believe in, provided it's right and it's good for the human race, you know. So I use it for good things. And
The thing is, a lot of people are saying the establishment is the enemy. The problem is the establishment isn't the enemy. It's us making a decision to represent the establishment. That's the enemy. To think that that's the only securities that we have in life, the only way that we can raise children, have pay off our mortgages, have our 2.3 cars, like that is the issue. That the people are so fucking stupid and dependent. Yeah,
yeah,
that is the issue. That is the problem. We are our own enemies, nothing else.
absolutely. Absolutely. And look at the way they fight on social media. It's just mind boggling. But one thing I tend to try not to do, but it kills me to not, is to, because everybody knows what an Amish person is. They kind of have an idea of some sort. One thing I don't want to do is shine light on them, but at the same time, I kind of really do. I don't because I don't want them to be a target of the government, which the government is coming after Amish people. But I want to point out the fact that the Amish don't do anything people adhere to government do. And it's like, when are people going to wake up? You do not have to bow down to any government to sustain. Live in the world and raise a family. And, these people produce their own food. They don't do anything that they don't abide by laws. I mean, they abide by laws they see as, like they don't go out fighting. They're not out drinking and driving. Those are laws that they actually, adhere to just because it's the right thing to do. You don't do certain things that especially disgrace your family or your community, but they seem to live absolutely government free. And when people are going to see that and follow suit is beyond me. I don't think it's going to happen. And I try not to point out Amish too much because I've got a lot of good friends that are Amish, and a couple had saved my life when I desperately needed it. We went over that way back when. But anyway, I'm very partial to the Amish. They're my favorite kind of people. They're great people, and they're not governed, and they seem to live great. And you've got bad in every freaking, what am I trying to say? Every demographic. So they've
Walk
got
of
some
life.
bad people. You know, they've gone through some bad things. No one's perfect. Yes, they do have occasionally a rapist or what have you. They suffer, in similar ways that we all do, but not as much. The Lord has His hand on them. However, my point is, for as much I want to put them in the spotlight as an example of how you can live without government, especially when government is bad and doing really, really bad things and harming families and, just the humanity in general. I think it's clear. We all see what the government is doing, and we can't trust them to govern our lives. And here, clearly, we have a large group of people, and they're called Amish, and they don't bow to any government, and they're surviving wonderfully. Why don't more people follow suit? I'm not saying overthrow the
Well,
government, just, turn a blind eye to them so you don't govern me.
a lot of people are dependent on the services that come from mainstream. I mean, if you say no to the government, no to phoning the police, no to the pharmaceutical, no to the supermarkets, no to the transportation, no to the petroleums and all riches, yeah. I mean, where are you? You know, where on earth is that behavior allowed? So a lot of people are in fear of that isolation and that independence. A lot of people are definitely, like needing a leader of sorts. And so then,
Exactly.
like, how do you select a leader when you're not in an environment to be governed? Mm?
It takes strong minds and strong wills, but hell, the Amish are doing it just fine. But yes, there are a lot of people out there that cannot think for themselves and they need to be led. They weren't born leaders and they're not going to lead anyone anywhere good. They can't do it. They just simply aren't capable of leading, let alone themselves. So they need to be led. They need to have rules, whether they're just or not, because they're just not leaders. So yes, they depend on the government. Even when the government's bad, they have to take it because they're condoning it to begin with. If you just get a community together and say, hell, I've converted to Amish and we no longer obey the government, but we will not break laws. You know, people aren't strong enough to do the right thing. And there's a lot of them out there. Clearly, social media has shown us a lot of weak minds that support bad people, no matter how bad they are, and will fight to the death to support them and protect them.
Mm. There's a good example there. Like, you're coming from gypsy bloodlines, like, and I'm pretty sure I'm coming from similar. But like, we encountered, like what we encountered in Ireland 30 years ago. The Irish travelers were told, if you want to continue being an Irish traveler, you move into concrete yards, you use domesticated public toilets, come to the job center, you do the typical thing of, like going through social securities and all that whatnot. You bring your children to school. Now, for me, that took away the Irish culture, like really
Hmm.
took away the Irish culture. Although the Irish frowned upon the Irish travelers, they were the Irish culture. They are the remainders of the Irish culture. Everybody else sold out to the Hollywood impression. The
Yeah,
Irish travelers, they when they were propositioned, is either you live by the standards and rules that are put down on you, or you fuck off. Hmm? But they
exactly.
couldn't fuck off anywhere because they didn't have the legal paperwork to go to England or go to Brazil. They didn't have the acceptance to come into Americas. And the reasons is a lot of that is because the political parties that are attached to the movements of the Irish traveller. I mean, when you think like the IRA, for example, you've only got to have a look at the Irish travellers to recognise, like shit, man. That's 90% fucking IRA. You get me? Yeah, they're the
Yeah,
real Irish army. Yeah, and so is a weird one because like they're doing it now with the posh people that thought we can buy into the motorhome lifestyle and we can travel the streets like the travelers did, but they can't because the travelers can't. Yeah.
yeah,
Hmm? Now all those lands where like it was free land. Yeah, we had it in the UK 40 years ago. We had common land, and now all of a sudden it's all council land and private land. Yeah, they've done it here and throughout Europe over the last couple of years. There is no common land. There is no free park-ups. There is no free land for the people anymore.
But you know what gets me? Is that Amish don't pay taxes. They don't get government assistance. They have maintained for centuries, the best kind of beauty they know how. And they're a good people. They're a lovely people, and they have lovely children. I know personally, from being around Amish for a very long time. They toughed it out in the beginning, and then they passed along all of their education and knowledge of how to be and how to make do and what to do and how to keep it going. They're self-sustaining people, and they refuse to depend on the government for anything, and they don't pay taxes. They own lots of property, lots and lots of property. Unfortunately, there was recently an Amish person who needed medical services through the emergency room and was admitted for an operation. The bill was way over $100,000. They raised that money in cash within 3 months between all of the Amish communities throughout the United States. Within 3 months, they raised over $100,000 and paid that bill in full.
Mm.
So that says to me unity, wisdom, love, and deep concern for each other. They'll move mountains, and they do it in a short period of time. They pay their way, and they do it great without government involvement in
Okay, but that's
anything.
a contradictory in itself. That's a contradictory in itself. They don't abide by the laws that are set by the lands where they are, but yet they're dealing with the money, which comes from the government, which comes from the laws of the land.
Well,
So for
unfortunately,
me,
it takes money. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. That
but
there's
no,
no
it
denying
doesn't. In
that.
the reality, no, it doesn't. In the reality, no, it doesn't. You can die owning friggin' as much as the royal family own. The minute that royal family dead, who owns all that stuff? That's the
Right?
earth. That's the earth. You cannot own the earth. You're only renting it for the times that we are here. And so the point that like you have to buy the land for in order to work it. That's bullshit. You find land, you work it, you make it sustainable for yourself or whatever. Yeah, happy fucking days. That's the way it should be. But people
Sure.
haven't got that. Hmm?
Sure, they just choose not to pay anybody for the property they possess for the time that they're here. And they get away with it. You know what I mean? I think they're brilliant. And
Hmm.
there's a couple of people in the chat I'd like to address because that's just weird. Amish horses crap on the road. So do drug dealers with their needles and their dope bags and what have you. Would you rather something that goes away in time or something that's going to harm anybody who might step on it or have to pick it up and clean up after all? That you don't have an argument there. And then there's the same guy. He's like, they have an eighth grade education. Well, I think you don't know much about the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds because they took over. Was it the Rockefellers? Yeah, it was the Rockefellers that took over the medical industrial complex as well as the education system. They booted everybody off the board. They wrote the books and they put their people on the board. So then they got to say how people were educated, and they didn't really educate them in the public school system. They taught them how to be a cog in the machine. They taught them how to obey, wake up on time, have a long day, learn nothing. You regurgitate what you're told. You're not putting in anything that, is contributing to an education for yourself at that either. You're basically spitting back what you're told. You're going off of memorization of what they claim as an education. Most people don't remember what they learned beyond fifth grade in school. So if you want to say that the Amish are ignorant because they only have an eighth grade education, I would beg to differ with you. I think it's great that they only go to eighth grade. They learn how to read, write. They learn basic mathematics. Um, and then they go off to work. So they contribute to their families in the best way that they can that doesn't require college or what have you. They don't want to be Americanized or worldly. They want to contribute to their own sustainability. And I think they do a great job at that. They're not filling their head with a whole bunch of nonsense that, cost them $75,000 in repayment student loans. Not
Now,
all
from my
Amish.
understanding, yeah, the Amish are pretty predominant in the USA. Is that correct?
Pardon?
The Amish community is predominantly in the US of A.
No, they're actually pretty much everywhere. They come from the West, and I think there was a breakup over religious freedoms. They were being taught wrong, and they knew that it was wrong, and it went against, everything they believed in. And they separated from, I can't remember who it was, but this one person tried to overrule what they were learning from their own Bible, and they disagreed and then came to the Americas. But I believe there's still some out in the Western world. And fighter pilot, you got the fighter part right. Amish never fought for the freedoms we enjoy. They chose not to be a part of the violence. They chose to work um, in the medical area. I want to say medical field, but it wasn't really that at the time. They chose to be medics and support the injured. They did work. And the freedom you enjoy, do you really have freedom? Amish do a great job at inbreeding. Where do you think you came from at some point in time? Hmm? No, I'm not confused. I'm definitely not confused, and I don't have much time. I meant to actually leave about 20 minutes ago, but we were having such a great conversation. I think home team's confused because I'm not saying everybody should live by the Bible and God's word, but it certainly opens your eyes to many of things, and that in which is evil, and that in which is beautiful. And you get morals, standards, values, convictions, and maybe that's just for me. I don't know, but just throwing that out there. If you live by good things, you'll prosper and not be confused and be able to recognize somebody who wants to start a fight in the chat just because they can, based on illogic. Um, Throwing an education in somebody's face, I would have to say, and you know what? I know this for a fact. Amish children test in at 2 to 3 grades ahead of the public school system children. They're taught so well. They're taught life skills. They're taught life skills. Do you know what that means? People, nobody taught you how to change a tire in school. They did away with shop a long time ago. That used to be a great thing for young men to be a part of in school. I don't know much about shop, but from what I understand, it was, mechanics and what have you. They actually taught them some hands on learning that could benefit them in life if they chose to work in that field when they graduated. But you don't get taught life skills. Nobody gets taught life skills. They even took home ec out of school for the girls. Home economics, where they learned how to sew and cook, and there was nothing wrong with that until some crazy woman came along and wanted to be liberated. Like, whatever, be liberated. But
Play
in
a
our
game, Joe. I want to play a quick game with you a minute. Yeah, this is a guessing game. This
okay,
fighter pilot. I'm going to give you a couple of clues. Okay, this
I already know.
pilot has come to this chat many times before, and
Yep,
they've been on the panel with you a couple of
yep.
times.
Mhm.
Can you recognize who it is?
Yes, I do. I can't remember his name, but I know we've had words, and I know there was a time when I asked him to just stop, and it took you to stand up to him for me because he wouldn't stop. Yes, I know who it is.
Yeah.
Dirtball.
Yeah.
Yes, I've had many constructive arguments with him, or maybe several, but he tend to flip flop all the time and double back and just he didn't stand his ground on what he believed in, and it turns out he didn't really believe in much because he kept flip flopping. And I'm like, just can't talk to you anymore. You hurt my head. I need a nap after talking to you. You know. So why does he feel the need to change his name and come back in and be a sneak? That's not something I'll
Because
ever do.
they was on the panel the other night, causing a disturbance for
No.
reasons. For me, I thought it was funny. I thought it was just gameplay, don't take it all too serious, yeah. But yeah, other people didn't appreciate, and other people said quite clearly, "I'm out of here. I can't listen to his voice no more."
He gets crazy, man. He sidesteps, he shifts blame, he doesn't take accountability, and he won't admit when he's wrong. And I'll do that. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. It doesn't hurt me to say, "Damn, I messed up." Because I do it at least once a day. I'm not perfect, but I'm not above taking responsibility for my actions or my words either. If I'm wrong, I'm going to say I'm wrong, and I'm going to say I'm sorry. Because I don't have that kind of pride that'll keep me from taking accountability for being wrong. It's a learning lesson, and I don't mind learning. But for the most part, I'm very respectful. And, you know, I don't know. He just sidestepped and blame shift, and it just got to be too much. We were going in circles, and I couldn't take the circles anymore. And I think he likes
Do
to
you think
drive
it's an
people
age
nuts.
thing? Do you think it's
Hmm.
an age thing? I mean, growing up where he did and in the environment where he did from his descendants, do you think it's an age or territory, hereditary?
I think it's a me thing. I think he wants to be heard and doesn't know how to properly express himself. I think he's hurt and he's put up with a lot of pain. I think he's gone through some really horrible things in life and doesn't know how to communicate his pain well.
Hmm.
I think he can if he tried and would probably be more respected if he would learn how to compartmentalize what has happened to him and what he may have caused himself. And, you got to, it's like a big old pile of shit, right? A big old pile of hay. You got to take all the straws out and find out which one fits in what size category. You got to put this one with that size, that one with that size. And only until you figure out who's at fault or what had happened can you determine where to start when you go to clean up the mess. If you don't want to clean up the mess and you don't want to know how to clean up the mess is going to get bigger and bigger, and you're just going to make it bigger. And it's always going to be there.
Hmm.
Get organized. Figure out. That was the one thing I had to do when I started to realize that my life was fucking full of crazy shit. And I was, an early teenager. I was just tired of the shit. And I was like, what is my part in this? What is it that I need to do? And what is it do I need to stop doing? I had to have conversations with myself. I'm like, what the hell are you doing to cause this? What are you doing to help it? And let's start there. And that's enough to work on before I get to the rest of the stuff. Let's clearly go over these items and lay it to rest. And that's how you learn how to be and handle yourself in life. Find out what is your part in anything good and what is your part in anything bad. Stop doing the bad as much as you can and work on the good, and work toward a better life, a happier life. Be a good friend, be a good parent, you know, do the things that you can do. Don't blame shift. You know, take responsibility for your own actions. And if there are bad things that happen that isn't your fault in any way, learn how to deal with that. You know, you fix it or you leave it alone. You know, it's either worth fixing, it's worth your time, or you cannot fix it and it's driving you insane. You have no choice but to leave it alone at that rate. If you cannot fix something, know that you tried and just push it away. You know, you tried your best, you can't fix it, leave it the fuck alone, it'll drive you crazy.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I keep saying. Ain't no point in fixing something I ain't got the energy for. If I got the energy
Exactly.
to walk away, but clean up before I walk away.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And on that note, I think I need to get going. Um, there's some things that I got to do that I'm time limited and I kind of don't want to miss an opportunity.
All right, my dear. Well, Joe, thank yous, and he's always welcome. And I
Thank
have
you for
respect.
having me.
I knew, I kind of suspect, if I'd let this person on panel with you, I don't think you'd be leaving as peacefully as you want to.
You're right. And I thank you for that respect. You're a great person, man. I think the world of you. And I come here from time to time to be able to speak freely and without being hindered by someone who wants to attack or fight. Because I don't want to attack or fight. I just want to talk about some things sometimes. And it's not often I come by here, but for the most part, I want to say 99% of the time that I've come around here, I felt welcomed and comfortable and free to be me. And I thank you so much for that.
That's my aim. That's my aim. And it looks like I scored.
Amen.
Thank you.
You're a great person, man. You're not recognized enough for it, nearly enough for it. You're a great person. And I appreciate you.
Cheers, my dear. Cheers.
Yep.
And
Have
you
a
are
good night.
welcome.
I'll check back with you another time. Have a good night, everybody in the chat. We'll see you next time. Good night.
Cheers, me. No, Joe. Once they call martial law, here comes digital ID in the UK. Mm. I think we're already living in digital identification times. From number plates, postcodes, bank numbers, what else? Telephone numbers, registration of the car, you know, the number of the house. We're already living in identified. Definitely, it's gone digital because most things are digital these days. Is no loss of mine. I can assure you that no loss of mine. I never had it in the first place to have lost it. So the fact that sometimes people want to react to things that they're hearing, sometimes their voice is louder than the ones we're listening to. Sometimes their character is stronger than the ones that we're given time to. And that's where it's up to the host to be considerate to the chatters as well as the people on panel as to not to invite the antagonizing. or the provocatives. Yeah. Sometimes life ain't about the argument. Sometimes it's about the listening. Sometimes people just got to get things off their chest rather than game of tennis. They want a game of tennis or ping pong, bouncing balls around the place. Join the soccer field. Soccer is all about ego, don't you think? That's what I've always thought about soccer, anyways. I don't mind kicking a ball around, but I'd much rather have 4 or 5 balls on the football pitch rather than just one. Concentrate on the one ball. I mean, it's a little bit difficult to mistake a head for a ball. But when there's 5 balls on the soccer field, it'd be much easier to mix up a head with a ball because there's so many balls there, especially with the dickheads. Too little, too late. Weak men creates hard times. So having a voice against the ladies. Most men wish they understood and allowed equality, but most men still look down upon the woman's voice. And that was always a joke with the Americas. They'll never have a female president. For those reasons. Men and women screaming at each other. It's the woman that's going to get the backup, the shoulders to cry on. And the man will get victimized for screaming and shouting on a woman. So fighter pilot wanted to come up on panel to address Joe after the other day how he was communicating with Victoria, Vicky, our silent assassin. I'd have to say, sorry, dude, but that's a woman, potentially a lady, and it ain't happening on my panel. There's hundreds of panels where I could suggest you go to, but I think you'd be going there on your own. I don't think the ladies that come to this chat would be following you there. Because you're a friend of this channel, I wouldn't give you any suggestions of the shit channels to go to, bro, where they allow and encourage the shit shows and the shit talks. But I will do you a favor. Trump ain't your problem. Far from. Trump most definitely is not your problem. Hollywood is more of a problem than Trump. Sky News is more of a problem than Trump. Budweiser is definitely more of a problem than your boy Trump. Your boy Trump is a very clever individual who's managed to survive war, business, and surviving politics, which is a lot more than most people can account for. Now he's a channel that I like listening into, especially when he goes off to his music nights. Cowboys Mosh. You accuse one man of divided nation. If you people are so weak that you let one person come between you, then he's not the problem. You people are the problem. You people need to get a grip and stop being so dependent on the voice of one. When we've known on the other side of the pond that you Americans have got a great thing and you're burning it, you're throwing it, you're abusing it. And you always have done. But it's not the Americans that did it. It's the Spanish, the Portuguese, the French, the British, the Irish, the Scottish, the Welsh. Those that thought that they were more dominant, more civilized, and taking out the indigenous peoples. That's your problem. You've got mixed identities and you don't know where you belong or what you belong to. Same with most cultures. And this is something that we're going to be encountering all over the world now. And politicians are just guides for the lost sheep. For all the black sheep out there. That's what the politicians are. Mhm. Just like anybody else, they need to support their families, their habits, their interests. They need to look after their communities. Most of them politicians are just muppets and puppets. You got other people pulling their strings. They're just the spokespersons. Do some history, and you'll see. Nothing's changed. Hey, Lee Carrick. It's a late night for you, brother. What's happening? You're normally in bed hours ago. I'm not sure how close any of you have ever been to a president or a prime minister, but I've had very close contact with politicians. Her name was Mary Robinson, President of Ireland, and it was comical to present her with a bouquet of flowers, only to have them intercepted by the goons, her bodyguards, her security team. What they did with the flowers made them look like they were suitable to make a loaf of bread. Fighter pilot, are you a kamikaze pilot? I mean, fighter pilot don't really suit your title. Kamikaze pilot, maybe. Yeah. As you're sitting on the toilet, squeezing one out, your eyes go slanted. Tonight, I cannot let you on, fighter pilot. I had too many complaints of your behavior on the panel last time. And it was like a good 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months. It was a long time since you came into the channel. And so you need to pay attention to how this channel is rolling since you've not been involved. We don't tolerate that bullshit. I allowed it the other day because I needed to confirm and identify who exactly you were. And I think I clicked who you were pretty much straight away. At this time of day, after 2 a.m., I need to be considering how I'll be sleeping tonight. Considering I've been extremely pissed off and depressed the last few days, I don't really want to go to bed in a pissed off mood today. So I'd appreciate you not plaguing, not demanding, taking it as a man. There's a time and a place. And if you want a one-on-one conversation, consultation with me, well then we'll book you into my calendar and we'll have an assigned day for you where I get to give warning to the peoples that want to tune in to this channel. But on the day where you'll be arriving, they'll have a choice to tune in or not. Because you are a bit of a required taste. I mean, I can laugh at you all day, every day. I know that about me. But I don't want to feel the hurt that other people are feeling when they got to listen to things that they don't want to listen to. There is a difference between removing the file to be anonymous and prosecuting people for their opinion. Let me run these messages by you, what I've received in the private message sector. Okay, so the first one was broke fishing. He said, backstage. Homeless and Proud said, I've rejoined. Then there's the Freedom Fighter. That's the fighter pilot. And he comes in, hello, Steve, bring me on panel and I'll engage conversation. Next message, put me in the game, coach. Next message, I'll be good. Bring me on, coach. Next message, laugh out loud. Next message, I contribute to society. Bring me on. I'll tell you how. Next message, bring me on. She'll stay. Next message, she's gone now. Why are you afraid to talk to me one-on-one? Did I answer any of your questions? Now, when I see how most channels are rolling, yeah, it's like if Fighter Pilot was to put in 500 euros on my account, I'd let him on. If Ali Khan put 500 quid in my account, I'd let him on. If AJ Smith paid 500 to my account, I'd let him on. Same as Ultra Collective. I'd let him on if he paid 500 quid. Most other people comes on without a second thought. But because I know how fucked up my head gets when I listen to such characters, it's got to be worth something. And considering I do this for free, I don't never charge anybody's. I don't, very often I refusing donations. Those 500 quids would go a long way. Do you get me? And if these peoples are real sure of themselves, well then why don't they pay that 500? So what it just shows me and shows the rest of the world is these people with their big voices is all they are. Voice. Huh? It's harder to get a noise out of fucking Scottish bagpipes. Or a batteryless clock. I'd much rather listen to a batteryless clock than listen to the same thing all the time from the same peoples. Like myself and Joe had been talking about, I got compensated for my time in jail. But when these hard men, these big voices come to YouTube and they demand their position, It don't cost them none. They don't have their face on camera when they're talking to you. You never get to see their expressions as they're squeezing one out of their mouth, or as it's coming out their noses or their ears. It's a desperation to be heard, desperation to be a part of something. If you're that desperate, 500 quid is fuck all. So, quite rudely this evening, I unmuted myself during a phone call. I wasn't expecting that phone call. I didn't recognize the number. But after a while, it triggered. That's what I've got a phone for people to phone me. So, whilst I sat there confused, receiving this call, I thought, nah, do you know what, yeah? People need to pay attention to the bullshit that other people fill my head with. And then maybe they'll understand a little bit. They didn't ever understand completely because everybody too busy positioning themselves with the knowledge that they've got rather than the knowledge that's available. And we often encounter this. People making statements before they've got the informations. Making those statements before you got the informations, it just adds to the confusion. And then things get misinterpreted. I was not ever employed by the rioters. But if they ever wanted to employ me, I'm looking for a job. And there's a lot I can teach you about rioting. Huh? I could just direct a riot with the power of my two devices. If people were able to cooperate and respond, I show you how to win every fucking riot. And this is one of the things I'm laughing at the auditors. The auditors will be rounded up. Eventually, they will be rounded up. Whether it's by the rioters, the anarchist movements, or the left or the rights, the auditors will get their commands. Putting so many freedom fighting folk before the law, having the evidence that incriminates innocent people defending your communities. These auditors get paid by the people they're putting in prison. That's double standards. That's buying the hand that feeds you. It's going to be funny, really funny, when I see those auditors dragged out and treated the way they need to be treated. Snitches get stitches. And snitching on the people that are trying to free your country, represent your country, no matter what country you're in. Eventually, they're going to get pissed off with you auditors. So make the most out of charging people to view your evidence before it goes in as evidence. Make most of it. It ain't going to last forever. Maybe I'll start working for the police or the anti-terrorism groups to prevent these idiots going out on the street causing a nuisance. You see, a fighter pilot, you make assumptions based on a sentence. You're not making your assumptions based on the individual character. Just because I outsmart you with your money greedy mentality, you've got to charge people for doing some push-ups or some pull-ups on a routine basis. I wouldn't charge people for that. And I guarantee you, I put my life on it. I'd coach people better than you are. But then I never went to college for the qualifications, did I? So I don't qualify to coach people, do I? That's right. I'm an invader. I'm in Spain. I'm an invader. Yup. Good choice of words. Never once have I claimed I'm off grid. That's the divvy expression that you came out with when we first met. You kept telling me that I'm off grid. And that's not my, yeah, I'm a tramp. Have a look at the definition of tramp in the English dictionary. That's Oxford and Cambridge, not New York, Brooklyn. Yeah. In New York, Brooklyn, yeah, you call a tramp a prostitute. Something that you're quite regularly attending, possibly. For me, I've never attended a prostitute, but I am a tramp. And as far as it goes of what was your statement there? I woke up and smoked pot. Did you know, fighter pilot, that for the last few months I've been smoking less and less and less? And there was about a week ago there where I didn't smoke at all. So for you to make your assumptions, again, assumptions, you're really just digging yourself into a deep, dark pit. And there's only one person that can pull you out of that deep, dark pit at this moment. And that's me with the truth. So you keep going with your speculations. And all you're doing is singling yourself off even more. Because if I allowed you on my panel and you start talking all that shite that you was talking the other day, it would be you crying and smashing up your apartment. It would be you screaming and shouting at your missus that I blocked you or threw you off panel. Because that's what you're like. That's what you've always been doing. You're a little bit of a crybaby, really, aren't you? I mean, you're there cycling around begging for people to teach them, you know, you're a beggar all day, every day. You're dependent on other people's monies, for physical image. You have no standards. All you have is a greed and a need for other people's dollar. So, happy days. What makes you feel like a man? There you go. See, I'm glad you've changed your vocabulary. Yeah, I am a hobo. I am a drifter. I'm a vagabond, a tramp, a no good for nothing lazy bastard, if you please. Until the right moment comes along, and then I'm better than sliced bread by. For anybody that I've ever done anything for, you'd be eating your words. And I've done more with my 45 years than you're ever going to do with 90 years. I'm a tramp coming on YouTube, not for the handouts, you liar. Huh? Just because I told you for you to come on my panel it cost you 500. That's because you're horrible to people. You antagonize, you provoke peoples. You make people not want to listen to me because I fight back. Go on, what age you are? Go on, what age you are, right? We'll make a man's deal right now. I live to the age you are now, and I'll own everything from your family name. How about that, bitch boy? Let's do a man's bet. A bet of life. Come on. Come on. Put your title where your balls are. Yeah? I tell you what, boy. I tell you what. Like I said, I live to the age that you are now, and I own your whole bloodline. How about that? Well, fitness after 60. Harold, fighter pilot. You're so proud of who you are, you can't put your name. You're so proud of who you are, you can't put your face. You're so proud with your bullshit lies. It's gonna wrap you up in a muslin cloth if you're lucky. Will you be going into the ground or into the furnace? Is that what your problem is? Is all the dealers in New York won't sell you any weed now? Because when we were talking there, before you hissy fitted and attacked good honest peoples with your racist bullshit, before you attacked all the females that came to panel or chat, before I fucked you off, you was a confident smoker. You used to claim you used to smoke a joint before you went working out because it gave you the stamina. For me, that's abuse of substances with your coffee. Contradictory coffee and a joint. So, fire pilot, is this your trolling account? Or is this your way of hiding in the YouTube circles by keep changing your title? Oh, look, August the 6th, 2024. But yet you came in with the same email address as yesterday or the day before. So what happened, fighter pilot? Did the missus dump you? Is that why you came back to YouTube? Because now you're a lonely 60-plus old man? When I read your comments, it's almost like you're talking to yourself. I mean, there's that comment, when you open your mouth, fighter pilot, fitness after 60, when you open your mouth, the women run away. You call yourself hideous. I mean, where did we meet? We met in a channel of a very, very sick lady. And anybody that knew me before I went to that woman's chat recognized why I was going to that woman's chat. It's because that woman was coming to my channel crying about domestic abuse. She emailed you or WhatsApped you or Instagrammed you to come over to my chat the first time she came over to my chat. And every time she came to my chat, she would Instagram her team, WhatsApp, Messenger, her team. I'm over here. So did you witness the day, the first day she was on my panel, and she was crying about domestic abuse? You live in America. Anywhere in America is just down the road or just up the road. You didn't go to her rescue, but you kept simping and encouraging the bullshit that went on in her channel. You had nothing of a distraction for why she kept brushing you aside, for why I spoke up and I said, girl, you've lost it. You use these peoples to build your channel, to entertain peoples, but you don't want their distractions, like you kept mentioning when you came to my panel. Crying for the abuse that you received. Crying and crying, but yet you acted like it was a secret. But why did she invite her Instagram crowd, her WhatsApp crowd? Actually, fighter pilot, this evening you came into the back chat to terrorize a woman that was comfortably speaking on my panel. And if I remember correctly, and if the lady's remembering correctly, one of the last times she was on my panel is because of hypocrites like you coming in simping and doing your strutting around. Your voice is more important than theirs. You belittled yourself so many times, boy, and that's why I didn't let you up on my panel, because I didn't want to hear your demoralizing bullshit upon a woman. Because I'm used to that demoralizing bullshit from you as an individual. Well, Fire Pilot, either I'm deluded or you are. I mean, since when has a caravan been called a tent? And like I haven't lived in a tent for a month and a half. So I'd say you're deluded, bro. You haven't got a clue who you're talking to or what you're talking about. See, some mugs just can't help but mugging themselves off, can they? And if you think hobo is an offensive word, well then you're deluded. I'm quite proud and loud to call myself a hobo, a tramp, a drifter, a vagabond. At least I'm not one of these rich muppets that think they're gonna buy into this lifestyle and title themselves off grid. Like yourself. Remember when you were coming to the channel telling us all about these wild trails that you're intending to do? What happened to your positiveness of going off exploring, finding yourself, regardless whether you're still married or not? Hmm? You're gonna man up and go into the mountains of the Appalachian Trail, conquer the cougars and the mountain lions and the bears and the snakes and the spiders. And you wanted the advice of people that have been living in conditions similar to where you're going exploring. So, dude, the fact that you come in with, like childish behavior, I'd say to you, you need a care home, not a rucksack filled up with pistols and mace and hatchet and fire sparkers and fire lighters and a week's worth of food. You couldn't handle that, boy. There ain't enough training for people like you. Hmm? You're too dependent. And you're far too obnoxious and ignorant to survive the wild. So just book yourself into a care home. Because evidently, you're incapable of caring for yourself. Evidently, you have no communication skills. For anybody that looks into the mirror, you're guaranteed a reflection. So be careful when you come looking in the mirror of mirrors. Because the reflection that you receive, 90% of you ain't gonna like it. And then you blame me. I never invited. I never forced your fingers. I don't control your electronic devices. I barely have any control over my own electronic devices. So it's pretty fascinating seeing fighter pilots, or should we call them kamikaze pilot. He's on a suicide mission when he come looking into this mirror. Simon A. Miss out the man in that sentence. And this is 100% idiot, or this is a 100% idiot. But he's not a man. He's a character on YouTube, and a rather fresh account. 6th of August, fighter pilot recreated himself. For an elderly man to consider himself a fighter pilot, I mean, he's still playing with paper airplanes. And for the way the Fiend goes in to attack women, predominantly, from what we experienced the other night with Victoria, that definitely is not a man. That is definitely a coward idiot, or an idiot coward. For an old man to go around simping on the ladies, bullying the ladies, yeah, it's like, get with the times, dude. Get with the times. Put your face on camera. Put your true identity there. Stop hiding. You've got one character, and the multiple characters only adds to schizophrenia, only encourages schizophrenia. Old men with schizophrenia should be locked up in a care home, not out cycling around the streets of Brooklyn. But then listening to the folk in Americas, they've closed a lot of the psych wards, mental health care teams. And so they put it down to the explanation why there's so many tweakers out on the streets. So, Mr. Tweaker, we've just retitled you. You're not getting the health care that you need. You probably can't afford the psychiatric care because you've been freelance working, cheating the tax man, not declaring your wages, your income. So as you become an older man, the mistakes that you've made in life are catching up with you, and there's no rewards. You've only yourself to blame for that. You can't blame me. Oh, I see Tweaker run away now. So last night I kept the stream going. I left you looking out the window. And it wasn't long before sunrise. But it was pointing in the direction of sunset. I hope you enjoyed listening to the cicadas. They're like bugs that live in the trees. Bit like a beetle. Bit like a beetle. They're not a beetle, I don't think. Otherwise they'd be called beetles and not cicadas. We got grasshoppers and crickets and lotus and cicadas and many, many different types of beetle. And if you listen carefully, you might hear the dogs barking in the distance. There's a lot of dogs barking right now. That's frogs or toads. I've got an email saying silver birch, of course, is a hardwood. It's a hardwood. Of course, it's a hardwood. It's what plywood is made from. Wow, I didn't know that. That was at 12:50. That came in, but I'm only just getting it now. Yeah. I worked in the timber molding factories back in Ireland. I didn't know if silver birch is hard or softwood. But I do know that most woods are softer when they're still attached to the tree. When they start drying, they get harder because the water leaves. It's the water that makes them so soft. Yo, the shelf. Now that's a good word, isn't it? Well. You know, water comes out of a well. And then if you've got good health, you would be well. So, good health and water storage having the same word. No well, no water, they say. Mhm. How could you be well with no water? Fortunate for me, I've got water. But unfortunately, the water supply here hasn't been running for 2 days. Obviously, because people are watering elsewhere. The water is gone in another direction. Which is a little bit disappointing because what few plants are around here, they're starting to wilt. And nothing can do about it without water. Excuse me, I gotta go get the captain before he goes a barking. I'm back. And I got me captain. A few nights ago, the lady screamed at captain because he's doing his woof, woof. And it woke her up. It wasn't him that woke her up, it was all the surrounding dogs that woke her up. But he got the blame. And so since then, it's been like anytime I see him going out to give a bark, I need to save him. Is my attitude. I gotta respect some of it. You see, when I recognize that there's a potential threat, I go through particular scenarios to cover myself on this channel. And because we have Freedom Fighter, which is the fighter pilot, and he's so persistent to coming on my panel, I do a little bit of research. Yeah, I've got another message coming in at 3:02, which is English time. I don't know why my tablet tells me that, but It's 4 o'clock. He says, "You're a lonely loser, hobo, begging on YouTube, and you're a racist." Well, that's funny coming from you, who's being racist when you got booted from the panel last time. It was you with the racism. For me to give a rundown of your behavior doesn't make me a racist at all. It just means that I'm in tune with the bullshit that this one is trying to throw at us. I know, right, Chef? That's what I said. My poor captain, he hasn't got an aggressive bark. He isn't barking at nothing. He'd always be barking at something, So for me, I'd much rather go out and assist him than to ignore him. Other people just wish to silence him. And for me, I think that's bang out of order. Oh, and now I'm being called a coward. Okay. On what grounds would I be considered a coward? Let me see. Reason number one why I'm being called a coward is because I will not let the freedom fighter, the pilot fighter, or the fighter pilot, or fitness after 60 on my panel. I mean, okay, let's do a deal. I'll let you on my panel if you can show your face and keep your face on my panel when you're talking to me and when you're talking to the chat. If you're able to put your face on camera and leave yourself on camera while you're talking to us, then who am I to say? The fact that you refuse to pay the 500 to enter my panel, I mean, do I have to be a beggar and a hobo all my life? I mean, I'm trying to make a business here, business proposition. You can have your voice. All you got to do is pay 500. Good night, Simon. Thank you for joining. One thing I'm assured of is at least I'm not desperate. I may be a hobo beggar, tramp, drifter, vagabond, but I'm not a desperate old man seeking attention. For I have my channel, and it's been going for 2.5 years. I've got the attention. Now he thinks I'm a woman on my period. If I was bleeding out, he'd watch. I'm as popular as herpes. Wow. But you still can't man up and put yourself on camera, though, can you? So who's the coward? Being called out by a hobo, by a begging hobo. Okay, well, I've played your game for a little while, and now I must go one step further because you're really not getting the gist of things. So, bye bye. Blocked from my studio. And this screenshot will be shared with StreamYard. Your account details will be shared with StreamYard. And the online bullying and trolling teams, your details will be shared with. Because what you're doing is mild for bullying, trolling, and that's terrorist behavior. So, good luck, fighter pilot. You just burned all bridges. You're no longer welcomed in my studio or in my chat. If I see you there, I will be blocking you. In actual fact, I'm going to my YouTube now and I'm blocking your account because you like to bully women. You like to bully vulnerable peoples. And you think it's a fun and games and entertainment for you and your sick friends. Whereas I told you, you need to step back a little bit and pay attention to how this channel's rolling these days. We don't tolerate bullies, trolls, and desperate sickos. So maybe you will be paying 500 after all. I'm just remembering now the last time you were in my chat before yesterday, and you were crying. You were crying. They timed me out. They timed me. Yeah, quite rightly so with your bullying behavior. You do it to yourself. Just you. You and no one else. You do it to yourself. And don't forget to explain to YouTube and StreamYard when you're putting in the complaints about this channel. Don't forget to attach your messages to this channel, you know, from beginning to end. because YouTube and StreamYard do have the capabilities of analyzing your behavior towards this channel before they make action. And don't forget, a lot of the world have seen all your mafia movies where your grandfathers all ratting each other out for the sake of a few extra dollars. I'd rather be a beg than associate to snitches. And all you mafia mobsters, gangsters, is all a bunch of snitching bastards crying no good for nothings. Show me a gang that ain't working for the police or got the police working for them. Show me a drug dealer that haven't got the backing of the police of their community somewhere along the line, or a politician, or a priest, or a bank. Hey, good stuff, Chef. You got an early night, brother. And don't forget, you got fishing in the morning. Sounds like you've had a good day working on your mate's boat. Good stuff, good stuff. Joe, you can do as you like, my dear. Yeah, I'm still here. You wants to join, you can join. I refuse letting that other dude up. And if you was up on panel earlier and you're coming in with the same account, you'll see the messages in the back chat. Quite probably. Not from me. I haven't sent any messages in the back chat. But the one that wants his voice heard, or the one that was demanding his voice to be heard, he wrote a freaking book in the back chat.
Howdy ho.
Welcome back, my dear.
Welcome, welcome. What is going on?
You can see all them messages in the back, can you?
Let me see if I can try. I was listening while cooking dinner. Was he harassing you?
No, only making a fool of himself.
No, I don't see any of the messages. They're not present.
No.
We're still talking about the same guy that I ran circles around that one time.
Yep.
What is wrong with him?
The American one, not the English one.
Oh. Which one is that?
He used to go by the name of Fitness After 60.
No, not him.
Yeah.
Oh my God, not him.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Your friend Peter Pope hasn't been back to this channel for for about the same amount of time. Yeah.
Fitness After 60. I had him on my stream once, and we were talking about the tracking device on my vehicle and the vandalism. And he just hounded me and hounded me for the information that I didn't want to make public. I just wanted to talk about it and, some technology. We He just kept hounding me and then just got nastier and tried to turn it into nothing. Like, oh, you're just worried about nothing. It's like, okay, anyway. So we stopped speaking after that because he wanted to see the evidence. And I'm like, I'm not releasing the evidence. I thought you were a friend and I thought we could talk about these things because I am being harassed and stalked and tracked. I don't keep the same hours when I go to the store. It could be once a week, it could be 3 times a week, it could be not at all that week. I don't have a pattern of behavior when I leave my home for a reason. So I was thinking it can't be my neighbors that Jim Terry has stalking me for him. It's got to be a tracking device. So I just wanted to talk about, devices and scanners and so on. And he just browbeat me for evidence and wanted to see it, wanted to know what it was. And I'm like, I'm not trying to go public with every bit of evidence I have. That's for law enforcement, you know? And if other people know what bothers me, then I'd be letting out too many secrets. And I didn't want to do that. I did not want to let out too many secrets. And he was like browbeating me for them. To the point we got into an argument. I kicked him out. And then he went around gossiping and to my friends. And I happened to be there that night. And I'm like, if you're trying to turn my friends against me, it's not going to work. So what is he doing to you tonight?
Well, he came in tonight. He came in to the chat. He wanted to come up on panel, and I'll read the messages. Yeah, because they were when you were up on panel, most of it. Yeah. So,
You sound so far away. The volume's really down.
Oh dear. And so he said, "Hello, Steve. Bring me on, and I'll engage conversation. Then put me in the game, coach, and then I'll be good. Bring me on, coach. Then laugh out loud. I contribute to society. Bring me on. I'll tell you how. Bring me on. She'll stay. She's gone now. Why are you afraid to talk to me one-on-one? You're a lonely loser, hobo begging on YouTube, and you're a racist. You're also a coward. If you were bleeding out, I'd watch. You're as popular as herpes. You're as interesting as watching paint dry. Is what he
Oh, that sounds like some
that was
bullying
his
shit.
last message. Unfortunately, the messages that were in the chat have disappeared because he was timed out.
Let me back out and come back in. I received a phone call that I declined, and I think that's what messed up my volume. I can barely hear you.
Oh yeah, that
I'll
does
be right
mess up the volume. Yep. Yeah, I used to get confused by that. And people used to do it to me on purpose, phoning me, and then knowing that, I'd have to leave stream to come back. That's why I'm really grateful that I've got my second device. I mean, it's half dead. It's not able to upgrade or update, but it still allows me to stream, which puts less stress on my phone. My phone's able to do what that needs to do. Send a hotspot. It's not a very strong hotspot. Like, I can't move outside the caravan with it. But I can sit here quite comfortably. Hotspotting.
That's better. So what
That's better,
started?
Victor, is it?
Yes, it is. Yes, sir. So what started this guy losing his shit for no good reason?
Well, over there a few months ago, reasonably roughly around the same time as we last spoke here, he lost the plot with a few people in me chat. He got really racist and abusive, and he got timed out, and then he came back crying because he'd been timed out, and then he said, "I'm not coming back to this channel no more." And then he came on panel a couple of days ago, and he just kept tearing into, like acting all stupid and childish, calling me names. I laughed at it, let him continue because I wanted to find out who he was, because he came in under a different title, and he kept targeting one of the female guests that I had at the time. He kept targeting her, and then he targeted somebody that came to correct him and put him straight, remind him that this ain't one of those channels. Like, this channel is pretty cool. We're respectful and courteous to peoples, unless they're
Right.
scumbag.
So he just got a wild hair and thought he'd run with it and make an ass out of himself?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure he's over 50. I know he's older than me. That's pretty wild. I don't understand today's world. A lot of people over 50 are mean as hell, and they're liberals.
I mean, can you blame them, really? I mean, they've grown up in a world where, they've been under control, and now they're seeing times where we're losing control, and at the times where people are out of control, and them's there thinking, like, yeah.
Well, I don't cry about what I've been through much anymore. I used to, but I kept it to myself. I didn't take out anything on anyone because I was either having a bad day or I suffered or survived something. And I literally lived through hell. I could tell you some stories, but I'd rather not. They're terrible, terrible stories. I grew up pretty tough, but it made me tougher, but I don't think anybody has a right to blame their outburst or bad attitudes toward people who didn't do anything to them. You can't blame what you survived or lived through on anyone or expect them to tolerate your bad behavior because you think you have a right to dish it, on people. No, man. I don't know. I just don't think he has a right to. However, anyone's grown up, my heart goes out to you if it was bad. Bless you if it wasn't. But if you're not careful, you'll bleed on somebody who didn't cut you.
Yep. One of the more upsetting things is, like, there's places, there's channels that specify on terrorizing each other with words and gestures. I came into YouTube shouting and screaming, fighting, like, because I didn't like the being doxxed. I didn't like to be lied about, and that's how I was introduced to YouTube. I never came here for socializing initially. I never came here to make friends or anything other than, who the fuck you talking about me in such a way? You don't know me. You don't have a fucking clue. And the things you're talking about is threatening my life. So shut your fucking mouth or get me charged. Get me charged and I'll stand trial. You get me, yeah? But until I'm charged, you shut your freaking mouths, because I'm nothing to do with anything that was being said about me. And that's what I'm on YouTube for. Since then, I've made communications with peoples. Yes, there are friendships and friendships developing. So I don't need any extra upsets or stress. I'm not seeking stress or upsets on YouTube. And people have to be grown up. And the older they are, the more they should take that on board. Yeah, there's places they can go for that bullshit. And there's places that have said quite clearly, I'm not fucking tolerating it. And I'm one of those places that have said, I'm not tolerating it. Hmm?
He was fighter pilot. He was the one who made the Amish comment, shit, their horses shitting in the
Yeah,
street. That was
yeah,
him. It wasn't
yeah,
the English guy. I was wrong.
yeah,
I thought it was the English guy. Oh
yeah.
wow. Yeah, I understand your point. You're definitely seasoned now. You're a seasoned YouTuber, you know a lot more, and it's probably changed you in a way, or you've changed your behavior because you see the demographics and so much more. You know?
Mm,
It's definitely changed me because I didn't come to YouTube to make friends. I came to share important information and to be an activist and advocate for things that I believe in, that I also hold the government accountable for doing for wrongdoing and what have you. It took me a little while to understand how to handle myself on YouTube because I had never experienced anything like it. And I'm like, these people are vile. Everybody wants to fight. I'm like, they want to dox you. They want to, just drag your name through the mud and put you through hell because they can with their words on YouTube.
mm.
It's crazy.
It is for the point of entertainment, just for
Right?
purposes of entertainment. It is pretty desperate on their parts.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do probably 10% or less entertainment. I'm more so entertaining myself. If you've ever seen me over on my channel, I'll be laughing at the shit I'm saying. But for the most part, I'm damn dead serious and I've got an important point to make. And to me, it's like a library. What I've said will live on, and people looking for that kind of information will find it eventually. I'm not, people are like, oh, you're talking to yourself. I'm like, so what, asshole? It's being logged. This information is helpful for a lot of people. When they go looking for it, they will find it. I'm a helpful person. I don't care if anybody's listening now. People will find it and hear it later.
Mm,
You Holly weirdo.
yep. And this is why I says, Joe, like I've got an interactive diary. Other people call it blogging and stuff like that, but I don't know the word blogging, yeah. And it don't even sound anything like interactive diary. So I'll
No.
stick to interactive diary. Did you get me, sure?
Yeah, I've heard that term. It is quite weird. I know it's made up and it's not that old. Whatever, if that's what they want to call it. We'll stick to what we know and are comfortable with.
Mm. So the chef's there, he's asking who you are. He says you sound smart.
He said I sound sweet.
He says, hey Steve, who's your guest? She sounds smart.
Oh, smart, not sweet. Yeah, that comes from decades of research. Um, if men learn nothing about history, it's that they learn nothing from history. Who was that famous person that said that? Gosh, it'll take me a while to think about it, but I don't want to be in that category. And I'm a history buff, and you know, there was a time when I didn't know where I was going. I had to know where I came from. And that's kind of generally the first steps anyone should take. You got to go back before you can go forward. How did we get here today? I always ask myself. And then I started researching, and I do know a lot. It doesn't mean that I'm smarter than the next guy. It just means I put in the time and effort to learn about history, and I can see things on different levels than most. I'm quite wise. It comes from decades of hard work. Who am I? Who am I, Steve?
Well, I know you is Joe.
Yeah, I go by Joe. I'm just another person on the internet who believes in many of good causes, and I care for my fellow man, and I'm an advocate, and I fight for people who can't fight for themselves. Um, I do a lot of good things, and sometimes I just goof off to break away from being so serious all the time. I'm not really anybody in particular. I'm just, you know, another
Well,
person
you are.
who,
Yeah, you're a unique individual.
you reckon?
Of course, everybody that comes here is a unique individual. Otherwise, they
Huh.
wouldn't be here.
Oh, comes here. Okay. Because I've been gone for a while, I haven't seen all the people that come here. But yes, a lot of unique individuals do come here. I've been away for a while. However, there aren't a lot of unique individuals out there in the world because they're like apples and they don't fall too far from the tree. You got your leaders, you got your followers, you got your troublemakers, you got your people that never grew up. You've got your teachers. There's a wide variety. I can't say I respect them all. If you're doing what is considered bad amongst many, I don't like you. I have no need to be in your presence. But if you're just being chilled, relaxed, enjoying people, and or helpful, or anything in the good category, then I will consider you a decent person and not disregard you.
So, what was you cooking when you went away?
Well, I went to the store and they closed at 9. I had 10 minutes to get there. I came back home and messed around for a little bit, and then I fried me up some eggs and put an American piece of cheese on one of them, put that one egg on some toast with butter, had a sandwich, and then a single fried egg. They were delicious.
Happy days.
Eggs.
Mm.
Brown eggs, cage free. Free roaming is the key word. If they say cage free, that could be, a misleading of words. All these birds could be sitting on a rack side by side with no room in between them, and they can claim that that's cage free. And they could be like, on top of each other, sitting on like a board, one board on top of another, and row after row. It's crazy. So it has to say cage free or no, free range. I'm sorry, free range. That means they're allowed to run out in the yards and be free and enjoy the freedoms that they had before who knows what. But I get brown eggs also from local farms because I know that the birds are not inoculated with junk and the eggs are more wholesome and non GMO.
That meat sucker.
So I had me some delicious eggs, one on a sandwich. Oh, the chef, you definitely need to get some land again. Thank you. I hope I continue to grow and do what I love as well and spread the word. Spread good, wise information, helpful information. But yeah, you definitely need to get some land. I've been wanting some forever and a day. Some animals. Raise some of my own food. That would be lovely. So I know what's in it. But I'm getting up there in age. I'm no spring chicken anymore. I don't think I could do all the things that I once wanted to, but I could do a little bit. Like I could probably maintain a horse, a couple of chickies. What else would I want? A small garden, vegetables, fruit. I don't think I can take on much more than that. but I definitely like the space where I live now. There's a lot of distance between my neighbors, which I enjoy. You know, I don't feel so claustrophobic in a row house where the wall just separates you and your neighbor. That would drive me insane.
Yeah, and me.
Oh my gosh. I could never do it. I grew up in some houses like that.
Mm,
I
the
was too
same.
little, right? I was too little to complain about it because the house was big enough. You know, I didn't have adult complaints like I do now. Being a kid and that didn't bother me a bit. But as an
Here's a
adult,
funny memory I've just remembered by living with neighbors. My father used to do screaming, shouting, and then send me around to the neighbors to apologize for being a bad boy.
sorry to disturb your peace. I was naughty. But it
Uh,
wasn't you, was it?
well, I don't know. I mean, like young and innocent. Of course, I'm guilty.
All right, Mom and Dad, I'll take the blame. You got a scapegoat this time.
Mm. It get you know, it's gotten to the point over the last, I don't know. I yeah, I can't do neighbors. It's like, I don't know. I hear them, I smell them, I feel them when they're walking. It's just like, nah, I can't do neighbors.
Not very close, anyway. I mean, I don't mind the distance that is between us. There's a great bit of distance, but everybody minds their own business. You know, we don't see when each other is coming and going. We just don't see each other. It's like, do you even live here? Which is
That's
nice.
handy.
Hmm. Oh yeah, we mind our own business. That's for damn sure.
But you's living in gun country though, ain't you? So I mean, like, there, I suppose it's safer just mind your own business.
Sure enough. I'm allowed to open carry. I could put one on my hip and go in any store and walk about freely. I choose not to because we live in a very safe neighborhood, and I'm proud of that. I'm thankful.
But isn't
Not
that the
safe.
way though? In the places where, you know, like you might say, you know, like this is a rough area, guns are needed. From my opinion, you know, like even hunting environments, do you get me? Yeah, guns are more likely to be illegal. Yeah, than places of safe environments where people will be respectful and responsible. You know, like, yeah, but it's the other way around.
Right? And I also count on my fellow man to be in the right place at the right time, you know, and have a gun. Um, you know, because there's a lot of folks that open carry. I see it,
Mm,
and I'm like,
mm,
I don't have to.
mm. I see
And
this
there's
quite often on the tube because it's the only thing that I be watching these days. Like, and there's always like these petrol station images where folk come in to rob the place, and then you got some innocent bystander there, and you know, like them's much quicker and more um what do you call it,
on the
packed
draw.
than the people that are taking out the petrol stations. You know.
Yeah, but I've also seen a lot where the bystander pulls their weapon, and they're quick on the draw, and they've taken down several bad
Mm,
folk with bad intention. So I think our citizens are definitely fighting back. You know, sometimes they happen to be in the right place at the right time. And they're sending a message to these jerks. You can't just go anywhere you want and pull this bullshit wherever you want. You know, you cannot do this to people and think you're going to get away with it because there are a lot of people out there that, you know, and I'm thinking there's several more states that are open carry now, which is great. I don't have a problem with it. But
Me
yeah,
neither. I think it should be our born rights. You know, like the bear arms. You know, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Second Amendment for us. Yeah, we have a right to bear arms
Mm.
until, some states decided to be punks about it. Their idea of fixing gun violence is the same as the drug epidemic. You see how they fixed that, didn't you? They didn't.
Um, or just donate Philadelphia main streets to, whatever drug addicts, like just come here, like this is a drug addict environment. We want you. We need you.
Philadelphia, Kensington Avenue. You've seen that, huh?
Sure, haven't I just? Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up. Well, I didn't grow up on Kensington Avenue. My grandfather owned a home there, and when he passed on, we moved in and lived there for a couple of years. And it was pretty violent back then, but if you didn't mess with anybody, nobody messed with you. So
Hmm.
people would get drunk and they'd get rowdy, and who knows what happened. Next thing you know, some guys, excuse me, walking past my front door with a bloody face. It's like, okay, maybe you won't do that again.
Hmm. That's
Yeah.
that's standards in most parts of the world. I think like like you got to be involved or part of it to have the repercussions of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very rare innocent people's involved.
Yeah, we walked up and down the streets like we owned it, and it was pretty damn violent back then. We were kids. I was little, like 7 or 8 years old.
Mm.
We'd walk to the grocery store and see all kinds of things along the way. It was kind of scary. Now, looking back, it's scary, but I wasn't afraid back then, and I should have been. But then why? I would have been afraid and nothing would have happened, and I would have wasted my emotions on worrying about something that never happened.
What years was that when Philadelphia was having the racial wars?
Ah, the row house being burnt, um, the racial wars. Goodness,
When the
goodness.
cops were beating up on anybody that wasn't white. So yeah.
Well, that
Oh
still goes on, and it's
yeah.
been going on. But I remember when they bombed a city block, and I think that was early '80s.
Mm.
I can't remember. Oh, I'd have to research it again. I've got so much information in my head. It's hard to find the filing cabinet with the
So,
information I need when I need it. So
so
I got
has
to go back and.
Philadelphia ever recovered from those times? Like from the sounds of things, no.
Philly is about as crooked can be. I
Mm.
don't think they ever recovered. I think people just retreated to their own places in society. Like we had the Italian section for the longest time. It then got taken over by Koreans. And then we've got the Polish, and people just divided. Some places got bigger, some places got smaller, but people tend to stick to their own nationality. Um, there's extra friendly people that venture out and make friends with everyone. But then we had Chinese. We got Chinatown, downtown Philly, and they tend to keep to themselves. But yeah, they've got their gangs. There's gangs of all sorts. I
Mm.
don't think Philly's ever going to recover, and I think they're always going to get worse. And I don't understand how anybody lives there. I moved away a long time ago.
Mm.
It's been violent, and it's always going to be violent, and it's getting worse.
Mm.
I mean, we had
Right.
bootlegs, like movies that come out in theaters. We had them 6 months before they got into theaters.
Yeah. Wow.
There's always somebody with some shit. I remember this one guy, he had a device that he put up against the payphone, the part where you talk into, and it made these clicking noises. It was crazy. And it acted as a coin with each clicking noise.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? He never had to pay for a phone call again at a payphone. That's crazy. I was like, what the hell they think up next? Philly always blew my mind. They were always coming up with shit. There was underground. products being sold, long before they hit the markets. It was kind of fun growing up there for a little bit. I'm glad I got out when I did. A lot of people, a lot of my friends turned to drugs and are still now lifelong drug addicts. Wasted their lives. But the time that I was there, it was a lot of fun because we were always up to no good. It was terrible, but there's always somebody with some kind of a game going on, making money off of, buying things really cheap and, cigarettes even, the people that delivered cigarettes, they'd sell the cigarettes off the back of the truck by the cartons for way less. There's side hustles everywhere. But eventually for me, it got old to see because I knew it was dishonest. I wasn't involved in it. I mean, well, if you want to count putting a quarter in the newspaper stand and instead of taking one newspaper, we took them all and sold them. Yes, did that con. It was terrible.
No, that's liberation. That's liberating the news. That's freeing the news.
Yes, we stole all the newspapers. We paid for one, and then we sold them all.
Mm.
I do feel
Wow.
terrible. It's terrible.
I think that's a clever idea, really. Like, yeah, stupid freaking newspaper inventions. Like them's news. Yeah,
Yeah.
fair play.
But we didn't hit just one. We hit as many as we could. We had a shopping
Yeah,
cart.
good. Yeah, good.
But I mostly sold shopping bags on 9th Street. Have you ever seen the movie Rocky?
Oh yeah,
The very first one where he's running down the street and there's vendors on each side.
yeah,
I
yeah.
lived 3 blocks from there, and my stepmother was an extra in that movie. She's a horrible person, but she got paid $20 to walk by and pat steaks. But anyway, on 9th Street were all those food vendors. It was the Italian market. I used to sell shopping bags for people that because they didn't give them bags, man. They just give them their groceries, and it was like, what the hell, you know? So me and my cousin and my sister thought, hey, these people need these bags. We're gonna try and charge as much as we can. And some old ladies were like, that's terrible. What do you want 50 cents and 75 cents for a shopping bag? And we're talking back in the early 80s. I'm like, trying to make
Wow,
a profit, Grandma.
wow. I tell you, they've only just started bringing that in shops in Europe. You have to pay for bags.
Yeah, that's weird.
Mm.
Bring your own or pay for them. I'm like, well, now that's a separate hustle I did way back in the day.
Mm.
And then we would sell flowers and cigarette lighters in bars. We did shoplift the cigarette lighters. That's terrible. But we paid 25 cents a flower and sold them for $2 or $3 a piece to drunk men for their women in the bars. Like, would you like to buy a flower for the lovely lady? He's on the spot. She's looking at us. She's looking at him. And if he don't buy it, then what? He's embarrassed and he ain't getting none.
Yeah.
We did not steal the flowers. We paid 25 cents a piece for fake flowers, and that hustle got us $200-300 each weekend, or more sometimes.
Hey, that's good going, isn't it? That's clever.
Yeah,
That is. For me,
I
I've always looked at that in here in Spain because I've seen it more on the East Coast where I was up in Murcia and Alicante, people walking around with flowers. But I've not seen it happening down here.
hmm.
I've not even seen a flower shop around here. Come
I
to
did
think of
that
it.
for really
Mm,
no flower shops. What do you guys do on
mm.
Valentine's Day?
Well, Valentine's quite a new celebration in Spain as it goes, yeah. I only
Well,
started celebrating Valentine's here about 40 years ago, if that. Uh,
I swore it off. I told my husband, I was like, you better not. You better not. They're suckering you. I don't need flowers to know that you love me. And I swore off all holidays for the longest time. And then the second Valentine's year come around, when I told him not to, I come out looking for my flowers. And I'm like, I can't, bitch. I told him not to waste his money. But then I go looking for the flowers. I was like, where's my flowers? He's like, you told me not to buy them. I was like, I remember. All right.
that's the woman's way, though, isn't it? Saying
Yeah.
no, like, don't do this means, like, do it, but just not on that day. Like, get me on the 13th for like the 15th of
Yeah.
February. I'll
Or,
appreciate them.
you
On the
know,
14th,
Oh man, I'm getting a phone call. It's my niece, and I hope it didn't mess with the volume again.
yeah, it has.
It did. I can barely hear you.
Yeah.
That
All right,
sucks.
dear.
Well, I was expecting her call, but I was having a fun conversation with you. We were getting somewhere. We're gonna start hammering on women who change their minds and start
And men
fights.
that don't know. Yeah, we're going to teach the men and the ladies just then.
Well, this is to be continued.
All right, Joe, my
Uh,
dear.
I do need to get back with my niece. I've been expecting her call.
Get on it, my dear.
Absolutely. I'll catch you another time. It's always fun when I talk to you. I have a great time.
Thank you.
You're awesome. Have a good night, sir. And chat, you all do the same. I will catch you on the flip side. Good night.
Cheers, my dear. No, no. Yeah. Yeah.
in 9 hours. Wow. It's like a day's work. 9 hours. I think it's time I went to sleep. Any objections? Say now or forever hold your tongue. Yeah. Literally an hour ago, I looked at the clock accidentally. Remember, I said it was 3:02 English time, but it's 4:02 Spanish time. Now it's 5:02. Right, I'm off to sleep. Ain't no messages coming through. So we love you and leave you. And thanks for joining. And stream.